189. In a way, you remind me of the Apostle Paul, who was recognized by his peers as the Pharisee of Pharisees. Concerning Jewish law, he claimed to be perfect. Carnally minded like Paul, to my knowledge, you have studied yourself perfect on every issue of religion. As a master teacher of religion, you are the best at exposing foolish practices of religion. It became obvious to me from your last essay on the Gentile Jews and Islam that you have a solid grasp on the hypocrisies of both religions, the silly ordinances they observe, and pointless works they each require. What puzzles me about you, Sam, is how you remained ignorant on the spirituality of the soul and the purpose of religion. Religion is not on the earth by accident, Sam. The actual purpose of religion in the natural world is to ensnare souls, not set them free. Religion is the devil's largest trap to catch a man or woman. Does that answer your question of what I am doing with that sign, and why I am here? I am on the real battleground, Sam, shouting as one man trying to make people wake up and think about how they came to believe what they believe. Do I sound similar to you, Sam? God did not create religion, he showed the world the foolishness of practicing religion with the Jewish temple. When he was finished teaching the world that following laws, ordinances, and observances was unacceptable, he tore the temple down. Think about what I said, Sam. God built a religious temple to show us what does not work, then he tore it down and destroyed the practitioners. You know the history of what Titus did to the nation of Israel. Religious institutions are the nest where demons do their best work because every week they rob people of a real relationship with God. The trick is to give them a helium-filled, blow-up version of God. In 7 days, the helium deflates, and you need to go back and get another one. The practice of organized religion makes it easy for a person to attend a church, synagogue, or a mosque and listen to a flawed, sinful man explain the mysteries of God. Any religion asking for money is not from God. The true mark of the devil and the 666 beast of religion, is easily understood every time they ask for money. In fact, I have broken the hidden meaning of 666 and the mark of the beast. 666 is the number of times a year they ask for money on supposed Christian television, Larry said, laughing loudly. People are so naive. If God needs money, then God is the servant of money. Tithing, collecting money, or asking for help to take the gospel around the world is the mark of the devil's religion. My God is sufficient, in need of nothing to uphold him, and as his servant, I need nothing from the hand of man to sustain me. You saw the churches on every corner as you drove here. 190. God did not put a church on every corner, Sam, the ego of man did. Last night, Steve clearly showed us that throughout all of history, the lust for power has been evident. The same conquering spirit that drove Napoleon, Alexander, the Vatican, and Hitler took Lincoln for a ride, as well. Lincoln became the biggest spiritual pawn in all of history. The conquering spirit working through Lincoln had one purpose, to destroy the divine gift of a new nation birthed into the world. The birth of this nation was by divine providence, and my God foreknew this conquering spirit would seduce Lincoln. It was all part of his plan when he originally formed the nation. Think about it, if you served a God, would you want one that was shocked at world events or one that foreknew what would happen and had a plan? Nothing takes God by surprise, not Lincoln or the day they passed Roe versus Wade. God was not in heaven wringing his hands in a panic, shouting, "Oh my God, they passed a law for abortion. Now what am I going to do?" My God knows all and sees all even before it happens. Christians today are pathetic examples. They protest abortion clinics as if they are saving little unborn babies, when they actually believe that all babies go to heaven. God sees their actions as blasphemous against his agape love for reaching the hurting people in the world. These Christians, acting like the Pharisees in the Bible who were about to stone a woman caught in adultery, shout obscenities at hurting, troubled, and confused women. They dress like grim reapers, picket abortion clinics, and shout baby killer to women they don't even know. They need to put down their stones, go home, and repent for their vile ungodly actions. They are not Christians, they are possessed by the demons of religion taught to them by pastors, Christian television, James Dobson, and Pat Robertson. Religious leaders and politicians who use abortion as a political issue think that human morality is obtained by the passage of a law. A nation or a person's heart is changed in only one manner, Sam, alone, in full repentance to God. Wait a minute, Sam interrupted. Larry, I am shocked at the level of truth and understanding you have on everything from spirits to abortion, but I must ask what you meant by your comment. God knew Lincoln would do what he did, and it was his plan for mankind. The instant Sam asked the question, there was a loud knock at the front door. Did anyone see who came down the driveway? Larry asked. Steve looked at him and said, "What, are you crazy? We were spellbound with what you were saying. The sky could have fallen, and I would not have noticed." 191. Laughing, Larry stood, opened the door, and there was his main man, Roger. Sam watched as they hugged like brothers who had not seen one another in years. Afterwards, Roger shook hands, greeting both Steve and Sam. "I almost rear-ended a guy trying to get into the parking lot. People are rubbernecking, stopping in the road, and one guy pulled off the road onto the grass. As I passed him, I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying at your sign. If you keep stirring the pot like that, Larry, it will come down to hand-to-hand combat just to get in the front door," he said laughing. "What is this, a private meeting about Waco? You do remember that I was at Waco, don't you, Larry?" "Yes, I do, Roger." This was a get-to-know Sam a little better meeting. While glaring at Larry with those cold, lifeless eyes of death, Roger stuck his finger in Sam's chest, asking, "Is this guy okay?" Sitting there, with Roger's finger stuck to his chest, Sam wanted to move, but the tip of Roger's finger felt more like a steel rod than a finger. "He would not be here if he weren't okay," Larry responded. "Hell, I know he's okay to speak in front of, Larry. I thought his color was a little funny as I came in, and wondered if he was okay." Sam burst out laughing. "I just sat through an amazing talk about God, man, and demons with my tongue glued to the roof of my mouth. Then you walk in, pull out a finger that feels like a 357 Magnum, jab me in the chest, and ask if I am okay." Laughing from his heart, Sam jokingly said, "Hell no, I'm not okay, I thought that damn thing was loaded," as everyone burst into laughter. After a good belly laugh, Roger said, "I am finished with my puzzle and am ready to expose many sides of the government few realize, including some little-known facts about Osama bin Laden." Gazing out the window at the sign, Roger said, "I had some downtime after the murders of those children. I spent 3 months in a hospital, trying to erase the images of those charred little bodies from my mind." His left cheek suddenly developed a strange twitch as his head rapidly moved, looking around. Then he would face front only to start the strange over mannerisms again. Everyone sat in silence watching the manifestation. Roger finally stopped and spoke angry words in a long growl that came out without moving his lips. "They need to put those burned little bodies on television, and make people look at them." It was obvious the images were still vivid in his memory. Pausing to regain his composure, he continued, "That is the day I finally gave up on the government. I am going to settle the score before I die." 192. For years, I have collected top-secret documents with a vengeance. The General and I look forward to presenting you with my last best gifts, Sam." Abruptly rising to his feet like a soldier dismissed from duty at the end of a day, Roger shook hands with everyone, hugged Larry, and left. Sam sat watching him through the window as he paced the front of the building. With military precision from one end of the sidewalk to the other, he paced like a guard dog walking the fence. His presence was warning people they better not try anything. Unable to resist any longer, Sam spoke cautiously. "Larry, I know you and Roger are best friends, but do you think it a bit strange that he has an imaginary friend that happens to be a general? Steve immediately stood up and backed away from the table, setting off an alarm in Sam that he had asked the wrong question. Larry did not say anything, he just looked at Sam. Looking back through the window, he watched Roger at the top of the driveway standing by the sign. Roger stood erect staring down the negative people who were shouting and making obscene gestures. Sam started to apologize for the question. "Larry, I am sorry." Larry cut him off. "No need to apologize for the question, Sam. I expected you or Molly to ask, eventually. Look at my friend," he said, pointing out the window. "He is the best trained, most loyal killer the government ever produced. I do not know of another man that has lived such a life of horror, nightmares, or haunting memories than my childhood friend. You should be so lucky to know him as I do, Sam. The general is not imaginary, Sam, no more than the supernatural spirit world is imaginary to me. Let me ask you one more question, Sam. How does forgiveness get on the earth?" Pausing a bit, Larry turned from the window and looked Sam in the eyes once again. "I know you do not know. It is not something you can learn in a book or by many hours of study. Please, do not feel offended, I assure you, every Bible-thumping, pew-sitting Christian spectator does not know, either. God put the perfect system in this natural world for love and human kindness to grow. So, how does forgiveness get on the earth, Sam? Only through offenses. When a person is offended, wounded, betrayed, or forsaken, God has given them a huge gift. Within them, they hold the gift of forgiveness. If they withhold forgiveness, they become bitter, angry, and hateful, living a life filled with resentment. If they release the powerful gift of forgiveness, they turn darkness back and restore life to the offender." Larry began to cry profusely. "My friend Roger considers himself the world's #1 unforgivable offender because he killed all of the people he offended. Now he cannot find rest for his soul because, in his mind, there is no way to seek their personal forgiveness." 193. "I am trying to help him understand God's forgiveness, but his nights are short and full of evil memories." Quickly wiping his eyes, trying to compose himself, Larry said, "He's on his way back to the building." Shaken by what he heard, Sam did not know what to say or expect. With Roger's unexpected return, Sam thought, what if Roger heard my question about the general? The door opened, and Roger stood in the doorway. Without stepping over the threshold, he stood there, staring at Sam. "Holy shit, I am dead meat," the guy heard me. "I was about to leave, Sam, and the general told me to come and say something to you. I hope that you do not think I'm crazy. He said to me that you should have no trouble believing, that he is as real to me as your horses were in your study. Does that make any sense to you?" 194. 15. "My first wish is to see this plague of mankind, war, banished from the earth." General George Washington. The occupant of a disturbed soul cannot possibly understand where the line resides between reality and phantasm. Many a mother, father, wife, and even small children have cried within their hearts when a soldier returns home. "What have you done to my son, husband, or daddy?" As a dog returns to his vomit, retired Colonel Roger Majors returned to his boyhood home. Cold as ice about his childhood and his family, Roger never connected with them throughout his entire life. After his entry into the military, he received and never opened or responded to a handful of letters from his mother. His parents, Herman and Effie, died while he was away fighting in one war or another. Death was a dominating issue in Roger's life, consequently, he never attended either funeral. The memories of war, murder, and death fed on Roger's mind like maggots feed on a dead carcass. Each morning at 5 a.m. sharp, Roger began his day at the old wooden kitchen table with a cup of fresh brewed French market coffee. As usual, directly across from Roger sat another mug, filled with coffee. Thinking about the group's discussion at Woodstock 69, he spoke aloud, looking across the table. "General, I have a gut feeling, as a group, we are onto something. Steve blew me away when he exposed Lincoln last night. I'll tell you what. If I were around in Lincoln's day, knowing what I know now, I would have popped him in his log cabin. That Molly was so cute with you last night, ordering you a drink and asking for more pats in all the right places. Now, that is one fine-looking piece of ass. More coffee, General." On the table lay top-secret government documents, military photographs, and small notes that Roger had assembled during his 17-year search for vindicating truth. Tapping on the file, Roger continued. "Wait until they all hear what I have to say about the real United States government. 195. I can tell you this much, General, if we cannot come up with a complete plan of action, I have enough truth right here to make the people of this nation shit their pants." Bradley Manning revealed only a small amount of trash that he found at the bottom of a dumpster. "This is the mother lode, the whole fucking dump." Originally, Roger had planned to retire in '98, but stumbled across several documents in '91 while on duty in a top-secret war room during the Desert Storm War. Someone had mistakenly sent a box full of files from the Vietnam War era containing extremely sensitive, high-level documents about Roger's unit, and others like his. After reading several of the documents, Roger realized they were not there by mistake. Someone very high up with a guilty conscience sent them, knowing that Roger would see the documents. For over 25 years, Roger's conscience had condemned his soul as a war criminal for the many atrocities he had committed. Every sleepless night, Roger appeared as a prisoner in chains and shackles while the prosecutor read a new set of charges against him from another of his many victims seeking justice. The trial always began with Roger desperately trying to establish a valid reason for the war and his actions. After a night full of arguments and deliberations, and before he rose from bed each morning, the jury always delivered the same verdict: guilty as charged. Convicted in the courtroom of his conscience as a war criminal, Roger began a search to validate his actions. Believing the court was real during his nightmarish dementia, Roger searched the classified documents in hopes of establishing a valid reason, before the court, for the wars and lives he had taken. Suspicions about the actual reasons behind the Vietnam War began for Roger almost a decade after North Vietnam defeated the United States. The first box of documents he read, during the Desert Storm War, validated many of those suspicions and instantly infuriated him. From that moment, up until his retirement 17 years later, he carefully changed duty locations in order to search through classified military documents. He was a man on a mission. By the time of his retirement in 2008, Roger had collected enough data and photographed enough documents to fill a small library. Returning to his small boyhood home, Roger began the tedious work of putting the pieces together of an intricate, complex military puzzle. A lonely, reclusive man, he and the general, along with a bottle of Jack Daniels, normally worked together until the early morning hours in his vain attempt to avoid the nighttime court waiting to condemn his soul. Working as if he were a jigsaw puzzle expert, Roger had diligently pieced together every part of his abortive life as he searched for validation of his actions. 196. Nearing completion after nearly 4 years of work, the truth of how the United States government used and destroyed his life made him an extremely dangerous man to the government. Looking across the table at the general sipping his coffee, Roger said, "How's the coffee today, General? You know, if I go public, the government would discredit me, make up some phony charges, call me a traitor, and then execute me. That's after they and the entire country shit their pants first." Laughing, he added, "General, do you remember the first time I met you?" "Yes, I do, Roger." Leaning back in his chair after a sleepless night, Roger drifted in and out of sleep, thinking about his past as he tried to find an answer for his life. It was 4 in the morning, the air was cold and calm. Occasionally, You could catch the smell of coal smoke from the barracks furnaces as it drifted by in thin, layering wisps, floating in morning fog. Dressed in a newly issued, army green uniform, boots shined, pants bloused, head and face shaven, 18-year-old Private Roger Majors stood in the front row, ready to make a first-day impression. A tough kid, Roger had no idea the draft notice he received would begin a journey and a fight that would last for the rest of his life. The year was 1966, it was September in the hills of Ft. Knox, Kentucky, when a loud shout broke the morning silence, 10 HUD. Immediately, every untrained kid did his best impression of how to stand at attention, imitating what he remembered while playing Army as kids or watching television. In the early morning darkness, shifting his eyes left, without turning his head, Roger saw two small white specks coming toward him that appeared to be moving or floating in the fog. As the two white specks drew near, it became obvious they were the eyes of the blackest man Roger had ever seen. He was so black he was purple black. He wore a uniform that was heavily starched, pressed, and creased, fitting him like a body glove. Cold breath streamed out of his wide nostrils, giving him the appearance of a snorting bull. Without saying a word, he walked and stared the men in the eyes for what seemed like 5 minutes. As he walked by, he looked enraged with threatening eyes that seemed to say, "Move, motherfucker, and I will kill you." Randomly stepping in and out of the rows, he pushed anyone out of his way as he stared into their eyes. Returning to the front, he walked the length of the platoon a few more times, turned, and started speaking as he walked. "My name is Sergeant Gore. For the next 8 weeks, I am going to be your everything, because the United States government, who now owns your sorry ass, gave you to me, so that I can make you a killer." 197. I don't want you to like me because like-in leads to lovin', and lovin' leads to fuckin', and there ain't no trainee ever gonna fuck me. He paused, not moving, and suddenly he reached past Roger, pushing him aside, and grabbed the man behind Roger with both hands. He pulled the man to the front, shaking him violently while shouting, "What are you smiling about?" Afraid to speak, the kid kept quiet, enraging Sergeant Gore. As he held the kid's shirt in his fist, he slapped him repeatedly, shouting, "What are you, fucking deaf?" Big mistake. No answer from the kid. "Motherfucker, what's wrong with you?" Sergeant Gore grabbed his helmet liner from his own head, pulled it up in the air like a pitcher about to throw a 90 miles per hour fastball, and smashed the kid in the face several times, busting his nose and lips. Placing the bloody helmet liner back on his head, Sergeant Gore turned the kid around to face the unit so that everyone could see his face. Just as quickly as he positioned the kid, he turned and started to walk away, staring angrily at the men. As he began speaking, "You will," the kid simultaneously started moving back to his spot. Infuriated, Gore spun around and ran toward the kid, shouting, "Who told you to move, you little fucking queer?" The kid was standing behind Roger, but Roger knew what would happen if he moved. He was not going to move for any reason. No sir, this was one of those do not move out of the way times. Sergeant Gore pushed Roger to the ground as he reached through the line, grabbed the kid by the shirt, and dragged him to the front. He started repeatedly punching him in the side of the head, shouting, "Don't you dare cry, you fucking little pussy." Again, he turned him around to face everyone. The side of his face was red, one eye was already swollen shut, and his nose and lips were busted. Blood was running profusely from his nose, mixed with long strands of snot, soaking the front of his shirt. Sergeant Gore started walking again. "You will answer me when I ask you a question, you will not move until I tell you to move, you will not smile unless I tell you, and if I tell you to stop breathing, you will do it, or I will slit your fucking throat open and take your last breath from you. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Sergeant. If you ever answer me like that again, I am going to break every nose standing here this morning. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Sergeant." 198. You are the sorry fuckers going to war. I am not going. I have had my wars, and now it is your turn to fight or die. If you do not pay attention to me, you will die, because they will kill you, instead of you killing them. This is not a child's game, it is a real life or death issue. Many of you standing here today will die, and your families will collect your remains in a box, along with a flag from the United States federal government. My job is to turn you into a trained killer. You will become a trained killer that will learn to kill instantly and instinctively without thinking. If you become a trained killer, you will live to eat supper with your family again. If you do not, you will die. You will move when I say move, and every word I speak, you will obey without hesitation. There is nothing you will decide on your own. I will even be in control of your bowels. Do you understand me? Yes, Sergeant. Never look at me in the eyes, do not smile around me or sing. If you even breathe funny around me, I will beat you to the ground. War is not a child's game, but they send children to fight it. If, at any time, you think you are tough shit, my ass is always looking to beat the shit out of motherfuckers like you, so you come on. I dare your stupid ass to find me, look me in the eyes, smile at me, or call me Sarge, even by accident. I will whip your pussy ass 5 times harder than your daddy ever did. Your ass whipping will be so hard, I will make you call your own daddy a fuck and pussy before I stop. Roger focused on the bleeding man, while Sergeant Gore spoke, and thought to himself, in time, Sarge, you and I are going to find out how tough you are when someone fights back. I fight back, asked Don Sprinkle and 50 more like him. Walking up to the kid, Sergeant Gore began talking, his lips within 1 inch of his face, while walking around him in a circle. Some of what he said was audible, but for the most part, no one could hear what he was saying. Suddenly, in a loud voice, Sergeant Gore said, "Go to sick bay, squirrel. And tell them to fix you up. You have 20 minutes before your day begins, and don't let me see you trying to eat breakfast this morning." After breakfast, as everyone was falling into formation for a first full day of training, Roger slipped Squirrel an egg sandwich and 2 hard-boiled eggs that he snuck out of the mess hall. Not able to speak or smile with swollen lips, Squirrel's open eye said thanks, and they shook hands without speaking. Being unable to chew, Squirrel tore the sandwich into small pieces and swallowed them whole. To lighten the tension and the experience, Roger teased him by saying he looked just like a damn squirrel eating nuts. 199. Squirrel, holding his hand over his mouth, tried to keep from laughing or smiling. The brief exchange created a bond of friendship between them. Eventually, Sergeant Gore had an assistant that took over much of their training, to the joy of everyone who was paranoid of accidentally looking him in the eyes or smiling while he was around. Occasionally, the platoon saw Sergeant Gore in a drunken condition as he walked the wooded path between the barracks and the on-post housing where the drill instructors lived. Rumors around the base were that his wife had left him, much to the joy of Squirrel. About week 7 of training, Roger considered himself a great specimen of health, having gained an extra 15 pounds of muscle. Rated excellent in hand-to-hand combat, he also turned in the best time for running a 5-minute mile, fully geared with pack and rifle. Physically and skillfully, he was smart with his head, hands, and feet. Sergeant Gore had accomplished his goal. Roger acted instinctively in a given situation, rather than having to react. The difference between the two was normally about 1 second in time. That 1 second is the critical second in combat, where life and death are decided. Roger sat nervously alone in the woods on the path between the barracks and the post housing. A little more than an hour had passed before Sergeant Gore finally appeared. As he got a bit closer, Roger stepped onto the path, and from a distance, looking Gore directly in the eyes, he smiled, saying, "Where the fuck do you think you are going, Sarge? Well, if it ain't the goddamn troll under the bridge. I see out of all those pussy trainees we have found one man, or at least a boy who thinks he is a man. He threw his helmet to the ground and charged toward Roger like a bull. They fought together like two dogs in mortal combat. When they became too tired to fight, they stayed apart, gathering strength and gasping for air. Staring one another down, they never took their eyes off each other as they watched for the slightest movement from the opponent. As soon as either one thought he had the strength to take the other one, they would go at it again. After nearly an hour of on-again and off-again fighting, they sat down about 10 feet apart, and began to speak admirably to one another, as mutual combatants. Finally, Gore rose to his feet. Roger jumped up, thinking here we go again, but instead, Gore stuck out his hand. Hesitantly, Roger stepped forward and took his hand, ready for a trick. While shaking hands, Sergeant Gore said, "Let's go to my place for a drink, soldier." Hearing the word soldier instead of trainee was a compliment. 200. Roger found himself beginning to like Gore a tiny bit. But he was still angry over what Gore had done to Squirrel. Sitting in the kitchen, they laughed at each other's battle marks with swollen eyes and lips. As Gore poured them a drink, Roger asked, "Why did you beat Squirrel that first morning?" "Young, poor children are normally the ones who fight wars, and not the rich, Roger. I know the hell of war, they do not, and war has the power to make them a soulless victim like me. Every 3 months, they send me a new group of boys. Boys who were in high school one day, and the United States government suddenly interrupts their lives, the next day sending them to a war they know nothing about. When I see them for the first time, I know many of them will die if I cannot shake them awake to the seriousness of where they are going. Normally, I pick out the man that I think is most likely to die because of the fear I see in his eyes. I use that man as an example to wake everyone up in order for them to pay serious attention to their training. For guys like Squirrel, I hope that by knocking the shit out of him, I am able to wake him up and possibly save his life. I know one thing for damn sure, he has been serious about everything since that morning. I recommended you to the brass, I told them you were the best I have ever trained, with natural-born leadership abilities. Tomorrow, they are going to offer you anything you want, from officer candidate school to a tank command to a chopper pilot, anything you want. Those things you will have to figure out by yourself. I am going to warn you about the hell of combat war." He passed the bottle to Roger and asked, "Have you heard the saying war is a necessary evil?" "I think I did, in school somewhere. Let me tell you the truth about war. I was in World War II, Korea, and have had one tour in Vietnam. If there's ever a fucked up war, it's Vietnam. War is not a necessary evil, Roger, it is pure evil, and I find nothing necessary about evil. To survive the evil of war, you will have to do many evil things that will remain with you for the rest of your life. Every man you kill in battle will bring heartbreak and loss to his family. Sometimes, in victory, you will walk among the dead on a battlefield, feeling like you are in a dream because your mind will not be able to comprehend or fully process what your eyes are seeing. Is that really a victory? The only victory in war is that you are not on the ground with the dead. Every day you will wake up in hell, and at night, you will try to sleep while the torment, fear, and horrors of that day replay themselves in your mind. 201. To survive the evil, you must be one step, one punch, one knife thrust, and one shot ahead of the other man, 24 hours a day or you will die. Leaning forward, almost whispering, Gore continued. Listen to me, if you find yourself thinking about what you should do, you are a dead man. Take no chances, shoot anyone and anything that you feel could cause you harm, even a bad commander, otherwise, you will die. Most importantly, if you remember nothing else I say, remember this, let fear become your terrorizing master. Learn to trust him more than anyone else. Fear will keep you alive. When you do not fear, he is no longer your master, get out or you will die. As they took a last drink together, Gore pulled Roger close, for the first time, Real emotion appeared on his face, and he said, "Once you take your first drink of blood from the evil cup of war, you will never be able to find your heart again. Along the way, you will lose many friends that you will never forget, and if you see them die, it will be a memory you will never erase." It was 3:16 in the afternoon, and Roger sat in the chair, drunk as he dozed in and out on the twilight edge of his chaotic thoughts. Waking completely, Roger looked across the table and said, "I think it's time for another shot of blackjack, General." As Roger poured 2 tall glasses, the General said, "You do realize that I knew nothing about your life, Roger, up until the first time I met you. Hell, I thought you knew everything about me. No, that was not my purpose the first time I met you. You know, I met Sergeant Gore in Vietnam while you were there," the General said. "No kidding? I never knew he was there. Last I heard, when I left basic, he was getting out of the army," Roger replied. "So tell me, what happened to you after you left basic training, Roger?" As was his custom, the General stood to his feet, held his glass up, and downed the drink. Sitting down again, Roger refilled both glasses. "Sergeant Gore was right, General, the brass offered me everything in exchange for spending my life in the military. I was not ready to become a lifer like you, General, so I passed on everything they offered me. That was until one afternoon, Sergeant Gore sent me to meet with Lt. Colonel Dickerson. Sitting in his office, he began to speak about special operations units, and that was all it took for me. There were 4 months of hard training, in a war game known as Night Predator. I hunted and killed as many men as I could in one night. Silent breathing was hard but important. We sprinted 100 yards, and learned how to breathe, almost breathless. 202. We learned military hide and go seek, where you had to evade 12 men for 12 hours in the day, and then another 12 hours into the night. One class, if you can call it that, involved 3 men who tried to capture me at any given moment. This training was bizarre. No one told us this was part of our training, it just happened. It did not matter where I was or what I was doing. A group of 3 men would capture me at any time, while I was eating lunch, in the shower, or drinking a beer. After my capture, they would subject me to torture ranging from mild to hard, in mock capture interrogations. It was a 24/7 reality lesson to be always aware of your surroundings. No one told me when the process started or if it would stop. After my second capture, taken naked from the shower, I decided to take them out the next time, before they captured me. Drinking a beer in the club, I detected them and shot all 3 with my BB pistol. Only after I was able to detect and kill my 3 potential captors did the process stop. To this day, General, I walk into a room and still coil like a snake, ready to strike, from the strongest to the weakest person. They trained me with a BB gun, as they threw aspirins in the air to see how many I could shoot before they hit the ground. We also dressed in full camouflage for sniper training. Followed by lost survival, that consisted of being dropped in the woods, with only a map, and 1 week to make it back. I set a record, completing it in 3 days, and, for a while, they actually suspected I had a vehicle stashed somewhere. Night Stalker was 6 men tracking me after a 15-minute head start, and the goal was to make it back to my unit alive in order to pass. Both times, I killed all 6 men, as they became my prey. A final school in Washington, D.C. lasted 3 weeks, in a secure facility with a class of only 4 other men. We never knew the real identity of one another, so we attended class with a false first name only. And at night, we were locked in a solitary cell. We spent 3 weeks discussing intelligence issues in Vietnam, assassination, sniper hit and run kills, and how to maintain silent unit strategies behind enemy lines. We each had undergone extensive background checks and had top-secret security clearances. By the time I finished, I could kill a man with my thumb and first 2 fingers by pulling his esophagus through his throat, and could pluck both eyes from a head in 10 seconds with my thumbs. My shoelaces became a weapon to strangle. I could stab the temple with a toothbrush, blindfolded, drive a plastic stick into a potato, or the heart of a man, and had become an expert with a custom 9-inch knife I had made especially for me. In the end, I shot 10 out of 12 aspirins before they hit the ground. The only problem, at that point, it was all on paper and training. 203. On April 17, 1967, I was a 19-year-old kid, sitting in the open door of a fully loaded Huey A1S chopper, with a knot in my stomach that hurt so much it felt like I had taken a massive sucker punch directly on the navel. No, it was worse than that, General. It felt like someone had a hold of my navel with a pair of vice grips and was trying to pull it off my body. I will never forget that feeling. The chopper was one of 2 special ops choppers assigned only to our unit and were always on alert. After 2 days of briefing on my assigned unit's objectives, I was repeatedly reminded, capture is not an option for you, Roger. You will take your own life with a grenade in your mouth, we cannot allow any publicity. Our clothing was black like the Viet Cong, we didn't wear tags, and there was no identity on our person. Even our weapons had no numbers and were fitted with custom silencers. Everything, including the flight, was classified and undocumented. Special operations inside of Cambodia and Laos near the Ho Chi Minh Trail never happened, at least not on paper. My unit, codenamed Cherry, was part of 2 larger covert operations commonly referred to as Oplan and Phoenix. Under Oplan, we assisted in supplying information and coordinates for bombing Viet Cong troop movements and supplies on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Phoenix was a CIA operation that included the assassination of any leaders, or Viet Cong sympathizers in Vietnam, Cambodia, or Laos. That list included a large number of government leaders. My drop-off point was on the western Cambodian side of the Ha Drai River in a procedure they called a drop and run. As we lifted off, Gunny Corporal Monroe Johnson said he expected only a small possibility of any enemy fire, commenting, "But you never know." Warrant Officer Randy Costa, on his second tour said, "We have a 25-minute ride, and we should arrive as expected at late dusk, near early dark." He began instructing me on the procedures of the drop, explaining that I would have 10 seconds to rappel. If you are not on the ground, turn loose of the rope and fall the rest of the way. If you don't, I will be airborne, yanking your ass in the sky, so turn loose by 10 seconds. You got that? I will hover at a higher altitude, traveling 30 seconds north and 30 seconds south, for your protection. If I draw fire, I will be back for a snatch and grab, so you be ready. If I don't draw fire, that doesn't mean the bastards are not down there. It can mean they see you. I hope that someone in your unit will be on the ground waiting for you. If they are not, your map has the mark point that will lead you to Play Cop, their last known location. 204. I do not need to explain to you, if they are not here, you are in a very dangerous position, as both the VC and your own unit will kill you if they suspect you are the enemy. As we arrived, they wished me good luck. I rappelled down the line, counting to 10 in cadence with every heart throb exploding in my throat. Nervously I lost count and dropped the line 8 feet up, well in advance of his lift-off. On the ground, I moved rapidly toward the mark in the jungle with every nerve ending in my body electrified by fear. Reaching my mark point on the edge of the jungle, I sat quietly, listening to the chopper take off to the Vietnam side of the river until I couldn't hear it anymore. Sitting alone in the jungle, the terror of being completely alone in a mysterious, dangerous place nearly broke me to tears. None of that fucking training had ever prepared me for this. The deafening quiet of loneliness in the jungle caused my mind to amplify the smallest of sounds. Was it an enemy, or a stalking tiger? It was fear amplified 1,000 times more than my childhood, as I realized this was the real home of the boogeyman. He was never under my bed or in the closet. Slowly, I began to calm as I sat there for 20 minutes, waiting for my unit to make contact. My clothing clung to my body, soaking wet from fear. I reflected on Sergeant Gore's statement, "Let fear be your terrorizing master." And at that moment, I finally understood what he meant. After another 10 minutes went by, I began to think rationally, knowing my only option would be day travel to play cop, so I needed to find a place for the night. Crawling back into the open field, I was able to see the landscape, and picked out a hill where I would have a vantage point. From there, I knew I would be able to hear or see anyone coming from almost any direction. Finding a dead tree, I dug out a space under the trunk, keeping most of my body hidden from view. I positioned myself facing outward, covering myself with branches. With my special issue CAR-15 carbine under my chest, and a Colt 45 1911 in my hand, I dozed in and out of sleep, propped up on my elbows. At early daylight, I remained under my tree, watching two men in black moving a good distance from the bottom of the hill. I thought, are these my guys in black or their guys in black? I had left my custom knife in an area where I knew they would find it, with a note saying, "I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill." As they looked toward the hill, I made one flash with my light, and they came toward my location. We did not speak, writing our names in the ground. They instructed me that we must go quietly and quickly, as they handed me my note to eat. 6 hours later, we arrived at the unit's location, a hollowed-out ledge that overlooked miles of jungle. 205. First Lieutenant Brian Cargill ran the unit, and from the first moment we met, I did not like the man. I don't know why. He was just one of those people that you see and form an opinion about for unknown reasons, even to yourself. A silent unit remains as noiseless as possible, and that included not speaking. We used the dirt to communicate, writing on the ground, and any necessary conversation was at a low whisper, directly to the ear. Silent units do not allow whispering for casual conversation, and during surveillance, we only used hand signals. Weapons use was only as a last resort. Even with silencers, one shot carried the danger of calling hundreds, and we were only 6. After about a month, I was doing well and adjusting, as we fed intelligence to command and control for coordinated bombing runs. We saw literally tens of thousands of North Vietnamese and massive supplies on the Ho Chi Minh Trail that were coming from the Soviet Union and China. It was a well-known fact that the KGB helped North Vietnam with intelligence. One afternoon, the VC had moved through the area, and were about an hour south of our location before the scheduled bombings were to begin. We remained at the location because the lieutenant signaled that he wanted a closer look at the trail. Everyone objected. It was a risk we need not take, but when the bombing began, he commanded us to follow him. We were tracking the trail at about 100 feet off the main trail for several miles, when we came upon an opening that went underground. The area appeared to be used frequently, because the paths were well traveled, clearly marking the entrance. We positioned ourselves at the rear exit, and the main entry was on the other side of a small hill that led directly onto the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Looking at me, Brian motioned me to go down for a closer look. My mind thought, are you fucking crazy? As my body got up, I began to work my way to the rear entry. Once I was at the entry, I looked up at Brian, and he motioned for me to continue inside. The rest of the unit objected to his decision, but he motioned me inside again. I bent over and crawled down through a small snake-like space that opened into a larger area. Expecting darkness, I realized that I could see because of a light shining down a corridor, and it suddenly went out. Standing against the inside wall, I was frozen in terror. My eyes had not yet adjusted to the darkness, so I closed them for quicker adjustment, and immediately my hearing took over, listening to every sound. In the distance, I could hear random noises that sounded like bare feet in wet mud. My instincts told me to back out of the hole. My only problem, I was not sure which direction the feet walking in mud had come from. 206. Standing with my back to the wall, I could feel the beads of sweat popping out all over my face, and several were already running down my cheeks. My face felt so hot that my running sweat felt cold. Opening my eyes, I realized they had adjusted to the darkness, so I stayed put, looking for any movement or motion that would validate a change in sight. Pulling my knife from my leg strap, I began to play back in my mind what I had originally seen about the room and corridor before the light had gone out. It was then I realized the best place for me to be was on the other side of the room. If anyone came down the tunnel, instead of being seen, I would have the advantage. From the other side, I would also be able to watch the hole I had crawled through to enter. I had no sooner worked my way to the other side of the dark room when, like a ghost in the night, oh, my God, he stepped from the corridor and stood 2 feet in front of me. Instinctively, without thinking, as fear raced through my veins, I grabbed the top of his hair, pulling his head backwards, and exactly at the same time, I slit his throat. It was so well timed, he could not have had a clue because there was absolutely no struggle from him. My adrenaline, fear and strength was so strong at that moment, I had nearly decapitated the head from his body. Although I was in the dark, my mind processed everything, vividly, to my psyche. My initial response to his warm blood gushing all over my arms, face, and chest was one of horror, making it nearly impossible for me to breathe. I wanted to run out of the opening, crying and screaming, "No, no, no, I want to go home." Afraid of making any noise, I picked him up, his head dangling from the rest of his body, and carried him to a spot down the wall, away from me. As soon as I laid him down, I heard someone coming, and it sounded as if they were calling for the man. My mind was full of live energy, and my body was pumping on pure adrenaline as I backed up against the wall. When he appeared in front of me, I noticed he was shorter in stature, and grabbed his hair. It was much longer than usual, making it easier for me to pull his neck back. Creating only a small sound, I laid him with the other body. Again, I wanted to run out the door when the light came on a second time, allowing me to see the concave room I was in, and the short connecting tunnel. Looking down the tunnel, I saw the light was originating from the next connecting tunnel. If I could make it to the next corner, I might be able to see how many there were. I never looked at the 2 bodies on the ground, staying focused on the danger I felt and the fear within me. As I arrived at the end of the tunnel, another room appeared, stacked with canned food and bags of rations. 207. No one was in the room, so I moved toward a pile of bagged rice against the center wall that would provide me with sight of both connecting tunnels. I laid my rifle against the large pile of bagged rice, kept my knife in my right hand, and took out my revolver. Terror struck. As I heard voices coming, I thought maybe this was the wrong spot because I felt like a rat, trapped in a corner. One person entered the room. Breathlessly, I watched and listened as he spoke with at least 2 others through the connecting tunnel. Walking around the room, he took various items from the piles. I thought to myself, "Keep quiet, let him go back into the other room." My next train thought was, "No, you need to get him while you have him." Watching his shadow on the floor, I could see he was working his way toward my location. When he reached for something on the stack in front of me, I stood up and grabbed his shirt, stabbing him in the heart, throat, and temple. For the first time, as I held his shirt, I saw terror and death in the eyes of a man. He made enough gurgling noises and little cries that the men in the connecting tunnel immediately blew out the light. After the light was out, they began to call for him. As soon as I laid him down, I immediately worked my way to the front of the tunnel, into position. For what seemed like an eternity, I waited, not moving from my spot. It was dead silence, the silence before death. None of us were about to walk down the 6-foot tunnel that connected us. It was dark. So dark, that I could not see my hand in front of my face. After a long time, I began to wonder if they had gone out the other entrance. I slit 2 holes in my scarf and tied the headscarf to cover my face. I put my knife back in my leg strap and my revolver in the holster. At this point, I figured it was going to be open hunting season for them and me. No sooner had the thought come into my mind, when they fired a few rounds down the tunnel in an attempt to draw fire from me. I stretched out in a prone position on the floor, knowing that my next decision was a sure death move if they could see me. I slowly moved my head out, at floor level, until I could see down the tunnel. After approximately 5 minutes, they fired another round down the tunnel. It came from the back left. I could not see the other side of the room because the tunnel wall was blocking my right side view. Throwing a can of food into their room, I drew fire from both sides of the room. The muzzle flash was greater on the left, revealing to me that was the short side of the room. At the exact instant they stopped firing, I crawled down the hall several feet on my stomach and went full throttle firing to the left. 2 feet from the entry, I started spraying the room to the right as I pushed my body forward with my feet. 208. We both made small noises as we were hit. I kept my rifle pointed in his direction and was about to pull the trigger again, when suddenly, he was on top of me. With a swing of a knife, he nearly cut my eyes out. During the fight, I struggled to gain control of the hand with the knife, and felt several punctures enter my body during the struggle. Finally, I took control of his wrist. I remember thinking how little his wrist was as I rolled him over onto his back and grabbed his throat with my right hand. Applying all of my weight and strength against his body, I squeezed the small throat with all my might. Losing his breath, he dropped the knife as he attempted to use both hands on my wrist to free himself from my grip. In the terror of my own fear and the desire to live, I released my grip on his neck. Instantly I drove my thumb and fingers through his skin. Reaching inside, I grabbed his small esophagus, pulling it forward from his neck and feeling his last breath in the palm of my hand as he collapsed. Sitting up in a bloody daze, I began to assess my physical condition. The first question that entered my mind was why my unit had not come to help me. They had to have heard the shooting. Not knowing where my rifle was, I reached for my Colt, in case there were more. Suddenly, immense pain struck my nose and mouth as the butt of a rifle smashed into my face. The force knocked me to the floor, and I instinctively began firing in a pattern 2 feet wide, nearly emptying my pistol. Lying there, I waited for another attack. After a bit, I staggered to my feet. My face was in excruciating pain, and my mouth felt like there were pieces of gravel in it as I started spitting out teeth. I had to lift and pull my bottom lip free as several teeth were stuck in and through both lips. My entire psyche started screaming, "I want out, get me the fuck out of here." I was bleeding everywhere. My eyes had so much blood in them that I could not open them. That wasn't the problem. Using my headscarf to clean the blood from my eyes, I felt my eyelids pulling away from my face. Entering a state of near shock, I carefully felt my face with my hands and found one eyelid nearly torn from my face. It was barely attached to the inside area near my nose, and hanging down on my nose and face. Immediately, I became nauseated and began to vomit profusely. Followed by overwhelming fearful thoughts of what my actual physical condition might be. Get a hold of yourself. Knife in one hand and pistol in the other, I went to the next tunnel, unsure of what I would find. As I entered, I stumbled over another body, taking no chances. I shot the outline of the silhouette in the head. Turning down the tunnel, I was overwhelmed with physical pain as the adrenaline began to wear off. A strange grief, laden with massive sorrow, swept through my heart, making me an emotional wreck. 209. The reality of the events was already beginning to haunt me. I wanted to shout or cry but did not have the strength. I fell to my knees, and then to my hands, as I fought to keep myself from passing out. On all fours, with my head hanging down, in the quiet of that moment, I heard a sound and realized it was my own blood dripping to the ground. Raising my head, I looked toward the end of the tunnel where a small amount of light appeared. The line between reality and insanity is incredibly thin. At that very moment, in front of that light, there you stood. General George Washington, in full dress uniform. Your white hair was neatly combed, blue jacket with gold tassels on each shoulder, sword at your side, clean, white pants, and shiny, black boots. I saw you standing there, waving, wanting me to come toward you. I wanted to rub my eyes to see if this were real, but knew with my eyelids slit it wasn't possible. All the while, you continued beckoning me to come. With all my strength, I stood to my feet, saluting you, General. Do you remember when I asked, General, why are you here? You never responded or saluted me back. You just kept waving for me to come toward you. As I approached, I could see the exit, and you stepped aside for me to pass. Stumbling in and out of reality, thinking that my mind was playing tricks on me, I began to deny the existence of you, and I headed toward the tunnel exit. At the exact moment I was directly in front of you, the silence in the tunnel cracked with a bone-chilling tone, when you said to me, Soldier. I turned with my back against the dirt as a numbing fear hit me, that possibly, this was real. For the first time, I remember thinking that somehow I had crossed from life into death. As I looked you in the eyes, I will never forget how intently you looked at me. Your eyes told me that you understood my fear and pain. As you spoke to me in the dead silence of that small tunnel, I heard your words ever so clearly, and they have stayed with me all of my life. My first wish is to see this plague of mankind, war, banished from the earth. I stumbled in my mind, grasping for reality. In just a few more feet, I was outside, staggering toward my unit as several men disobeyed the lieutenant and came to my rescue. As I sat on the ground with several men giving me first aid, the lieutenant, standing next to me, motioned for two men to go through the tunnel system looking for documents. My emotions quickly changed to violent rage. Infuriated by his hand movement, I took my knife from the leg strap and stood to my feet, quickly sticking the knife under his chin with one hand behind his neck, inserting the tip in his bottom jaw. No one stepped forward to stop me, and Brian was not about to move. 210. With my lips and mouth a mess, my words slurred as I said, if you ever send anyone into another hole while I am alive, I will kill you. I do not remember much about the journey back to our Mark Point pickup, but the men indicated the lieutenant carried me the majority of the 4-mile journey. Because of the breach in security, our unit had to evacuate. The chopper I rode in was ready upon arrival, with medics taking me straight to Pleiku 71st Medical Evac. Lieutenant Brain stayed with me for several days, and then one man from our unit was with me the 9 days I spent in the hospital. One phrase kept repeating itself in my mind as I lay in bed, healing, war is a necessary evil. Every time my mind repeated the phrase, the only answer that returned to me was, war is evil, there was nothing necessary about what I did. There were 7 dead, General, and 1 was a woman. They put my eyelids back together, 1 bullet went through my leg with no bone damage, 8 teeth were missing, and 6 others were broken so badly they would need to be removed. I had a broken nose, multiple cuts and stab wounds, my mouth required upper and lower lip surgery, and a total of 83 stitches. All in all, not bad. While in recovery, I saw you several times, General, and I thought you were stopping by to check on me. The psychologist visited me every day, trying to evaluate my mental trauma, and I never told her about you, General. After that my unit went into Laos while I had another few weeks of healing and some follow-up work on my mouth. Sitting in the club one afternoon, doing in a bottle of Jim Beam, a man touched my shoulder, and as I turned around, there stood Squirrel. My God, it was good to see a familiar face. As we finished the bottle together, he commented on the condition of my face. Laughing, I told him, I ran into Sergeant Gore, but he found no humor in my joke. He was doing long-range reconnaissance patrol, LRRP, with the 4th Infantry, looking for the same thing I looked for, only he was on the other, legal side of the border. He had a few additional treatments of liquid antibiotics, for a nasty infection on his leg before returning to his unit. We drank until we could drink no more and agreed to meet in the morning. I never realized the next day, that I would want to go back and do some small part over. Squirrel and I met at the hospital for checkups. After he had undergone a round of antibiotics, we left to eat and spent the morning talking mainly about his family. He told me, occasionally, he was able to speak with them, having missed his son's first birthday. 211. His daughter was 3, but talking as if she were 16. Roger, I pray every day, asking God to help me make it out of this insanity. Expressing his love for his family often brought tears to his eyes. It was a clear morning, so we decided to take a walk through the city and look around. As we walked past the fun house, the girls smiled and waved for us to come in. We waved and continued down the street and past the market. After only half a mile, we lost interest in the locals and headed back to the base. Walking past a small school, we noticed children outside doing what kids do all over the world. They were running, playing, and laughing even in the midst of war. As we approached the end of the school building, a little girl came running out of a house adjoining it, smiling and speaking in Vietnamese, her arms out, beckoning for Squirrel to pick her up. Instinctively, he stooped down, picking her up as she put her arms around his neck. He hugged her as if she were his daughter. As he looked at me with tears running down his face, I could not help thinking, I hope God answers his prayers. This man needs to go home to his family. Turning, I saw a small boy coming from the house, and as I turned back around, looking at Squirrel, he blew up. Stunned by the blast, ears aching, and with new shrapnel wounds, I found myself covered with chunks of human flesh. Dazed, I saw a woman pushing the little boy to go toward me, as children on the playground, in order to see the blast, ran toward the fence and not away. I repeatedly shouted, "Dung Noi! Stop!" The boy kept walking toward me. When he lifted his hands and smiled, I pulled my revolver and shot him twice in the head, then ran toward the house. Inside, I found the woman. I killed her instantly in the same manner as the little boy, as a man ran out the back door. 212. I ran him down in front of a crowd of screaming people who were getting too close, so I spun in a circle, pointed my gun at them, and fired several rounds just inches above their heads. I was so enraged, General, I could have killed every one of them. After they stopped approaching me, I walked up to the man on his knees, pulled his head up, and made him look at me. I held eye contact with him for what seemed like an eternity. Death and shooting him did not seem like enough. For the first time in my life, I wanted to do more than just shoot him. Hearing the military police coming, I shoved my gun into his mouth full force and executed him. Then I made a mistake, one that I will never forget. I went back to see my friend Squirrel. Have you ever had one of those days where you wished you had done something different? Sitting in a hospital bed with new stitches from shrapnel wounds, Lieutenant Brian walked in, ordered me to get dressed and took me immediately to our chopper. The base commander had started an investigation, and there was no way that was going to happen. On the ride over, Lieutenant Brian explained we were a unit of 12 men, with 2 fronts of interest in Laos. We were doing surveillance from Taiche, up to Ban Cha in Laos, along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Headquarters of the Phoenix Operation Cherry was supplying us with the locations of people along the route they designated as sympathetic with the VC, and we were conducting eliminations as well as troop surveillance. I want you to take the Taha area, and I will take the Ban Cha area. Are you physically able? Or do you need more downtime? He asked. Except for the fresh stitches and new shrapnel, I am okay. Still dazed and sickened from the images of Squirrel, I thought to myself, you cold-hearted bastard, you never asked me about my friend Squirrel. You fuck me over, Brian, and I am going to blow your fucking head off. For 3 months, we ran surveillance, and my group performed 9 eliminations that were mostly small farmers suspected of helping the VC at night. We did eliminate one government figure that took 2 of my best men 4 days of travel to his home and back. For some reason, Brian seemed to be more active in the eliminations, doing 5 times as many as we were. Early one morning Brian broke radio silence and we received one word. Vacate, which means to pull up and run to the mark point pickup. I broke protocol and asked to speak with for Brian. A forward spotter a mile out reported the VC was doing a wide sweep in Brian's direction. I suspected, because of the number of contract eliminations along the trail, that he had drawn unnecessary attention. 213. There were troops a half-mile to his right, traveling south on the trail, so he was covered on 2 fronts. Brian repeated the order to vacate, telling me they were going to make a run in our direction and would meet us at the mark point. I objected to his order, and every man with me agreed to wait. We were not going to vacate in case Brian needed help. I put a point man on the hill to notify us and placed everyone strategically, laying out phosphorus grenades and ammunition across a 300-yard front on our right side, leaving the north for Brian and his men, if we needed it. My point man came down from the hill, reporting that Brian was about half a mile out. It looked like the VC were at least 4 deep, coming at him from the north, and troops on the Ho Chi Minh Trail were coming from our right, as well. Evidently, they had spotted Brian on the run and were closing in on his right without him being aware of it. We were directly in line where Brian was expected to show up. I had a raw nagging feeling in my gut this was not going to go well. When he arrived, he positioned 3 of his men facing the VC from the north and 3 to our left. Are you fucking crazy? There aren't any forces coming from that direction. I asked him to put all of his men in a top flank position. In the middle of my complaint, the shooting began from my men to the right, making Brian's 3 men useless and subject to fire flak from rounds missing my men on the right. The idiot had placed his men with their backs exposed to crossfire. To get them out of the fire flak, I shouted for them to move up in a line together and then spread out. I don't know if it was pride or being afraid to admit that he was wrong, but Brian ordered them to remain in position, and as he did, his face exploded. It looked like 11 against 1100, so I picked up the radio and ordered a direct hit on our location using Willie/Peter White phosphorus and napalm. I knew that my decision could kill every one of us. All I could do was hope that upon impact, we borrowed enough time to do some serious running. If there was ever a hell on earth, that is what happened next. Suddenly the devil showed up, raining fire from heaven all around us. We fought for our lives together second by second. Looking through the fire and smoke, I saw men consumed by liquid fire. Running 1 second and consumed by fire the next second, they fell like human torches. I ordered the men to a full circle for protection. There were 3 dead, including Brian. Each man next to a dead man placed a phosphorus grenade near the head to remove or disfigure the face. There could be no possibility of identification. Everyone pulled on my mark, and we ran at the same instant the devil showed up again with another round of bombing. 214. As fire fell from the sky, it landed so close we could feel the heat. Turning to run with smoke and fire all around, I was not sure which way, but there you were, General, waving me to come as we ran to our mark point pickup. They gave me a battlefield commission to second lieutenant, 4 Purple Hearts, and a Silver Star during my first tour. As they pinned the medals on me, they talked about honor, sacrifice, bravery, heroism, and duty to my country and fellow soldiers. Not one time did they mention the dead, the missing in action, or the fact they knew how they died and where they were located. Not one time did they mention Squirrel or his family, or 2 dead children, or the 7 dead in the tunnel who all had families, as well. War a necessary evil? Standing there that day, the United States government declared that I was a war hero. They made it sound like I belonged to a special club of brave, honorable men, when I was only a 19-year-old boy, scared to death, and nothing I had done was honorable. When they pinned those medals on me, I felt dirty. I didn't understand why I felt dirty then, but as my sleepless nights came, I began to comprehend. Too much blood and death were in those medals, they came at too high of a price for me to receive any kind of honor from them. It is a filthy act of war to honor situational murder and call it bravery. At least it was in that war. I spent 2 more tours, receiving more Purple Hearts than I had fingers on both hands. By the time I was 21 years old, my war atrocities had exceeded every serial killer in the United States to date. Tonight, I know the internal conscience of my soul will handcuff and shackle me once again, as I wait for another guilty as charged verdict by sunrise. Sergeant Gore was right. War makes a man soulless. It took me a decade after that war was over before I began to wise up about how needless that war had been. I am still ashamed of the way we abandoned and disgraced the blood of men and civilians. Looking across the kitchen table with one bottle of blackjack down, Roger asked the general if he would like to sit in the living room for a while, and the general replied, "That sounds good, soldier." The house was a throwback in time, much the same way his parents had left it after their deaths. Effie went first, and then Herman about 4 months later. Crocheted doilies made by Effie covered the coffee table and end tables, all loaded with old photographs. The centerpiece on the coffee table was an old black and white photograph of Herman and Effie surrounded by pictures of Roger as a boy. The couch and chair were a 50s throwback in time, covered in plastic, with a multicolored Afghan Effie had knitted. The old shotgun house had that musty old home smell. The floors were unlevel, warped, and creaked with every step. 215. Roger planned to redo the old home, but after being there a while for some strange reason, he felt safe for the first time in many years. After finding a secure, calm strength from the old place, he finally decided to leave it just how it was. The only thing Roger had added was an expensive oil painting of General George Washington in a huge gold frame with a gold plate and the inscription, "My first wish is to see this plague of mankind, war, banished from the earth." Taking a fresh bottle of Jack from the china closet, Roger poured the general and himself another large drink. The general sat in his favorite spot, Herman's old easy chair, so Roger placed his drink on the table next to the chair. Roger always sat sideways on the couch with his feet up where he could see the portrait. "General, I would never have believed when we arrived here 3 years ago that it would have taken this long to figure everything out. My life has been a shit can, I don't have to tell you that. Every paper I read and each piece of the puzzle I fit together proves I was nothing more than a pawn used by the United States government. I was a contract murderer, not a soldier. You know I fought in Vietnam, Panama, Desert Storm, Afghanistan, and Iraq. I did special ops in Nicaragua, Iran/Contra, Lebanon, and El Salvador, as well as performed 57 eliminations in various countries. I am your biggest fan, General. I read your history as a general during the founding of this nation, and your service as president. Somehow, I do not see you as fighting in any of the battles I have been in, but what confuses me is how many times you have been on the battlefield with me. I have to ask why you showed up so many times, helping me to find my way out. When I compare what you did as a commander with your men, I cannot find any correlation in the wars I have been in, and that confuses me. Would you have commanded any of the wars I have been in? Roger, I gave my life willingly to the service of this country as the first general and president of this nation. I fought for a real purpose. Our fight was for freedom and the formation of a new country with valiant men who willingly paid the price. I never lied to the men who fought with me. They understood the hardship and the reason for the fight. I also was clear on what we would have to do in order to obtain a clear victory. I can assure you, not only me, but every founding father of this nation, would never agree with any war you have fought in, Roger. None of your wars had a justifiable purpose. There was not a justifiable reason for the war, no one ever developed a clear plan for victory. War, without the total surrender of the enemy, is not victory. 216. In every war you fought, there was never a surrender by the enemy. Therefore, every war you fought in was unjustifiable according to the mandates of war in the history of man. To me, the wars you fought were a disgrace to the real honor due a soldier. We fought for our right to have a secure place to live in freedom and to enjoy a peaceful life with our families. This nation's freedom has never been at risk, nor was the peaceful security of the American family threatened during every war you fought. We never attacked a country without first being attacked. An imaginary threat is not an attack. The country has been derelict of leadership at every level since and including John F. Kennedy. It is only fitting and proper as the first general and president that I am the commanding general of the army of the dead. I greet every soldier who falls on the battlefield personally, and escort them to my army. There is not a man in my army that was not an honorable soldier. Sadly, my army of honorable men fought and died in dishonorable, needless wars. All of those men had a divine right from their Creator to live their lives to the fullest. The Creator never intended for them to die in valor on the battlefield of a dishonorable, unjustifiable war. I do not have a man in my army, including your friend Squirrel or Sergeant Gore, who died in his last tour of duty, who does not want to return and have the right to live out their lives with their loved ones. The spilling of innocent blood needlessly is not and never will be the purpose of the Creator. It has never been the will of the Creator to give life and then rob a man of his life and his family on the battlefield of an unjustifiable, needless war. I assure you the sin of spilling that blood needlessly will lead to the downfall of this nation. Every family with a lost loved one needs to understand the death of their loved one was not the will of the Creator. Otherwise, we must determine that the Creator is the intentional destroyer of the heart and families. Men will fight wars, Roger. Not even one of your wars was ever necessary. How do I know? In all of your wars, you cannot produce one enemy that surrendered, and you, Roger, cannot sleep because you do not know why you fought them at all. Negotiating with the Taliban, Roger, is not a victory. If the war was valid, there is only one negotiation, the full surrender of the enemy. Each time you encountered me on the battlefield, Roger, it was to take you with me to my army of the dead. To my surprise, you lived. I did not salute you, I do not salute the dead. Since I find no honor in a soldier dying in an unjustifiable war where the enemy is not going to be conquered. You were supposed to die every time I showed up, and somehow you kept avoiding death. 217. You were supposed to die in the tunnel. You were supposed to die with Squirrel and you were supposed to die with the 3 soldiers the day you killed Brian. So, you know I shot him. Yes, I do. There were 17 times that you saw me on the battlefield throughout your career. Every time, you were supposed to die, Roger. You became a curiosity to me, so I visited you in the hospital. I was convinced the Creator had a plan for your life that is not finished. I suspect it has something to do with the maze of documents you have collected all of these years. I know what my life has been, General, everything you said was correct. What frustrates me is I do not know how to get even for what they have done to me and others, especially the men in your honorable army, General. If there is one thing I ask from the Creator, it's that I be granted the wisdom and power to bring real honor to the men in your army, General. As Roger drifted off to sleep on the couch, looking at the picture of General George Washington, the night court began. As he approached the judge's bench in handcuffs and shackles with his head down, the prosecutor read the charge, 1 count of murder in the first degree for the murder of First Lieutenant Brian Cargill. The occupant of a disturbed soul cannot possibly understand where the line resides between reality and phantasm. Or can he? 218. 16. Predator. A hungry hawk eyeing a lone field mouse never blinks or moves its head. 6 men stood in a line, staring through the glass window. The eyes of every man, just like the hawk, vigilantly stared at the object of their affection behind the glass. Several were close enough to the glass for their breath to appear on the surface. Breathless best described the men and the object of their affection behind the glass. Sitting in a yoga pose, Molly was in a state of meditation, preparing herself mentally for her upcoming master belt match. In typical Molly style, she wore a red, skin-tight, one-piece bodysuit that revealed her every treasure. With her legs folded, arms at her sides and palms up, she epitomized posture-perfect yoga. For the hawks on the other side of the glass, it was the centrifugal parts of her axis that held their attention. At the core of her anatomy, protruding through the bodysuit was a large, perfect camel toe outlining her Venus flytrap. Sam found himself remembering her private candle-lit show, thinking, the suit does not do those lips justice. These guys would fall down if they saw them in person. Staring through the glass, each man's individual mind entertained his own personal playground experience with Molly. Molly searched for the right experience in her mind in order to focus her energy on the match. This was a serious match, with full body contact and helmets only. Mentally, she needed a reason to remain focused. Several images appeared and then disappeared, floating in her subconscious mind. In the darkness of her mind, with eyes closed, there was nothing but black screen silence. Scanning the darkness, she saw a small dot appear in the distance, about the size of a period at the end of a sentence. What is that? She thought to herself, as the dot appeared to be slightly bouncing around. Continuing to focus on the dot, she realized it was moving directly towards her at a very high rate of speed. Afraid, yet captivated by the speed, Molly realized the dot was beginning to grow in size. Like a star traveling in deep space darkness at hyperwarp speed, the tiny dot grew into a large ball, waves of power radiating from its sides. It was too late to get out of the way, and without warning, the huge ball of white light exploded in her mind's eye, erasing the black screen darkness. So powerful was the impact, her body lurched backwards. Scanning the white light, a small word appeared off in the distance, heading towards her at the same rate of speed. Stopping just inches from impact, the word predator filled the screen. 219. Molly watched in total concentration as the word faded away, and an old black and white movie of her family began to play. From a vantage point that few ever have the opportunity to see during their lives, the first thing that stunned Molly was the obvious abject level of poverty. Unable to grasp where the images were coming from, since the family never owned a camera, Molly felt strange as she watched several images of light-hearted play as her siblings chased the dog around the yard. Her mother stepped out onto the porch. As she began to wave, Molly noticed a warmth in her smile, something she had never seen as a child. The film began to flicker like an old movie that was about to go out as the scene changed. Disturbed by the scene, Molly tried to open her eyes and stand up, but her body would function. The severe gravity of her childhood nearly forgotten, Molly watched as the old school bus pulled up in front of her home. Her psyche flooded with long-buried emotions, and she watched a small, frail Molly step from the school bus. Alone at the bottom of the hill without a coat, she stood trembling, cold and wet, afraid, her face pale and her lips a grayish blue from hiding in the snow all day. Her clothing was not fit for the trash can. As the camera came closer, the blurred image became clear. She was wearing those large, smelly men's work shoes. This was the day I wore the smelly shoes to school. Walking up the drive towards the shanty at the top of the hill, Molly noticed the trash-filled yard had several old, rusty barrels for burning trash. Old car parts and tires were strewn everywhere. Slush and snow filled the ruts in the muddy drive. The snow was above the tops of her old wet shoes as Molly walked along the side of the rutted driveway. In her mind, Molly stiffened again as the movie showed Carl driving his old truck down the ruts, splashing her with muddy slush. She stood there crying as Carl got out of the truck and shouted, telling her to get out of the way. "I hate you," she cried, running to the house with Carl chasing after her. "You can settle that later, Carl. Your supper is ready. Molly, you get back out there and get some more wood." It's gonna be a cold one tonight, Molly's mother yelled. The reality of how little care anyone had for her astounded Molly. As she watched the movie, there was not a kind word or a personal concern of any kind. She was such a tiny little girl, and her physical condition was horrible. Again, Molly tried to open her eyes and get up, but her body would not move. Please stop, her mind screamed. I know what happens next. Please, I beg you to let me go. I want new shoes, please. 220. Girl, there ain't nothin' wrong with the shoes you got. They smell and have holes in the bottom, and the kids in school have nice shoes. I want new shoes, please. Let me see them shoes, he said, taking one from her foot. Looking at the shoe, Carl said, now, that's a damn nice shoe. You see how much heel is left on that shoe? Carl took the shoe and hit little Molly in her forehead with the heel of the shoe. With every question he asked, Carl shoved the shoe into her face, snapping her head back. Do you see how good that heel is now, Molly? How does that shoe look now, Molly? Do you like the shoe now, Molly? I hate you, I want new shoes. At those words, Carl began to beat little Molly with the shoe all over her body. Pulling the other shoe from her foot, he then beat her with both shoes. When he was finished, he threw them out the front door. There, now you have no shoes, Molly. Lying on the floor, with a huge knot on her forehead, lips and nose bloodied, Molly looked up at her mother. She was cowering at the corner of the table while Carl sat down and ate his supper. The movie suddenly stopped. The screen in her mind went white and the words "Stop the Predator" appeared. Leaping to her feet, Molly peeled off the red bodysuit, reached in her bag, and put on her karate clothing. Walking to her locker, she grabbed her helmet from the shelf and stepped from the room without speaking a word to anyone. She walked to a corner in the arena and stood alone, waiting for her match. The men stood, dazed, absorbing the memory of her naked body as she changed clothes. Several started to approach her, and Sam cautioned them. I think it best if we wait until after the match. Everyone knows it is not like Molly to walk past us without that cheerful smile or a cute comment. She seems pretty focused, and there were some rather strange body movements while she was on the floor meditating. Molly's match was the main event of the night. She did not have to beat the master to gain her master belt, she only needed to score enough points. Looking at no one, she stepped onto the mat, bowed, and began to warm up. The group was surprised at how quickly she moved and the high level at which she kicked during her warm-up. Focused and intense, Molly had not acknowledged anyone. Roger, watching her moves, commented, "That is one tough, physically fit little woman." 221. I'm not so sure that I would want to take her on in the ring or in bed. Hell, that woman could fuck you and then fuck you up. Everyone had a terrific laugh. When her master opponent entered the ring, Molly's eyes locked onto his every move like a magnet. From the opening, Molly did a quick scissors high kick, slapping her opponent on the side of his head, followed by a barrage of chest, head, and stomach punches. Backing away, she spun and landed with a solid, spinning back kick, followed closely by several leg kicks to the thigh and calves, and two more hard kicks into the ribs that sent resounding thuds when they made contact. Match point, game over, 3 broken ribs. Failing to follow protocol, Molly seemed focused on continuing the match, not realizing it was over. Sam jumped to his feet and ran to the edge of the mat, shouting, "Molly, Carl is not here," several times. Turning to look at Sam, reality returned for Molly, and she bowed to the master and earned her master's belt. Returning to his seat, Sam reminded Steve about his desire to question her, and that if he did, he should be near a door, wearing fast-running shoes. Whatever happened, I don't want to know. Carl's her father's name. How did you know that she had mentally gone to that place? Steve asked. Just a guess. I think she would have killed her opponent tonight had this not been a contest. If you fully understood what Carl did to her as a child, you would understand why. If you want my advice, there is one other situation where you should never use the name Carl while you are with her. Sam said. What's that, Sam? Steve asked. Never use the name Carl when she has your cock in her mouth, Sam said, smiling. You know about that, Sam. Remember, we both investigated each other, Steve, Sam said, smiling. Molly walked up after the ceremony, all smiles with her new belt, and everyone congratulated her on her stunning victory. I was so focused, I guess you guys got quite a show when I changed clothes. I can't believe I just whipped it out right in front of everyone. All of the men made light of the naked event, assuring her it was no big thing. Molly, it's not like we have never seen a naked woman before. Smiling at them, she said, who in the hell do you boys think you are bullshitting? Never in your lives have you seen anything like this body. Now, let's go have a drink to celebrate. You boys get me drunk, and you never know what you will see, right Sam? Winking at them, she walked to the dressing room to change. 222. Now that's, Molly, Sam commented, to the laughter of everyone. If that other Molly ever walks past you without speaking, run like hell. Jerry added. After the celebration, Molly left the bar, walked to Scott's car, and handed him a card with her phone number. Scott, about to enter his car, looked at the card. He asked, "What is this for, Molly?" Without any warning, Molly slapped him across the face, pushed him up against the car, kicked him between the legs, turned and started walking away, saying, "I will give you 3 days to call me for a private ass whipping, or I will whip your ass for free in front of everyone." 223. To take peace from the earth. 17. And that people should kill one another. The second horseman revealed. The one who sat on it, and there was given to him a great sword. After the debacle with Larry's shirt, Molly thought it best that she receive Sam's permission before she organized a new feature at Woodstock 69. Hell, I nearly killed him the last time. It took a full-body candle show in his shower to restore his color, she thought, laughing to herself, and that damn Christina got the benefits. Sam questioned her about the new feature the same way Peter Falk would have on Columbo, but Molly remained secretive about her intentions, promising him only a large increase in business on slow nights. With $1,000 from Sam and her creative juices flowing, an excited Molly kissed his cheek, remarking, "You've seen my body, Sam, my brains are even better." Several weeks had gone by with no results, and Molly was missing from the bar more than normal. Cornering her when the situation permitted, Sam would question her whereabouts or try to poke his nose into what she was planning. Molly remained tight-lipped and replied, "Sam, you know I am a very discreet, professional businesswoman, I don't kiss and tell." She followed this with a peck on his cheek, a wink, and not another word. She always left Sam hanging about whose professional business she was up to, his or hers. Her exuberance, mystique, and charm were what made Molly, Molly. Sam was addicted to her youthful, refreshing outlook on life and a lover of her teasing games she played with him. Thursday afternoon late, Sam sat in his study, researching documents from Abraham Lincoln's life, when the phone rang. "Hello, Sam, this is Jerry. I know this is short notice, but the group was wondering if we could move our meeting up to tonight, instead of next week." 224. Several things came up, and some of the group can't make it next week. Everyone is dying to hear Roger's military secrets presentation. Not a problem, Jerry. I will call Sonny and have him hold your table. If it turns out to be another slow Thursday, I will close the bar down for better security. I wasn't planning on going to the bar tonight, but I also have a great interest in what Roger has to say. That is, assuming it is okay for me to sit in. Of course it is, Sam. Everyone expects you and Molly to be there. Have you heard about Scott? No, I haven't seen him since he showed up as a bum, Sam chuckled. A couple of guys mugged him last week, and he spent several days under a private doctor's care at home with Stone Cold Samantha. That woman gives me the creeps when I am around her. Those two have one of the strangest relationships on the planet. My girlfriend says Samantha is the queen of country club lesbians. Perhaps that is why Scott stayed away in Washington so much. Anyhow, he didn't report it to the police because of media exposure, but when I saw him, Sam, I tell you, they beat the living shit out of him. His face was a mess, and he sat on a blow-up tube. You know, the kind women use after having a baby? If I didn't know better, I would guess they boinked him, he said laughing. It seems like Scott's transition to retirement has been rough, Sam replied. You do know he was the president of the most powerful group of politicians in Washington, a group known as the Cigar Club. I think they fucked him over and forced his retirement. Now, it appears, they might have actually had him fucked to make sure he keeps his mouth shut. I think it would be wise for your group to find out what Scott actually knows about the inside workings of politics in Washington. That information may be critical in developing a plan of action in the future. I knew he was a player in Washington, Sam, but I don't think anyone in the group knows how much, or has ever heard of the Cigar Club. For me, personally, this is the first time I've heard the name of the club. I agree, we need to find out how much Scott really knows. I will pass it along and look forward to seeing you at the bar. Saying their goodbyes, they both hung up the phone. Sam decided to arrive early at the bar to make sure that seating near the group's table was restricted. Stepping inside the front doors, he could not miss what Molly had done. A large, old wooden shipping crate sat in the center of the bar, replacing several tables. The box looked like a professional stage prop, painted with a dingy yellowish-brown antiquing. 225. Stenciled on either end of the rectangle-shaped box were the words Speaker's Corner and Soap Box. A microphone lay on top of the box, and off to the left was a large, circular Japanese gong in a black wooden frame. Unwilling to eat another piece of humble pie, Sam thought it best that he listen to Molly before opening his mouth. After last month, he fully expected that anything could happen in his bar, or at home, when Molly was around. After an hour, the place was dead, with only 6 people in the bar, and still no sign of Molly. The regular group had arrived. Scott looked presentable but sat rather gingerly. While shaking hands with everyone, Steve informed Sam that Roger would not arrive until around 9, explaining that he was eating dinner with a friend. Motioning to the customers, Sam remarked, if his material is that sensitive, perhaps those 6 will be thinned out by then. Do you have any reason to suspect your bar has been bugged? Steve asked. I have less suspicion than Larry's place. Since my visit to his building, I have been watching the security videos every morning and have seen nothing. At this point, I think we are still okay. Larry spoke up. Mine are clear, as well, Sam, and I have some cameras they would not detect because they were installed by the master himself, Roger. Maybe this week we can get together again, Larry, so you can explain how and why God knew Lincoln would do what he did. You have me hooked, Larry. I was home studying Lincoln, trying to figure it out, when Jerry called about the group meeting tonight. What's the box for, Sam? I don't know, it's something Molly has done again. This time, I am going to hear her out first, he said, laughing. I do not want another silent moment similar to what I had last month with you, Larry. Gentlemen, your drinks have arrived. Excuse me while I investigate the reason behind the box. Questioning Sonny and Willis on the whereabouts of Molly or the box's meaning, Sam found them to be just as clueless as he was. Walking over to the box, he examined it for a possible hidden latch where Molly could pop out but could not detect one. A grand for this, he thought. He picked up the microphone and walked around the box, kicking it several times to see if it was empty. Still puzzled, he turned to greet some customers sitting in a window booth as 3 buses, loaded with people, pulled up out front. Watching the first bus unload, it looked like an invasion of the Grey Panther Society. There were several with walkers on wheels, and a few had portable oxygen tanks. 226. The next bus was full of professionally dressed, middle-aged people, and the last bus contained young college students. Molly stepped off the first bus wearing a business suit, and her jacket was covered with past presidential election buttons. Clipboard in hand, she looked like a tour director as she led people, wearing stickers that said MSNBC, Fox, or CNN, into the bar. As promised, Molly packed the place during a time when Sam and the group wanted privacy. As if she were a little girl at a parade, completely electrified with excitement, Molly was on her tippy toes, smiling and waving to Sam, over the crowd, as she bounced up and down. Sam could tell she was extremely proud of her efforts, and was hoping he would be pleased, as well. Wait a minute, he thought. She knew I was not coming in tonight. What if I'd stayed home? What would she have done? I get it. Heading over to the group's table, Sam's chess player mind scanned the table as Jerry quickly looked the other way. It was obvious both he and Scott were avoiding eye contact with him as they tried to appear in deep conversation with one another. You guys were in on this, weren't you? Looking at him, Jerry said with a smile, who can resist Molly? We have all been working together with her for the past 2 weeks. What she has done is incredible and exceptionally interesting, Sam. I think you are going to enjoy tonight. I know I am. We are all curious about the final results. The results about what, Jerry? The woman is a genius, Sam. I think this could catch on all over the nation. At first, I was a wee bit skeptical, but now, I am convinced she is onto something big, Sam. Are you going to get to the point and tell me what this is all about, Jerry? Cool your jets, Sam, I'm getting there. All of these people know about Woodstock 69, but none of them has ever been to this bar. I will let her explain the business part, Sam. If I were you, I would take her on as a full business partner in a heartbeat. Get to the point, Jerry. Each group that got off the buses didn't know anything about the other group, until now. Each bus had exactly 10 addicted news junkies that mainly watched CNN, MSNBC, and Fox. There are 30 CNN viewers, consisting of 10 college-age students, 10 middle-aged, and 10 seniors. The same demographics are in the 30 MSNBC and 30 Fox addicts. I told you, the woman is a genius. Sam looked over at Molly as she seated each group in their respective sections, and still had no clue as to what the purpose could be. 227. Picking up the microphone, Molly stood on the box and began to speak. That man over there with the puzzled look on his face is the owner of Woodstock 69. Everyone, say hello to Sam. Hello, Sam. Sam waved as Molly continued. As promised, your first drink is on the house. With a surprised look of dismay on his face, Sam thought, great, there goes another grand. This better be damn good, Molly. Sam. Molly shouted across the bar with both hands on her hips. I've seen that look in your eyes before, shall I pre-order your humble pie from the kitchen now? Sam shook his head, smiling, waved his arms no, and took a seat at the group's table. Molly continued. In this room, there are 90 addicts. News junkies who live, eat, and breathe every word out of the mouths of the talking heads on their respective channels. You are about to witness a first-ever test on factual news reporting. The number one question we are here to answer tonight. Is it possible for a news channel to report just the facts? For 1 week, these junkies went cold turkey with no news and no television. This was the detox stage, what we called a clearing of the mind, if you will. We monitored every home with cameras, and the participants agreed to have their televisions removed. Everyone, please wave to your moving crew, sitting at the same table with Sam. Thanks, Jerry, for the storage space. Sam smiled at the group, shaking his head as if they had pulled one over on him again and thinking to himself, God, I love this woman's energy, and the sweetness she brings to my life. Molly continued. The second week we returned their televisions, and they watched old reruns of Walter Cronkite's news broadcasts from 1962 to 1981. Each person wrote down any of Walter's comments they considered personal opinions, spin, deceptions, or any shading of facts. I have seen the lists, and they are quite long. The final week, they watched all three major news channels MSNBC, Fox, and CNN for 2 days each. Again, they wrote down every time they felt the news was biased, full of spin, deceptive, or a shading of the actual news facts. The reason for this study is obvious. We did this to expose the deceptions of each news organization, and to raise public awareness about how deceptive the news can be. What motivated the study? Look at my buttons of past presidential elections. 228. Not one election in the electronic age has escaped biased news reporting, spinning personal opinion, and intentional deception by the news media. We are going to hear some comments from each group in a bit, but first a few preliminary results. I think you will find them pretty surprising. After watching only 14 news broadcasts by Walter Cronkite, each group reported between 85 and 116 biased or opinionated comments, or a clear distortion of the facts, by Walter. All three groups had a combined total of 322 times where they considered Walter had crossed the line, deviating from the facts. All 90 participants considered Walter's statement, on February 27, 1968, and I quote, "It seems, now more certain than ever, that the bloody experience of Vietnam is to end in a stalemate, to be a flagrant violation," expressing his personal opinion rather than adhering to the facts. During the third week, these news junkies watched 2 days of each news channel. Listen to what these ex-news addicts were able to hear from the media they used to trust. All of the groups reported between 287 to 356 times they detected bias, spin, opinion, or a distortion of the facts. They had a staggering total of 955 times where reporters crossed the line, deviating from the news facts. When we compare Walter's number of 322 biased reports to today's media of 955 biased reports, folks, we are in a spin zone mess. 127 times, the combined groups considered the facts so distorted by the news journalist that the entire broadcast was rated a complete fabrication, resting in the opinion of the broadcaster, rather than facts. I must admit, I never expected such amazing results when we started. I privately participated in this experiment, knowing beforehand that the news media was a sick source of information. I was surprised I could detect an increase in the subtle innuendos by reporters after just 3 weeks. In a rare tone of anger, Molly declared, "I don't know about you, but to me, the number 955 is way off the hook." Crossing the line that much represents a staggering reality of the serious infection they inject into society. Raising her voice even louder, she shouted, "I think the media is a boil that we the people need to pop, by turning them off." Molly paused as the crowd began applauding her comment. As ex-news addicts, it is your turn to deliver the news. I am opening the microphone for you to talk about how this study has affected your life and the way you watch the news. When you speak, if anyone in the bar thinks you are offering personal opinion rather than the facts about your favorite station's biased reporting, you will be gonged. She demonstrated by hitting the gong. Anyone can gong you, and if they do, they must explain why. 229. If the people agree that you are opinionated, you will have to step down. However, in the interest of peace, the person who gongs you must buy you a drink. "No fair getting gonged intentionally for a free drink," she said, pointing the microphone at the crowd. Before Molly finished speaking, a small black woman stood up and made her way to the speaker's box. Pushing a walker with an oxygen bottle attached, she reminded Sam of Cicely Tyson in the Rosa Parks story. "My name is Ms. Mabel Watson, thank you, Jesus," she said, as her body shook with a twitch. "We finally got a black man in the White House. The president is doing a good job, he ain't lazy, he gets up early, and he's a hard worker. When he gets done playing house nigger and cleaning up the mess Bush left him, you all will see what he can really do." The room exploded with laughter, shocked faces, and random clapping. As Mabel adjusted her oxygen and took a couple of hits, someone shouted, "I want whatever she's inhaling." "Looky here, now, you sit down, I'm not done. Obama ain't no Muslim. We know that because he knows Reverend Wright, and he is a Christian. I was a Republican when I was young, but I found out that is Whitey's main party. They ain't never been for nothing but business, and only a white man's business at that. They want to cut everything, welfare, Social Security, unemployment, and Medicare. Gong. Mabel, thanks for teaching everyone how CNN has influenced your life. I will say I loved your analogy of Obama cleaning up Bush's mess, and I think there may be something politically correct in your description." Taking the gong handle from Sam, Molly said, "You are out of the game, sir, no more gongs for you. Make that a tall glass of sippin' bourbon, straight up, Mr. Sam," Mabel said, smiling as she winked at Sam. "You do know she just took me for a free glass of sippin' bourbon on purpose, don't you?" Sam whispered to Molly. "Just the line about Obama and Bush was worth a bottle of sippin' bourbon, Sam," Molly whispered back as she handed the microphone to a young college student from the MSNBC group. "Hello, my name is Nathaniel Miller. I will try to be as honest as my infected news-biased heart will allow me. After watching the old Cronkite newsreels for a week, I must admit I began to listen and think objectively about what Walter was saying in relation to the facts. His bias was much more subtle than we hear today. To me, there seems to be an all-out war to influence the opinion of every viewer. I think you are right, Molly. 230. It is a serious illness in our society. I no longer watch MSNBC and am thrilled that my previous hero, Keith Olbermann, is gone. Now, I hope his copycat female version, Rachel Maddow, follows in his shoes. Chris Talk Over Everyone Matthews is a subtle injecting opinionated reporter. Would someone, please, put a sock in his mouth after he asks a question? I say, Morning Joe is Goodbye Joe, along with every other biased person on MSNBC. After I kicked my old MSNBC buddies to the curb in 2 days, I started watching Fox for 2 days. All I can say is, what the fuck is that? Everyone burst into laughter, and many jumped up, applauding. After the crowd had calmed a bit, Nathaniel continued. Every show on that channel is nothing but obvious spin, bias, shading of the truth, and outright lies. I was encouraged when they kicked Glenn Beck to the curb. I know we have a demographic of Fox viewers, so I would like to ask you a question. With a show of hands, for Fox viewers only, how many consider Bill O'Reilly the most biased spin doctor on Fox? A woman in the Fox section stood up and shouted at Nathaniel, lump O'Reilly and Hannity together with the three Morning Stooges, Brian Kilmeade, Steve Doocy, and Gretchen Carlson, and call for a vote. Well done, replied Nathaniel. Only 3 people out of 30 did not raise their hands. The CNN side of the room sat stunned at the honesty of the Fox News crowd. The same woman in the Fox section stood up and said, "You keep going, young man, you are doing a good job. Make your mama proud." Thank you. In fairness, I must admit that during my time watching Fox, there was one good reporter. He delivered the news with an almost undetectable level of bias or spin. Out of all channels, I thought Shepard Smith was the fairest reporter on television today. The Fox crowd seemed to nod in agreement. Other than that, it was obvious to me, the interviewers handpicked the supposed authorities to provide the same slanted views. Several times, I witnessed reporters shutting down opposing views, and I saw several that had their microphone turned off or disconnected by the interviewer. Most of the hosts on Fox seemed angry, disrespectful, and had a self-righteous attitude against an opposing view. One lady I watched, and somebody, was the most arrogant. He was interrupted by a man in the Fox section who shouted, "Colder, and colder. What an idiot she is." Nathaniel responded, "You took the words right out of my mouth, sir, I had to turn her off. My God, the woman makes Sarah Palin look smart." The entire bar erupted in laughter again. 231. Topping my list is O'Reilly. I found him to be the slickest spin doctor, followed by the obvious, self-righteous anger of Hannity. I still have not figured out why they have a preacher as a newsman. Anyhow, here is my honest challenge to CNN viewers. Take the same poll, and let's see if we can educate each other and move the ball down the field. I thank you, Molly and Professor Walker. The university is buzzing about this experiment. I thought I recognized a few faces, Sam thought. He found Nathaniel to be a smart, insightful young man. The bar was buzzing with business, and the kitchen was sending out food by the cartload. Sam looked at Molly sitting in her chair. This woman is remarkable. She's right, there is so much more to her than just a body. I can't wait to hear her explain how she came up with the idea and where the people came from. Mike Dugan stood up from the CNN side of the room and said, "Nathaniel, thanks for your candor. Your points of view were on target. In the bus on the way over, we had nearly the same discussion, and Jack Cafferty is hands down the winner for choosing the questions and influencing the answers. Roland Martin and Donna Brazile are racially biased, and their comments are racist, so everything out of their mouths is a biased infection to the viewers. Fareed Zakaria is a token Muslim with pro-Islamic views, and Paul Begala is so narrow-minded that he cannot see, think, or hear." CNN has the largest list of guest clowns, starting with James Carville and ending with his polar opposite wife. For the most part, we all agree, we no longer care to watch CNN. Laughing, Mike continued. As a group, we did have one other thing in common. We could not determine if Wolf Blitzer was a real person or an emotionless robot. The man is void of being able to express any emotion. Again, the bar burst out in laughter. The same lady in the Fox section shouted, "Maybe you are onto something, we could program a robot without bias and spin to report the news." After the laughter stopped, Mike posed a question. "Where do we go, whom do we watch?" "Molly, you have messed life up for most of us." I found nothing funny about the racism from Mabel's comments regarding the president. I'm sad to think I was just like that only a few weeks ago. Mabel stood up and said, "I was just after some free sippin' bourbon, Mike. I am tracking with you, I think this needs to spread all around the country before the next election. Americans need to think for themselves again." Laughing as she finished her sippin' bourbon, she smiled and said, "By that time, Obama should have the floors all cleaned up." 232. Sam shouted across the room, "Will someone gong her, so I can send her another drink?" The lady is a hoot. People continued to line up at the microphone, wanting to express how the news study had affected them. The group at the table began their own discussion as Scott spoke up first. "Every politician knows elections are won or lost in the media. I agree, I don't think it is possible to have a reporter report just the facts." "Why not?" Larry responded. "What if it were the law? News can be written without the influential sick bias of Rupert Murdoch at Fox, Ted Turner at CNN, or Bill Gates and MSNBC. Most Americans do not understand the political views of three men drive the media in this nation. Murdoch could stop that biased bullshit in 1 second. He is a businessman, it's all about money. The only thing that is fair and balanced to him is the bottom line. Steve spoke up. The worst part of our news is not biased political reporting. They also report every crime with implied opinionated bias. Often they try the accused in the media before the poor sucker even has a court date. I say report the crime, but there should be no names, no evidence, and no comments from the police or anyone before the trial. That would be the real beginning of fair reporting and justice for the accused. The jury pool will be cleaner, the lives of the victims and the accused will remain private until a trial is over. Make that a law and you can change the country. What about free speech? Asked Jerry. It's not a free speech issue, Jerry. It is about protecting everyone's rights until after a trial. Free speech is not the issue today, it is about the nosy press, ringing the cash register with needless innuendo and drama. Look at what they did to Patsy Ramsey and Richard Jewell, the suspected Olympic bomber. Innuendo by the press destroyed both of their lives. Tell me you think Casey Anthony deserved to be a media soap opera. We listen to electronic idiots like Carville or O'Reilly, and people take them as credible sources. I will bet you, O'Reilly is as much a pervert as his former producer Andrea Macris said he was. The man sure spent a lot of money shutting her up. Carville, now that guy is a Mardi Gras clown if ever there was one. Sam could not keep quiet any longer. I would like to invite each of you to my home to discuss the possibility of becoming part of your group. Pausing a bit for responses but receiving none, he continued. Listening to your insights over the past weeks, I think we are all headed in the same or a similar direction. Pausing, he waited again for a response and received none. Behind Sam's back, the moment he issued the first invitation to meet in his home, the doors to the bar had opened. Nodding and pointing in that direction, Larry beckoned Sam to turn around and look. 233. This is going to hurt, a little bit. Standing on the platform at attention was full bird Colonel Roger Majors, wearing Army cavalry dress blues. Spectacular in appearance, with the commanding presence of a Supreme Court judge, perhaps even the president, Roger was a remarkable sight. A crisp, white, John Wayne-style cavalry hat with gold-crossed tassels in the front sat atop a cleanly shaved head. Both shoulders of the jacket had 5 gold braids, signifying the rank of a full bird colonel. At the ends of the shoulders were gold epaulets. A gold-braided rope was around his right shoulder, hanging across his chest like a pocket watch chain, connecting to the first gold button on his uniform. A pearl-handled sword in a shiny silver sheath hung from his waist. The only thing missing on his uniform was the normal display of chest medals. He remained at attention on the platform until Molly walked over to him and took 3 small white boxes he held firmly in his white-gloved hands. In a professional slow cadence, the same cadence to which soldiers carry a casket, Roger walked with military precision in his every movement until he stood atop the box. The visual of Roger, in full cavalry dress blues, was statuesque in appearance and immaculate in presentation. He was a virtual living portrait, without a speck of dust. Pivoting at a slow, precise, 45-degree turn toward the group's table, he spoke for the first time. Samuel Walker, front and center. Without another word, in slow motion, he rotated back around, facing the 3 groups of news junkies. Up until that moment, Sam had been so enthralled with Roger's charismatic appearance he had forgotten about the special gifts from Roger and was reluctant to get up. Larry looked across the table at Sam and said, "Do you really want him to come over here and get you, Sam?" Cold body sweats hit Sam as he stood up, realizing that once again he was stepping into the unknown. 234. Silence filled the room as Sam walked toward Roger, who was standing at attention on the box. Stopping several feet from the box, Sam looked up at the statuesque pose, unable to detect the slightest movement, not even breathing. Intimidated by the image and stern fixation on Roger's face, Sam felt a bit fearful. Roger had not moved or looked at Sam as he approached. He remained robotically frozen, his eyes appeared to be fixated on a place in his mind that only Roger knew existed. The silence in the bar was deafening. Afraid to speak, Sam could hear his own labored breathing and felt the pounding of his own heartbeat throbbing in his neck. In one instantaneous move, Roger drew his sword and turned sideways. Using the entire force of his body, Roger lunged in a full half-moon circle with the sword fully extended. The movement occurred with such lightning speed, the mind could not fully process what it had seen. As the blade flashed in the light, slicing through silence, its sound reverberated throughout the room, cutting the silence in half. In one flinching blink of the eyes, Roger was standing at attention with the sword blade upright beside his head. Unable to comprehend the entire 2-second transformation, everyone gasped for breath as the slicing sound continued to echo throughout the bar. Sam's mind reeled to comprehend how it happened, and just how much, or what, he legitimately saw. Molly sat in stunned amazement, realizing her new master black belt was no match for what she just witnessed, or did not see at all. With the blade beside his head, exactly level with the top of his hat, Roger lowered his head and looked directly at Sam. "Sam, I am a trained murderer for the United States government. Many years ago, I was a young boy full of fun and life. Tonight, I stand before you as a man void of life in search of rest for my lost soul. In my military career, I have taken lives in order that I might live. As a government intelligence operative, I was a professional hitman on behalf of the United States government, trained to kill on command and without thought. Under orders, I killed many innocent people who were not trying to kill me. People that my government said were a threat to America, the world, or democracy. People who never saw it coming, they never had a chance to defend themselves or fight back. I murdered fathers, mothers, even children, trusting completely in my government's judgments." The atmosphere in the bar had changed, as the chill of death seemed to cling to the grave coldness in his words. Roger's open admission, calling himself a murderer for the United States government while dressed like a soldier, was an image no one ever imagined they would see or hear. His choice of words had stunned them. They were clear and direct with heavy, meaningful weight. 235. During my military career, my body suffered every wound imaginable. For each of those wounds, the United States government gave me a Purple Heart. If I had kept them all, the Purple Hearts alone would have covered the entire front of both sides of my coat down to my waist. My body is full of scars, holes, and pieces of shrapnel that I refuse to let them remove. If I took off this uniform and stood before everyone naked, you would all be horrified at what the United States government has done to me. On my body, I bear the marks of a slave master's cruel insolence for his slaves, not the marks of a man preserving freedom for a nation or the right for American families to live a peaceful life. Every medal the United States government gave me made me ashamed. In my later years of service, I began to search for more worthy recipients, men like you, Sam, who took a stand against war. On the battlefield, I have pinned medals on my dead opponents, men of great courage with families, I suppose, who fought against me in one needless war or another. All of my medals are gone except for the 3 most important ones. I have saved them for 45 years, and today they will finally have a proper home. Gesturing toward Sam with open hands, Roger continued. How preposterous it is to me, and should be to everyone listening, that in your efforts to stop war, the United States government shot you with the intent to murder you. Yet, ironically, I stand before you as a human paradox. The very same government that shot you honored me for my wounds, while I murdered people on their behalf. Do you realize that if I had shot you at Kent State and had stubbed my toe, they would have pinned a medal on me? My medals for bravery are but dung. There is nothing braver in the world than a man that would die trying to stop the war. I salute you, sir. Returning the sword to the sheath, Roger clicked his heels, stood upright, and slowly saluted Sam. He held his hand in salute as everyone watched until Jerry shouted at Sam. Salute him back, Sam. Having never saluted anyone, Sam stood erect, watching streams of tears flowing from Roger's eyes. He realized, for the first time, How serious and important this was for Roger. At Sam's salute, Roger ended his. "Molly, will you bring the boxes, please?" Stepping down from the box, Roger took off the old cavalry hat, reached inside his jacket, and put on a beret. After the salute, Sam felt relaxed and calm, until Roger said, "Give me your hand, Sam." Not sure what "give me your hand" meant, Sam stuck out his hand as if they were going to shake hands, and Roger firmly grabbed his wrist. 236. At first, Sam's reaction to Roger grabbing his wrist was to pull his hand back, but the sheer strength of Roger's grip quickly diminished those thoughts. Roger stepped close as he pulled Sam forward, almost into full body contact with him. Leaning forward, he whispered into Sam's ear. "Open your palm, Sam, this is going to hurt a little bit." Chills raced through Sam's body as fear ran a sprint through every corner of his mind. Roger continued to squeeze his wrist as he reached down with his right hand and pulled an old combat buddy from his leg strap. 9 inches of platinum steel flashed in the light, causing every person in the room to gasp. In one swift move, before the gasping was over, Roger cut open Sam's right palm so quickly and professionally that Sam never knew Roger had cut him until Roger turned him loose. Just as quickly, Roger held his hand in the air, cutting the palm of his right hand. He reached out and grabbed Sam's bleeding hand, palm to palm. "Holy shit!" were the only words in Molly's mind, as she watched the blood dripping from their joined hands. Molly visually checked Sam's vitals. Color looked fair, he was breathing a little heavy, but that was to be expected. Sam's look appeared transfixed by the suddenness of the events. He was too afraid to move as they remained locked in a handshake of blood. "Open the first box, Molly." A bit shaky, Molly handed Roger a purple heart with a slight tremble in her hand. Roger's demeanor changed the instant he touched the metal, and he began to speak in a sad, regrettable tone. "Sam, this was my first purple heart. Up to this moment, I have not seen or touched this metal in 45 years. This is the only purple heart that was ever pinned on my uniform. In less than an hour after they pinned this on me, I was so ashamed and convicted in my conscience that I ripped it from my uniform. In that purple heart, Sam, are my first combat wounds. They were numerous and severe. I know in my heart that I was supposed to die that day, Sam, but for some reason I did not." Looking intently at the metal, Roger continued. "If we look deeper inside this metal, we find the lives of 7 dead, 6 men and 1 woman. I was a scared 19-year-old boy when I took their lives in a meaningless fight to the death. Please, listen to me, every soldier of war understands this reality, blood speaks beyond the grave. In our palms are the blood of a United States government murderer and the blood of a redeemer. The needless death of those 7 thanks you, Sam, for being brave enough to stand against what took their lives. Every one of them had a right to live their lives in peace with their families in their country. We were the invaders in their country. I murdered 7 people in a needless war that has benefited no one to this very day." 237. The President gave me a medal for my wounds, while he ignored the atrocities of an illegitimate war. I present that medal to you, Sam, because you were fighting to keep people alive. Releasing his grip, Roger pinned the medal on Sam's shirt. "The next one, Molly. They call this the DSC, Sam, the Distinguished Service Cross. It is the second highest medal awarded, only 1 notch below the Medal of Honor. This was my first medal for an act of bravery, Sam. Again, I was only 19, I never allowed them to pin this one on me. The criteria to receive this medal calls for an act of extreme gallantry, and risk of life in actual combat against an armed enemy force, fighting against the United States. They gave me this because I ordered fire from heaven, Sam. As the enemy was about to overrun us, I ordered napalm bombs on my own men. That act of so-called extreme gallantry killed 3 of my best friends. 8 others, including myself, survived. Looking back as we ran for our lives, I watched in horror as hundreds of men were set on fire as they ran, then walked, before they fell, consumed by the flames of death. It was a sight and sound that no one should ever have to witness. I will never forget the smell of human flesh burning. As his voice began to tremble for the first time, Roger looked down at the floor, projecting the appearance of a little boy ashamed of his actions. Pausing, not lifting his head, he spoke in a small, meager voice as every ear strained to hear his words. Under strict, covert orders, Sam, we blew the faces off of the 3 dead men we loved. People were gasping, others sat breathlessly still, afraid they would miss a word. The government hides their sins under the term missing in action. No one is ever missing in action, that is a lie. Someone always knows what happened. Pictures of those men by the enemy would have brought embarrassment to the United States government. It would have required an explanation to the world about why the United States government had forces in a country other than Vietnam. The haunting reality of Rogers's horrible life experiences first overwhelmed Sam, then Molly, and spread throughout the entire bar. We blew our friends' faces off to cover for the United States government, Sam. Completely broken in spirit and unable to look up, Roger, crying from deep within said. And every day, I see them smiling at me, telling me it is okay. The naked honesty of his heart, along with the tragedy of his life, filled the place with weeping and sorrow. In a strange but unique way, Roger imparted the real horrors of war to the people in a manner that few would ever have grasped. After an extremely long pause, Roger spoke with a clear voice again as men and women continued weeping silently, wiping their eyes. 238. Again, my friend, the dead cry out from the grave to my heart, telling me to give the medal to the Redeemer. He has fulfilled the true criteria to receive this medal. As an unarmed free man, you performed an act of extreme gallantry at the risk of your life. In peaceful combat, you stood against an armed enemy force, the United States government, who shot you with the intent to kill. My 3 friends and hundreds of men burned alive that day. Thank you for your brave resolve. He pinned the medal on Sam. Looking at the people, he said, every man killed in that war deserved the right to live out his life in peace. Taking the last box from Molly, Roger held it to his chest in an endearing silence. The box was worn, a bit dirty from being handled, frayed around the edges, and the tape covering the box was yellow from age. Please bear with me, Sam, my heart cannot find the words to express my true feelings. The weight of Roger grappling for the right words hung in the room like a damp, cold blanket. I have never seen this medal, Sam. I taped this box shut in 1967, refusing to let them present it to me or open it in my presence. I do not understand why I taped it shut. Perhaps I thought it would keep the memories out of my mind. On many solitary nights, this box called to me, and we sat together in darkness, talking to one another. We have been drunk together more times than I can remember. Pausing briefly, Roger said, this one hurt the most, so I will let you decide what you wish to do with the contents. In my body are bits of shrapnel all down my right side. Shrapnel that I refuse to allow the doctors to remove, and the only type of metal I ever will wear with honor. The shrapnel in my body is from my friend, Squirrel. He was standing next to me, hugging an orphan girl, when he blew up, covering me with shrapnel and his body parts. I killed a booby-trapped little boy point blank, as well as a woman and a man, that were both responsible for his death. After another long pause, Roger strained to control his emotions as he said, loud and clear for everyone to hear, my mistake that day was returning to see my friend, Squirrel. What I saw was not human, my friend had no face or chest, yet, somehow, he was still alive and he knew that I was there. Looking down as if Squirrel was lying on the floor, Roger spoke in an eerie, wailing, angry cry. To this day, I still do not know how he spoke. There was no fucking face on the man, not a goddamn jawbone, no eyes or nose. There wasn't anything human left. When I heard him say to me, "Please, stay in touch with my family," the words coming from that body of destruction, knocked me down. I sat and wept openly next to my faceless friend, watching him die as I cleaned his body parts off me. 239. By this point, Mabel Watson was out of her seat, kneeling and praying as if she were in a church prayer meeting. There was not a dry eye in the place. Roger continued to speak in spite of the prayers and crying. At his request, I did stay in touch with his family, and when each letter arrived, I would take this box out of the trunk and read him the latest news from his family. The morning before his death, he spoke to me about how he begged God every day to let him make it out of that hell and safely home to his family. This man was killed expressing love to an orphan child. A man like that should have had the privilege of raising his own children. If there were ever a needless death, it would be my best friend, Squirrel. I lied to him often about his kids, the trouble they got into, and the problems his family had over the years. I know he hears me at this very moment, just as I heard him on that horrible day. It no longer matters that I kept the truth from him, Sam, because Marcia is with him now. She died 3 weeks ago. In my entire military career, I have never fought in a necessary war. It isn't God's plan to take the life of a man in an unjust war without a legitimate cause or purpose. No more than it would have been God's purpose to take your life the day they shot you, Sam. If the war had never been, my friend would not have been my friend, I would never have met him. How I wish that were so. He would have had the privilege of living his life and raising his children apart from the terror and constant fear that needlessly took his innocent life. The evil act perpetrated on Squirrel that day so affected my life it turned me into a raging terror on the battlefield. Vietnam became my personal get-even killing ground. I became a soulless man full of rage. Everyone, please, listen to me. Over 58,000 Americans lost their lives needlessly. We lost the war and ran like sissies. That's the truth. Please, listen, there is an even more profound fact about that war. Another 68,000 American soldiers committed suicide after that war. I promise you, Afghanistan and Iraq will surpass those numbers. What does that tell you about the horrors of war? Over 300,000 American soldiers were wounded or maimed, and the United States government killed a staggering 5.4 million people during the Vietnam War. For what? What would you do if the United States government killed everyone in New York City for nothing? In Washington, there is a reminder of the Vietnam War. It is 494 feet long, and contains the names of those whose lives the United States government needlessly cut short. Hanoi built a wall, similar in style, for their victims, and their wall is nearly a staggering 2 miles long. What a tragic loss of human life. 240. In a moment, I am going to tell everyone what the United States government is actually doing in the world, and why they believed Vietnam was worth killing over 5 million people. Sam looked at Roger and said, "I never understood what you meant when you called me your new best friend. I do now. Your gifts humble me, and I will leave Squirrel where he is, in this box, out of respect to your memories of him. It is a privilege for you to consider me your new best friend, Roger." Standing at his best attention possible, Sam raised his dried, bloody hand. "I salute you, sir." As they saluted and then hugged one another, the people stood and applauded. "Drinks are on the house," Sam shouted. Turning back to Roger, Sam asked, "Did I understand you to say that you are going to explain your secrets to this public crowd?" "Yes, I am, Sam. I am going to give them the facts like they have never heard them in their lives, but I have no intention of revealing all of my secrets or any of my sources. Molly knows this, didn't she tell you?" Standing on the box, listening to their conversation, Molly smiled at Sam and winked at them both, and she turned on the microphone. "Wasn't that amazing? Roger will be back to speak about the hidden secrets of the United States government in about 15 minutes. Eat, drink, and take a potty break. Roger walked to the bar, took a bottle of blackjack, and disappeared into Sam's office. Bouncing off the box, Molly was all smiles as she asked, "So, what will it be, Professor, my body or my brains?" "Molly, you blew me away. Let's go bandage this, I have a lot of questions for you." Walking past the group's table, they stopped to greet everyone. The entire group praised Molly's capabilities, and remarked how fascinating the news group results were. "Hey, you," Molly said, looking at Sam, "let's go fix that hand before Roger comes back and cuts the other one." Molly began bandaging the hand, as Sam turned into Inspector Columbo. "Since these people have never been in the bar, where did they come from?" Smiling at him, Molly said, "It would be better if I showed you." Taking a map from her locker, she laid it on the table. There was a red dot where Woodstock 69 was located with 10 colored circles, 1 inch in circumference. "Since the day I started working, I have asked each customer what part of town they live in, and here are the results. All of those tiny dots are your customers' neighborhoods. Beyond the last large circle is the land of the unknown. They either do not know about this place or consider it too far to travel. I went 1 mile into the unknown, and collected all of these people to participate in our news group test." 241. The college crowd came from every college past that line. The middle-aged professional group came from several corporations and the older group came from retirement centers or luxury condominiums. Sam listened in amazement at how the impish little girl was on her game. "How did you convince people so quickly to give you access into corporations, universities, and retirement centers?" "Sam, please, have you forgotten again how stunning this body is by candlelight?" she asked, smiling as she finished bandaging his hand. "My, what big thick fingers you have," she said, teasing him as she finished bandaging the hand. "Okay, mister, it's back to business. I will bet you there are 90 new customers out there that will come back again. I also bet by word of mouth that their friends will show up in the cash register, big time. Okay, now tell me how you convinced the group to help you." "Hello, again, Sam. What part of me do you think they could resist?" She placed her hands on her crotch. "They saw the goods at the karate center. With one of these, I can have as many of those as I want," she added as she squeezed his crotch. "Isn't that what you told the Muslim women?" Laughing with her, Sam said, "You realize, they all told me I would be crazy if I do not make you a full business partner. The only way I will become a full business partner with you, Sam, is when we perform the last 2 numbers in Woodstock 69. She winked at him. "Oh my, look at the time. We have to go. You know Roger, when he says 15 minutes, he means on the dot." Leaving the room, Sam asked, "One last question. You did all of this for only $1,000. Walking in front of Sam to keep him from seeing her smile, Molly replied. "Why, Sam, you know a woman can stretch a buck better than a man, anytime." As they walked together, she smiled to herself, thinking, "Your grand and Scott's 10 grand ass whipping will do the job every time." Passing Scott, she leaned over to whisper in his ear, "I want you to introduce me to your wife." Scott nodded without speaking. Molly knew she had cured Scott of his sadistic cravings for domination. He would not soon forget her wild eyes as she kept calling him Carl and took Scott to the edge of death 3 times. When he finally gave up, believing he was going to die, Molly brutally fucked him, cut him loose, and left him naked on the floor of an abandoned warehouse. Exactly 15 minutes later, Roger stepped from Sam's office dressed in black with a headband on his head. Stopping at the table, he poured a drink for the general and said, "General, my entire life has led me to this very moment, thanks for being here." 242. I understand now that everything was for a reason, and my real reason for going to war is just beginning. As he walked toward the box, conversations in the room began to diminish. Standing on top, he was dressed in the black clothing he wore in Cambodia and Laos. Molly and Sam sat together near the box. Observing the crowd, he waited for the last few people heading to their seats before speaking. Molly informed me earlier today you news junkies are beginning to understand how the manipulative media distorts the facts. Tonight, I would like to share with you the facts, and only the facts, about the largest intentional distorter of the facts in the world. Please, focus with me. I am going to ask you to come up to another level in your thinking. I will attempt to peel back another layer of blindness that you may be unaware exists in your lives. Yes, we live in a media-rich world where there is news bias, but there is a whole lot more that you do not see. I intend to prove to you that all major news media outlets are little more than personal puppets of the United States government, and you will have to think logically. Since 1946, the United States government has employed some of the brightest minds in the nation and used them in the capacity as professional government think tanks. How would you like that job? Imagine the government paying you to sit around and think all day with a group of people. My question has always been this: how would they know you were thinking? That sounds like an easy paycheck to me, he said, to the laughter of the crowd. Let me explain to you how a government think tank works. The government submits to the think tank a problem they need to solve. These are not math or science problems, they are world problems. They are political science, military war scenarios, or a rapidly developing situation in the world that needs an immediate response. The think tank participants review the problems or questions from every possible angle of human reasoning, thought, and logic. Like gypsies using crystal balls or palm-reading fortune tellers, they peer into the future, offering ramifications or scenarios that could occur from a resulting decision made in the here and now. I know this may be a lot to grasp, but I think it will begin to make sense as we continue. One of the original think tanks in 1946 received this question from the government: how can the United States government control the national media? After several weeks, the government received the first answer from the think tank. First, the minds pointed out a flaw in the question and answered it at the same time. 243. Pausing, Roger asked, would any of you like to take a shot at answering the question of how the United States government can control the national media? With no response, Roger continued. They responded with this answer to that question from your government, and I quote, there cannot be control of the media without the ability to manipulate the media. Therefore, we recommend that the question be rephrased, asking instead, how can the United States government manipulate the media, and resubmit the question. Do you hear their answer? He said, raising his voice. You must manipulate the media if you wish to control what it says. A man in the Fox section jumped to his feet and shouted at Roger, this is bullshit, the government cannot stop free speech, the television media, or the free press. Before the word media had left the man's mouth, Roger was standing in front of his face. Your words say that I am a liar. Are you sure you want to call me a liar, sir? I wasn't calling you. Yes, you were doing exactly that. How many hours a week do you watch the news? Nervously, the man replied, between 2 and 6 hours a day. Placing his hand on the man's shoulder, Roger asked, then would you give me just 15 minutes to prove to you that I am not a liar? Yes, sir, I will. I never meant to call you a liar. Yes, you did. Otherwise, you would have listened and considered my words before you spoke. On his way back to the box, Roger hit the gong and said, that gong is for you. Please send the gentleman a drink, and everyone had a good laugh. When the think tank came back with their first recommendation in 1946, included in their report was the understanding of how they were able to answer the question. They explained that the only way they could answer the question and solve the problem was to think of the American people as sheep. Did you hear what I said? In other words, the think tank needed to view you as timid sheep. Viewing you as dumb-ass sheep enabled them to understand how they could lead you and feed you what they want you to know. After all, they concluded, The only reason for manipulating the press would be to lead the dumb-ass sheep to believe what they heard in the media. Now we come to the heart of the matter. How was the United States government going to accomplish media manipulation? 244. I think you can best answer this with a series of questions. How many news stories do you hear or read that contain information from an undisclosed source speaking on the condition of anonymity? I would estimate, and I think most of you will agree, there is not a major governmental story that does not mention their information comes from undisclosed sources. Be honest. How many of you, by a show of hands, trust the undisclosed sources as credible? Every hand in the news sections went up. Do you want to know why you trust them? It is because you feel someone in Washington is snitching on the government, giving you the inside scoop, so they must be credible, right? Then here is the important question you must answer. How difficult do you think it would be for the United States government to create its own undisclosed sources, using government agents speaking to the media on the condition of anonymity? Watching their puzzled faces, Roger was pleased to see their minds at work. The think tank concluded that the door is wide open for the United States government to manipulate the media, spinning stories or issues the way they desire in order to influence the dumb-ass sheep. Using government agents posing as undisclosed sources, speaking on the condition of anonymity. If you know what I mean. Looking at the man from Fox, Roger said, "Do you think I am a liar now? I'm not finished. Do you realize how ironclad they thought this through? The United States government uses a news reporter's ego against them. We all know that reporters refuse to reveal their sources, and occasionally they go to jail to protect those sources. The government uses the reporter's own ego and the Constitution against you to hide its agents. Do you understand what I just said? Government operatives love the fact that the Constitution protects the reporter, as well as the valor of news journalists who are willing to go to jail rather than reveal their sources. The instant a judge detains a reporter, the United States government goes to work behind the scenes to ensure a favorable federal judge will rule on behalf of the reporter's right not to reveal his secret source. While you think the system works to provide free speech and freedom of the press, the United States government wants to make sure that no one gets to look behind the veil at the wizard who is manipulating everything. If you are tracking with me, raise your hand. Good, let's continue. Ask yourself another simple question. How is it possible that so many leaks and undisclosed sources are always available to the media in Washington? 245. If Washington were full of that many loose-lipped leaks, then would somebody in this room please explain to me how Washington functions? Are there truly that many traitors in every branch of the government waiting to speak as a confidential informant? Of course not. Trust me, Washington is much more secure than all of those supposed undisclosed sources. With the electronic surveillance the government has in their workplaces today, do you really think someone working in the government is waiting to snitch for no money? Why, if there really are so many snitches passing along inside information, has your government not been able to stop or catch one single snitch? Wake up, sheep. Listen to me, this is the inner working of the United States government that wants to keep you informed with an inside scoop from their own reliable agents. That was the final recommendation of the think tank on how to manipulate the media and lead the sheep to believe what you want them to believe. I personally read the report. If the media would stop using undisclosed sources and start exposing them, the American people would revolt in a single day. Government think tanks outsmarted you and the media a long time ago, way back in 1946. What I have shared with you are the facts. I have held personal discussions with any number of military think tanks. They operate on every level and branch of the federal government, developing everything from war strategies, media manipulation, economic spin, even how to quell a rebellion by you. Many CIA and NSA agents live their entire lives as news informants on behalf of the United States government's deceptions. Do you understand what I said? The government gives the snitch a job in the government, so the agent can snitch on the government to the media with the information they want the media to know. That way, the stupid news reporter thinks he has a real inside source. If you do not understand this principle, then, please, report to the nearest flock of sheep heading for the slaughterhouse. Please, wave your hand if you understood how the government manipulates the media. Everyone waved, and Roger smiled, saying, "Good, I see there are no lamb chops here. As Americans, you think we are a country of peace seekers installing democracy around the world, don't you?" The majority nodded in agreement. See what I mean? Using media agents and embellished spin from government politicians, they successfully taught you, as sheep, to think their causes in the world are just. Picking up his sword, Roger drew it from the sheath. The facts are this country takes peace from the earth more than any other country has in the history of the world. From the start of the Civil War to this present day, in the last 152 years we have had only 35 years without war. 246. Stop and think about those numbers, for God's sake. What a staggering fact. I assure you, the United States government did not slumber during the other 35 years. They were busy with covert operations and undermining other world governments wherever they had a future interest. Country of peace, he shouted, questioning the people. You need to wake up and honestly answer the questions, sheep, before they lead you to slaughter. Why has your peaceful government engaged in one war after another since 1861? After the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States government developed preparation war strategies. The think tank, boys and girls, went to work creating every possible scenario for attack and war with any country in the world. No longer would the country vacillate about what to do if attacked by any nation. We devised workable war plans against every country in the world. Included in the plans was the necessity for the strategic placement of American forces all over the world. Today, there are over 1,000 United States military installations in foreign countries all over the world. Did you hear me? He asked, looking at their stunned faces. That's right, I said there are over 1,000 military bases outside of the United States. Now ask yourself, why do we have them? No other nation in history has ever done this before. The American forces overseas are 500,000 strong, and we have military bases, in over 135 countries. Why are we there? There are another 6,000 military facilities within the United States, ranging from active units, bomb storage, and interrogation centers. Why does your government need that many military facilities in this country? I thought this used to be your country. The Navy has 15 flotilla bases, including several nuclear submarine bases that are on the move all the time, locked and loaded for any attack. These are the facts. People, wake up and ask yourself, why do we need this much power? What are we afraid of? I personally know of 137 hidden bases, no one knows they are there, and I suspect there are 500 or more secret bases throughout the world. How can you hide a military base, you ask? Simple, it looks like any other building or buildings in a city. These secret bases are the stealth bombers of intelligence. Staffed with operatives of around 1,000, they live in your home state or a foreign country as citizens in the community. You are under surveillance more than you can ever imagine, thanks to George Hitler Bush. Wake up, little sheep. The think tanks are still thinking while you sleep. 247. Here is a fact that should keep you up tonight, thinking. The United States government has done all of this in light of the facts. Since the bombing of Pearl Harbor, this country has not suffered another attack. If another country has not attacked America since Pearl Harbor, then what in the hell are they trying to accomplish? I do not know about you, but I am quite sure we could balance the budget for the next 100 years if we shut this silly bullshit down and brought our men and women in uniform home, where they should be, with their families. The place erupted with shouts of anger and disbelief. I see you sheep are not sleeping tonight, Roger shouted at them in laughter. It's about time. Wait, there is a bit more. In the late 50s, They sold us the bullshit reason for entering Vietnam was to stop the spread of communism. Let me briefly explain how they sold that concept to the American public. McCarthyism was the first think tank project developed for the United States government's long-range, worldwide military plans. Vietnam was high on our military list of countries to place a strategic military base. McCarthyism embraced the extremism of creating the fear of communism in the sheep. In order to create the fear, the think tank recommended a swirl of media and a believable atmosphere that communism was infiltrating America. Sell that to the sheep, and you can enter Vietnam based on stopping communism. The 50s lit up with fear and accusations when CIA government operative Senator Joseph McCarthy claimed there were 205 known communists that had already infiltrated our government. Using that fear and media hype on the sheep opened the door for our military action in Vietnam. They have been fucking over the dumb sheep for decades. I am going to ask you some questions you cannot ignore. Why did the United States government and Russia negotiate to divide Germany in half at the end of the war? Why were we trying to split Vietnam in half? Why did we enter South Korea right after the Russians entered the North? Why is there still a North and South Korea? You mean to tell me that in 60+ years we cannot get out of that country? Can't those people defend themselves? Today, Vietnam is a thriving country. What happened? Can anyone in this room tell me, and the 5 million dead people, where the evil communists are hiding? Wait, I think I know where they are hiding in the same place where Bush's weapons of mass destruction were found. Yes, they are still doing it to you. They used your fear of terrorism to invade a country without just cause for the first time in history. This warmongering whore is bloodthirsty and will take peace from the earth at any cost of human life. 248. Tell me, or any other soldier that fought in Vietnam, one benefit they or their family derived from that war. Some of the veterans of that war are still so brainwashed many of them think they did something right. Tell me one benefit this nation derived while it murdered 5 million people as the United States government tried to set up military bases like the ones we have in Korea, Japan, Germany, Italy, and Spain. With a loud, commanding voice, Roger shouted, I ask you, as an American soldier, a man of many wars, after 152 years of war and strife, don't you think it is time, finally, for this country to embrace real peace? The crowd jumped to its feet, shouting, yes, and several were saying, I never knew this, why didn't I see this? Roger, calling to them, said, please, let me finish, there is a bit more you need to understand. While we crave real peace, I assure you the monster that calls itself your United States government will not forfeit power to you, the people. They will kill you. This is my opinion. I do not expect you to believe me. Based on the documents that I have seen, America and the think tank minds, at this point, intend to conquer the world. The world should be gravely concerned about the intentions of the United States government. Every nation where we have a military force should kick us out to avoid worldwide disaster. Smiling, he took a long drink from the bottle of blackjack and continued. I stand before you dressed in United States Army issued clothing. As you can see, I look like any other Viet Cong during the Vietnam War. My unit was an undocumented, special operations unit that was part of the U.S. Army Special Forces. We were one of the CIA's many assassination squads. Except for my hospital stays, I was behind enemy lines in Cambodia or Laos. During that time, units like mine were responsible for the execution and murder of over 7,000 people in Cambodia and Laos. The United States government said these people were either helping North Vietnam or sympathetic to their cause. We assassinated village leaders and government officials as part of a CIA operation code-named Cherry. An extremely limited part of the information is public today under the Freedom of Information Act. The CIA also undermined the Cambodian government in another operation called Black Terror. Black Terror destroyed villages, people, or anything they wanted to destroy. Their purpose was to undermine the ruling Cambodian government by creating unrest in the population. In turn, they blamed the attacks on the Cambodian regular army, and the plan worked. 249. It resulted in the overthrow of the government. By covert standards, it was a CIA backslapping success. Operation Cherry assassinated over 1,800 people a month, for a grand total of around 29,000 murders, while cluster and napalm bombs burned over 750,000 Cambodians alive. The murder of 29,000 is a CIA lie. Having been there, I estimate the number to be closer to the 200,000 level in Cambodia and Laos. Why am I telling you this? You need to know what your government, the biggest distorter of the facts in the world, really looks like. If they have agents as undisclosed news sources to distort the media, it should be no surprise to you that they could easily distort the facts of war, especially the war on terror. God, I wish I had the liberty to tell you the truth behind bin Laden. I can tell you this much, or at least make you think by questioning you. Do you really think we did not know where he was? All this bullshit of blaming it on Pakistan is a cover. We knew where he was from the first time his man dropped off the first tape to Al Jazeera television. In closing, this may keep you awake tonight. Nothing like sheep, counting sheep, to sleep. Try saying that fast 3 times, he said, laughing. The think tank kids came up with a new set of war scenarios in the late 80s and early 90s. I read the first plans while I was on active duty during Desert Storm. The brainchildren developed new military plans that included the use of limited, tactical nuclear force against every nation, even our allies. Do you understand the seriousness of what I just said? We have full nuclear plans on how to strike any country, Germany, France, even England, in the event we need to do so. I ask you, where does it stop? I would like to leave you with my best friend's comment. I had the privilege of meeting him many times on the battlefields of the world. A wise general, by the name of George Washington, said, "My first wish is to see this plague of mankind, war, banished from the earth." Picking up the sword, Roger sliced the air several times, bringing silence to the room. Stopping, he stood at attention and said in a commanding, loud voice, "It is the one we think is the peacemaker that comes to take peace from the earth with a sword. He has his armies all over the world. The false peacemaker undermines the governments of the world, killing and causing people to kill one another." Sam sat speechless in his chair. Picking up the bottle of blackjack, and looking in the direction of the table, Roger concluded, "Thank you, General," as he guzzled the bottle. 250. Unable to comprehend his remarks about the general, the crowd rose and applauded, as he made his way toward the group's table. Before he arrived, a man walked up behind Roger, stuck a finger in his back, and said, "I see you received the documents I sent you in Desert Storm, Colonel." Without turning around, Roger replied, "General Brad Breckinridge, I always thought it was you." Turning around, they shook hands and hugged one another as old combat buddies. Sam and Molly were talking a mile a minute, gesturing with their hands as they exited the bar for a private discussion on the second horseman of war. The group stood and shook hands with Roger and General Breckinridge as Roger introduced him to everyone. Steve was the first to comment. "That was revealing, to say the least." Jerry followed with, "Are you concerned that some of this will get out and cause you a problem?" "I never told them the half of it." "They would shit if they knew. Over 1,000 special ops in every state since 9/11 have been collecting data on each of them. The world and the American people are clueless about what this government really intends to do with America's biggest puppet, Israel. Let me say this, and I will tell you the rest in a more secure location. Hypothetically speaking, what if the United States government knew about the impending attacks on September 11 and let them happen, anyhow?" General Breckinridge interrupted. "Roger, I think you need a better place than a bar to discuss those issues." "Just a minute," Scott said. Are you implying the government knew attacks were going to happen and did not stop them? I'm sorry, Congressman. We are not implying anything here, are we, Roger? General Breckinridge quickly responded. Nope. Not at this time. But see me later, Scott. And I will blow your political mind, Roger said, smiling from way too much blackjack. We are moving from the manipulation of terrorism to manipulation of the people. Roger, I think we should take this private, interjected Breckinridge. You're right again, General, he said as they walked away from the group. Looking back at the group, Roger said, I'm drained for tonight, fellows. I think I will take the General home to see what the night brings. They all stood and hugged one another as Roger went toward the back door rather than walk through the crowd of people waiting to speak with him. General Breckinridge, let's meet tomorrow morning for coffee. 251. Thanks, Roger. I am glad you clarified that it was not this general you were taking home tonight, he said, smiling. I assume you are still traveling with General Washington. Yes, sir, I am. What a night, Jerry sat thinking after Roger had finished speaking. Who knew Roger's life was going in that direction in the 60s? Certainly not me, and I am sure Roger would not have believed it himself. The last few weeks, helping Molly in preparation with the news groups, has been a lot of fun. Where is that little ball of energy? Looking across the room, Jerry saw Molly and Sam talking. Giving Sam a hug and a peck on his cheek, Molly began to speak with the news crowd about their bus ride home. Admiring Molly's body from a distance, Jerry noticed a small man walk up and engage her in conversation. For some reason, the man looked a bit familiar. Unable to place the face from his vantage point, Jerry got up to get a closer look. Making his way through the crowd of people, Jerry was about 10 feet away when he read the man's name tag, Fred Diaz. 252. 18. Pity party. Bewildered by the events at the bar, Sam sat in his office enjoying a last cup of coffee, as he tallied the night's take. It seems every time that group gets together, anything and everything can and does happen, he thought, pressing the total button. Well, Molly outdid herself, the total numbers are 5 times that of a normal Thursday night. Maybe Jerry is right about taking her on as a business partner. Telling Sonny to lock up, Sam waved to Molly, giving her a thumbs up sign and a big smile as he left through the back door. Getting into his car, Sam was angry and despondent because of the revelation of the red horse. The drive home was one of misery loves company, as he regretfully questioned himself, why have I bothered to search the mystery of the 4 horsemen my entire life? Walking into his study, Sam stepped over several stacks of books and sat behind his desk with his feet propped up. In a state of semi-anger, he sat quietly, clenching his jaw, staring meticulously at the first 2 horsemen for over 10 minutes. Finally, speaking in a loud, angry voice he said, "Wasted. That's what I did. I wasted 30+ years of my life, searching for an answer to your mysteries. And what did you do? In less than 1 month, 2 people in the bar have revealed both of you to me, as if I am some kind of buffoon." A loud voice growled back. "Are you happy to find out, Sam, or is this all about your bruised ego?" Jumping from his chair, stumbling over some books, he gasped, "Geez, Molly. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought the damn thing was talking back." Laughing from the doorway where she had cupped her hands as a megaphone in response to Sam's personal pity party, Molly said, "Well, if the poster had answered you back, I am sure it would have said pretty much the same thing. Lighten up, Missy. I have a right to be disappointed after putting so much of my life into solving this mystery. In my wildest imagination, I would never have expected everything that happened in the bar tonight. Just a few hours ago, I was home minding my own business, studying Lincoln, still trying to digest the first horseman from last month, and wham, here comes the red horse of war. Here you go, Sammy boy." Mystery number 2 solved. 253. Not only did I hear a clear and precise revelation on the red horse, but also, evidently, someone, somewhere, thinks I needed a full-blown living demonstration from a man with a sword in his hand. Special delivery for Professor Walker. Here is your red horse, served on a silver platter, with a side order of ignorance. Pounding on his forehead, Sam would not stop. Hello, stupid. Knock knock, is there anyone home? He made fun of himself for feeling ignorant. If you still don't get it, then wait. I will deliver it to you by a military genius with access to top-secret documents. There, now do you get it? See how easy it was to figure this mystery out, Sam. Looking at Molly, he angrily said. I invested 30+ years of my life, for what? To feel like an idiot. He turned, striking the poster with his bandaged hand, which began to bleed again. Now look what you've done, your hand is bleeding, and you splattered blood on the poster. Good, that's all I have left. It sucked the rest of my blood out, a little at a time, over the last 30 years. Sit down and let me fix that, Molly said. Don't you think you are being a wee bit over the top about this, Sam? She retied the bandage. Molly, when Roger stood there with that sword in his hand, saying the one we think is a peacemaker is actually taking peace from the earth, once again I found myself speechless. What is it about not being able to speak every time I am around that group, he said with a pensive smile. Talk about something being right in front of my face for my entire life. I never once suspected the United States government would be a part of the mystery of the Four Horsemen. When in reality, they should have been at the top of my list because it was the fucking peacemaker who shot me at Kent State. Sam shouted. You have to know how disappointed I am at not being able to figure out the first or the second horseman. Stop it, Sam. Your ego and the little boo-boo on your hand will both heal. I know, without a doubt, that you have not wasted a single moment in your study of the Four Horsemen. Take a step back for a moment. Have you forgotten that we are the only ones who know that Lincoln and the Red Horsemen fit the mystery exactly? The fellows in the group think Lincoln stole the deed of ownership from we the people. Neither Roger nor anyone else in the group is at home discussing the conquering horse or the red horse of war. Everyone thinks Roger has reliable, usable insight if they decide to develop a plan of action. Sam, we don't have the whole thing figured out, and you know me, I don't understand how or when the Red Horseman seal was opened. So you got some splainin' to do, Lucy, Molly said, laughing. 254. By the way, don't you think Roger's presentation was stunning tonight, Sam? Molly asked. I'll say this much, I don't care if the man has an entire regiment of imaginary generals following him around or the eyes of the devil himself. The man is a military genius with a wealth of insight into the plotting schemes behind the United States government. That is not what I meant, Sam. I meant stunning, as in hot-looking in his uniform, Molly giggled. Girl, what am I going to do with you? Put your panties back on, Sam said, smiling at her. Now, that's the Sam I know. One thing is for sure, Roger made it exceptionally clear that the Red Horse of War is alive and working diligently all over the world. In a short period of time, the damn thing has established over 1,000 military bases covering the globe, with another 6,000 in our own country. I don't know about you, but when I heard those numbers, they were mind-blowing. I cannot imagine sitting down and developing such a massive strategy for covering the globe with strategic military forces. To accomplish that, Molly, the problems are almost insurmountable, based on cultures and the diverse government structures there are in the world today. I don't fully understand how the United States government pulled it off. This type of planning has to be extremely high level, with a network of the most sophisticated minds in the world. The negotiating to accomplish such a monumental task would have to be secretive, and at the highest unknown levels in Washington. I think it was high political manipulation in every country and lots of hard cash paid to corrupt leaders. Look how many billions we have pumped into corrupt Pakistan for the right to fly a drone. Roger is right, this is cause for grave concern. Looking at the poster, Sam questioned, what in the hell does Washington have to do with the Four Horsemen? It seems at this point, Sam, Washington is the home for at least two of them, Molly said. I am angry at my own stupidity, Molly, more than the way the horsemen have been revealed, Sam said in an apologetic tone. It sure doesn't sound like that from where I sit, Molly answered. Having vented his anger, Sam spoke calmly. I always thought the mystery of the Four Horsemen would be solved with a natural, understandable answer. In the same manner my other essays solved religious mysteries. What do you mean, Sam? 255. Well, think about my last two essays. I destroyed mystical Judaism and Israel to the world by proving they are nothing more than a bunch of Gentiles practicing an old religion in the Bible. Up to that point, they had fooled the entire world into thinking they were the real Jews in the Bible. I destroyed their mystery by using their own natural understanding of biblical Abraham. I also destroyed the mysticism of Islam, with all its mystical, religious virgins, by exposing it as a foaming, fraudulent lie based on pure plagiarism. Every study that I have done throughout my career, I've successfully destroyed religious mysteries and false doctrines with the use of natural facts. My reason for doing this in my last essays was to show the world and the UN they made a huge mistake in 1948 when they granted Gentile Zionists land that belonged to someone else. Which leads me to my present concerns and why I'm angry at myself. You see, this time the damn formula has completely reversed itself. Instead of me disproving a mystery with the use of natural facts were used to reveal the mysteries of the first two horsemen to me. Oh my God, Sam. Now I understand why you were upset, Molly said. Do you? Because there is still a huge mystery here, Molly. If I am fair, I must apply my own rules to myself, he said, smiling. Okay, now you have lost me. Using my own rules, the art of deductive reasoning, where the simple, natural facts, like proving Abraham was a Gentile, will lead you to the truth. I find myself trapped like a rat by my own study methods, Sam said, mocking his study methods. What are you saying, Sam? You see, Molly, if I disprove a spiritual mystery with natural facts, then it was not actually a spiritual mystery. Now I have a mystery proving itself to me with natural facts. For the first time in my life, I must admit, we are dealing with a very real, supernatural, spiritual meaning behind the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Something I never considered. I spent 30 years running down a blind alley, trying to disprove the mystery with natural facts. Now, I find that natural facts are proving the mystery is real. Looking at the poster, Sam said, I don't believe a human mind could have ever solved the mystery of the four horsemen. In its own sweet time, the mystery decided to reveal itself to me through extraneous sources. You were right, the group does not understand what they are uncovering, and I am sure it will be some time before we completely understand what we are supposed to know. Flustered, Molly quipped, you do this to me every time, Sam. 256. You explain the crown on the rider, and now you see the mystery in a way I would have never thought to look at it, Sam. I told you, I know in my heart that you, Sam Walker, are a crucial key to solving this whole thing. Are you saying this is a supernatural power, Sam, like in demons and angels stuff? Presently, all I understand is that the revelation and manifestation of the first horseman worked through Lincoln, as he turned this country back into a government controlling the people. Since then, the second horseman of war has grown by leaps and bounds, working through the United States government. Only a supernatural mind or power would be capable of developing that many military bases in the world. I don't think we are discovering something the world has never seen before, nor have we discovered a new form of evil in government. I think what we are doing is beginning to understand how these powers, or spirits, collectively affect the world at large as they work through governments. This time, Molly, I have a gut feeling this thing has a plan so powerful that people all over the world will shit themselves in fear when they encounter the real wrath behind this hidden monster. I have no other name than monster for something with 1,000 worldwide military bases. Another difference I see between this monster and others who attempted to conquer the world in history, is this one is smarter. It established an operating base within a world superpower, and I think it is prepared to fight hard to ensure that its plan is perfected into the world. This thing, whatever it is, seems to be alive and is a master at manipulating world events. My bet, it is a power in its own right, whatever that right might be. I have not figured it out yet. The United States government is only the puppet shell that it works through. In answer to your question about the opening of the seal, the conquering power that seized Lincoln opened the second seal when Lincoln declared war against his own people. How ironic, the first job of the Red Horse of War was to take peace from a nation of people seeking to live peaceful lives? You talk like it is a living, breathing thing, Sam, and that's a bit freaky. Again, I ask you, are we dealing with supernatural spirits? Molly asked. I am quite sure it is a real, supernatural entity, Molly. What I can't seem to figure out, Sam said, looking at the poster, is where the power, or entity, originates from. I am not sure I'm following you again, Sam. We read the passages, and they indicate the Lamb, who is God, opened the seals. However, when we look at the powers given to the writers, they are all evil and destructive in purpose. I don't understand why God would be opening evil on the earth. 257. There you go again, Sam. Do you hear yourself, talking like this thing is alive and getting smarter? Molly asked with a puzzled look on her face. I do not think it is getting smarter, Molly. I think it is so intelligent it has been waiting for man, and time to catch up to its master plan. Sam, you are giving me goosebumps, Molly screeched. You have goosebumps? Sam replied. Hell, I have them all over my body as I speak, and there is nothing weirder than giving them to yourself. I think it is time for a large glass of scotch. How about you? Sam asked with a nervous laugh. Pour yourself a tall one, and hand me the whole damn bottle, Molly said with a small frown. This is no time for sipping scotch. After several hits from the bottle, Molly looked at Sam admiringly and said, You are pretty amazing. You figure this stuff out and make sense of something that no one else could. You want amazing? Sam replied. Your efforts tonight took in over 5 times our normal take, and I thought your new study was every bit that much hotter than Roger was in his uniform, he said with a smile. What I need to know is how much were your expenses? Reaching in her top, Molly took out a wad of folded bills and counted out Sam's original investment of $1,000. I didn't need it, Sam. Come on, be fair, Molly, the buses had to cost you that much alone. Nope, a company that wanted a copy of the results donated them. Let me ask you, does this mean you are thinking of making me your partner? Because if you are, you know my terms, Sammy boy, she said, laughing. I have to tell you that when you called yourself Sammy boy, I wanted to burst out laughing, but you were so frickin' angry that I forced myself not to laugh. Why would you want to laugh? I felt that thing, and it is anything but a Sammy boy, she said, as they laughed together loudly. After their shared laugh, Sam said, I'm done for the day. How about you? I am, too, but I have to go home tonight because my son has a big game tomorrow. So much for consummating a partnership tonight, Sam said with a smile. That's not fair, besides, I have to write the agreement down of what we must do to each other before we consummate the deal. Write it down. Yes, everything must be done legally, you'll understand when you read it. Speaking of which, Larry and Steve had an interesting conversation about some legal documents after you left tonight. 258. If I remember correctly, Larry said some pretty wild stuff about how God knew what Lincoln would do, and Steve was going off about the justice system, as well. Is that really possible, Sam, that God, or whoever is out there in charge, actually knew that Lincoln would declare war on the people? Do you understand what Larry meant? Pausing, Sam said, that is what I was studying before I went to the bar. After I began to think about the potholes, Molly, it all started to make sense. Potholes, Sam. Here we go again, I ask about Lincoln, and you talk about potholes. Trust me. I understand exactly how you feel, Molly. The first time Larry spoke about potholes, it hit me the same way. After spending most of yesterday digesting his thoughts and studying, I've concluded he is onto something. That must be what you overheard. I bet he is rattling Steve's brain, as well, he said. You heard Steve. He studied the nation's history and the founding fathers. I was surprised to hear an agnostic like Steve say that for the first time in world history, a new nation was birthed into the world as a divine act. Think about it, Larry said God foreknew, and Steve recognized it all by himself. Let's say for argument's sake that it is true, the country began by an act of divine providence. If we accept that premise, then we have to accept Larry's statement about Lincoln, as well. Now I understand what he meant when he said nothing takes his God by surprise. I studied that premise all day, and admittedly, it makes sense. I could not find a single religion that said their God was ignorant. Every religion believes their God, or a higher power, knows everything from start to finish. Think about what Larry is saying, who wants a God that is ignorant of the unknown or the future? If we accept that people want an all-knowing God, it means God had to foreknow the conquering spirit would seduce Lincoln. This conquering, wise spirit with eternal time seduced Lincoln into thinking he was doing good. Evil can appear to look good in the beginning. Ask Eve after what happened to her in the Garden of Eden. Molly, I think this conquering, seducing spirit has manifested its will on paper, in the laws, and through the lives of government politicians. Now, listen to Larry's comment he made to me at the last meeting, we cannot fix the potholes if we do not know where they are. Okay, now you had better start talking straight with me. The entire premise fits like a glove, Molly. I have completely underestimated their abilities. I may not be as smart as everyone else, but I do know what a pothole is until you use it in a sentence with Lincoln. 259. Molly, this entire matter is about time. Everyone understands that, in time, a road wears out and potholes develop. We cannot fix the potholes if we do not know where they are. It took time for the nation to develop potholes. As far as understanding goes, it does not come easier or more natural than understanding a pothole, Sam exclaimed. So it makes sense that in time we would be able to see the potholes in the original government structure of the Founding Fathers. I believe we are going to have a chance to fix the potholes in this nation. But I am also positive, they are not going to like how we do it. Steve was right, the Founding Fathers made mistakes. They could not have seen our day, just as we cannot tell what will be 300 years from now. We are at a place in time and history where we can understand what was wrong when they laid the original asphalt foundation for the nation. It is almost mind-blowing, Molly, the potholes are everything the group at the bar has been talking about. Including electronic big money elections, bipartisan party line throat-cutting politics, corrupt news media, national forced morality, broken court systems, injustice, too large a military, unbalanced budgets, and the list goes on. All of those issues are the potholes, Molly. We can see them because time has passed, making the potholes in the original foundational documents obvious. Unlike our own lives, where we have no time to fix the potholes, it seems we have all come together at a special time in history, and are ready to do something about the potholes that we see. You always do this to me. You blow me away with insight and understanding. You are positively the man with the plan, Molly shouted excitedly. No, that would be the plot and then the plan, Molly. So how long do you intend to keep that information from me, Sam? Not much longer, Molly. Trust me, we are well on our way. Let me give you a matching example for Lincoln and our day. When I was studying today, I looked for matching scenarios in history and was shocked how easily I found a relevant example. The exact same type of seducing powers that approached Lincoln approached Mubarak in Egypt, at a crucial moment. Mubarak struggled with the choice of what to do, just like Lincoln. Mubarak gave up his power for the sake of his country, rather than see it destroyed. Lincoln, on the other hand, made the same choice as Iran, Syria, and Libya, to rule by force against his own people. The lesson being, that out of Lincoln's failure, we gain the wisdom and insight on how to keep unclean spirits out of government. Lincoln took the title deed from we the people. That is for damn sure. Pothole. Sam shouted. 260. This means in order to fix that pothole, we need to develop a new system of government whereby all power remains in the control of we the people. Its rightful owners. Do you hear yourself, Sam? You are no longer talking about the four horsemen. Yes, I do, Molly. Now do you understand why I questioned what Washington has to do with the four horsemen? Here's the best part. Larry has the document for a new foundation that fixes all of the government potholes. That's what he and Steve were talking about, and are still working on. I fear the real motive behind this monster is war. A war like the world has never seen before. If I am right, I think this evil spirit it is out to conquer the world. Roger thinks the United States government is out to conquer the world, and I believe it is a spiritual power entrenched in and working through the government. This thing intends to conquer the world, not in the manner of past conquerors. I think this one will make past world conquerors look like schoolboys playing army with cap pistols. Jumping as her cell phone rang, Molly answered, "Hello, Jerry," as Sam left the room for a shower. Before he entered the shower, Molly stuck her head in and told him Jerry was concerned about some guy at the bar tonight asking questions. "I have to hurry home, but we will talk tomorrow, Sam, about our partnership agreement." Smiling, she waved goodbye. 261. 19. You have until midnight. April 15th. Do not be late. 262. The sign on the building read JVD Quality Affordable Homes. Jerry had remained true to his vision. He was the only low-income housing builder in the state. After his marriage to Vicky in 1972, they earnestly tried to work the business together as a team, but to no avail. Within the first 6 months, Vicky had walked out of their business at least 10 times over petty issues. On one side of her personality, she was full of compassion for everyone down on their luck. The other side was all about Vicky, her nails, hair, and status. Small in stature, Vicky was big in attitude. She often barked with the same high-strung drama of a chihuahua. Behind the big attitude, there lived a small girl gripped by the self-centered fear of never having enough. As the bold little chihuahua runs under the couch for protection, Vicky ran each time she felt insecure or stressed. They say you never know a person until after you are married to them. Jerry was finding out how true that fact was. After a few years of hard work, in spite of Vicky's split personality, the business began to grow rapidly. After a while, Jerry made the decision to finance some of the customers' homes through the corporation. Since Vicky assumed responsibility for keeping the corporate books, it only seemed natural that she would be the one to take the financing applications from potential home buyers. From the very first day, Vicky began spending too much time with applicants as she tried helping them with their personal financial problems. Jerry stopped her after the first 2 customers, explaining, "This is not a personal counseling center, just take the application, Vicky." We are making a business investment in ourselves. We need qualified people that can repay the loans on time. We are not here to fix everyone's problems for them. We are here to place hard-working, low-income families into decent, affordable housing, and nothing more. Several families, 6 months after closing on their new homes, fell behind in their payments. Jerry suspected, and later found out, that Vicky had intentionally doctored some applications in favor of the customers. Leaving him with no other option, Jerry took her bleeding heart financing office away from her. Vicky vehemently rebelled, and once again threatened to leave Jerry if he did not allow her to continue. This time, Jerry put his foot down and closed the self-financing portion of the business. It was time for Vicky to stay home with the children. Through the mid-70s, Jerry made excellent money. It was only natural at that point for them to design and build their own custom dream home in a private, secluded community. Life was good for the Duncan family. Vicky, even though she originally rebelled when Jerry removed her from the business, was overjoyed at being out of the stress of the business. 263. She seemed to be at peace with herself, and enjoyed playing housewife and mother with their 2 small children. By 1979, the economy was in a tailspin, inflation was through the roof, and interest rates rose above 15%, virtually putting the housing industry out of business. Gas shortages, a hostage crisis in Iran, and President Jimmy Carter's recent malaise speech was a living nightmare for Jerry. Depressed and up to his neck in debt, Jerry was barely able to keep his nose above drowning in the malaise. Without another option, he had to foreclose on the homes where Vicky had manipulated the financial portion of the applications. Jerry had offered the homes as collateral in a land deal for future development of new subdivisions, but was unable to make the payments. Eventually, the banks repossessed all of the homes. Business came to a virtual standstill, and the office was costing more to keep it open than it was worth. With mortgage rates at 15% and rising, the banks were not loaning or approving many loans. No one was in the market for a JVD low-income home, that was for damn sure. Jerry was doing everything he could to pick up small jobs just to keep the utilities paid on the house and food on the table. In the back of his mind, Jerry knew a clock was ticking and time was running out. He felt helpless at being unable to stop the loss of his business because the government could not manage their business. The flaccid leadership of President Carter proved to the world he was incapable of effectively dealing with the release of American hostages in Iran. So how could he possibly understand how to help the American people held hostage by the economic mess the federal government had created? The Duncan family dream bubble, thanks to Uncle Sam, was finally about to pop, along with tens of millions of others. Grab his feet, will you, son? Dad, I came to talk, not work, replied Jerry as he grabbed the feet, flipping the body over on the table. I know, son, I need to finish prepping this fellow first. His funeral begins this afternoon, so we need to dress him. We are born naked, but our families prefer we dress ourselves when we're in our caskets. You know, Jerry, just once, I would like to lay a guy out naked, insert his pecker with a silicone balloon, and pump it up. Then wait until after we seat his family and open the casket. Now that's a sure candid camera winner if ever there was one. Bosworth said, smiling. Jerry admired his father. They had a close relationship in spite of the way Bosworth Duncan earned a living. 264. Bosworth was a funny little man with a twisted outlook on life that seemed to fit him and his profession. Even his appearance was a bit strange, short, pudgy, and balding with a few long strands of a comb over. Add to that package the unusual first name of Bosworth, and you have a perfect caricature of a mortician. What am I going to do with you? A silicone-filled pecker? Do you have any idea how sick you are? Jerry said, laughing with his father. Look at this, Jerry, a beautiful diamond ring, nice watch, and a classic tie pin. It always amazes me how many ornaments people hang on a dead tree. You know my favorite saying, Son, I plant them in the ground, but the goods, they ain't going down. So, I take it you are still stripping the bodies, Dad. You cannot rob a dead body, Jerry, there is no one in there, said Bosworth, tapping on the dead man's forehead. Hello. If I found these items on a dead log in the woods, I would do the same thing. There, he's done, now let's go have that talk. On their way to Bosworth's office, Jerry joked with his dad. If I prepped you naked, filled your pecker with silicone, and surprised the family, do you think everyone would have a good laugh? It's a slam dunk, Jerry, especially if your mom jumps in the casket and tries to mount me one last time. Sick, you are sick. The only drawback I foresee, Dad, if I lay you out naked, there will be nothing to strip from your dead tree. Jerry, my young son, I see the problem as much bigger than nothing to strip. My question would be, how you are going to find such a big balloon and that much silicone in a few days. They both laughed together. Stopping to grab a cup of coffee from the customer lounge, Bosworth walked into his office, asking, so tell me, what's going on in your life, son? Sitting behind his desk, Bosworth opened 10 packets of sugar, one at a time, mixing them into his small cup. Jerry sat in the client's chair, watching the presentation of the sugar-intoxicated coffee, and searching for the right words to begin the conversation. Finding none, in a flat, unemotional tone, he said, a few months ago, the IRS sent me a letter. They did not ask for a hearing. Just a letter informing me we have reclassified your subcontractors and determined they are employees of JVD Incorporated, and have been for the past 7 years. The new, re-evaluated past due tax bill was for $550,000, Dad. What? How in the hell can they do that? Bosworth shouted. It's that fucking Jimmy Carter, he is the absolute worst president, ever. 265. I am barely able to keep my doors open with interest rates above 15%. My business debt is larger than 5 profitable mortuaries in the middle of a plague, Dad. Do you see anything I could do some other way? Asked Jerry. You know Vicky, she will fall apart if they come after our home. At some point, Jerry, if you are going to survive this craziness, you will have to start taking something off the books or doing jobs under the table. It seems to me, on small jobs, you could buy materials through the company for a deduction. When you finish a job, have the customer pay you directly in your name instead of the corporation's, and take that check to the bank and cash it? It sounds easy enough, Dad, but what if they catch it? Asked Jerry. If they catch one, so what, then you will pay them. Meanwhile, you could have 50 others they don't find. After a while, you build a wad of cash in your pocket, and then you buy materials in cash. Eventually, you should be able to hide the whole job. There is no need to pay any taxes, insurance, or include that money in your quarterly tax reports. You are a builder, they expect you to make less money with interest rates as high as they are. I cannot imagine how you accomplished what you did, son. Builders are dropping like flies in this market. I know you would help me out, Dad, but I don't want any help. For some reason, I want to walk this one out myself. Call it a man thing, or stupid if you wish, it is my time in life to stand or fall completely on my own face. Pulling into the driveway after meeting with his father earlier in the day, Jerry was sure the marriage would never survive. The house payment was 2 months behind, and in his pocket was a new letter from the IRS, notifying him of their intentions to place a tax lien on the home by the 15th, unless he paid immediately. Looking at his home, Jerry thought back to the simple beginning of his personal vision for the business, building quality low-income affordable housing. I was honest, worked hard, and did everything by the books, totally above board, paying my taxes on time. Now they decide, after 7 years, to reclassify my subcontractors, calling them employees, claiming I owe them 7 years back taxes. What a crock of shit. The turmoil of losing his business because of the government's failed economic policies had turned Jerry into an angry man. This is my home, my family lives here, we provided homes for the less fortunate in this nation. I worked my ass off, honestly trying to make a change for the good in this nation, and this is how you treat me. You make up some tax bullshit to rob me of money to fix the economy that you broke in the first place. 266. Balance your own budget before you raid my business and home. Watching Vicky open the door, he squeezed his fist with all his might. Crumpling the notice, he threw it back into his truck. Waving at him, she called, "Supper's ready." Jerry remembered how happy they were on moving day. We built this place for our family. In this life, it was my only reward, and the main reason I work so damn hard. Now the big bad government wolf is howling at my front door, huffing and puffing, trying to take my home away with foreclosures and tax liens. He felt like a rat trapped in a barrel of rising water. The faster he swam, the faster the water rose, and the deeper it became. In his mind, fear of the inevitable seemed obvious. If I lose this IRS bullshit, they will displace my family. How and where will we live without a business or a home? Feeling incompetent and utterly inadequate as a man, Jerry realized the federal government's economic policies and the IRS were destroying his ability to provide security and a future for his family. For the first time in his life, Jerry could not control the situation or work his way out of the problem. "Mr. Duncan, please have a seat. I am Agent Glass. How may I help you?" "Thanks for seeing me on such short notice, Mr. Glass. I received this notice a while back, and yesterday, I received this one saying I have 2 weeks to pay or the IRS intends to place a lien on my home. Let me see them, I will key in the numbers. I apologize for the wait, our system seems slow today. Here it is, and it appears everything is correct. What do you not understand?" "Correct?" Jerry shouted. "How can you tell me everything is correct when nothing is correct or fair? The people on this list have their own businesses and have worked for me as independent contractors for over 7 years. I am sure they are each responsible for filing their own taxes. How can you come to me after 7 years and tell me that I owe taxes on them, as employees, 7 years in arrears? First of all, Jerry, you will keep a civil tone with me or I will have you removed from the building. I am not responsible for the decision to reclassify your subcontractors. That decision is way above my little head," said Agent Glass. "I am just a civil servant doing my job. If you give me a day, I will check into this for you because, admittedly, it sounds odd to me." "I am sorry for raising my voice," responded Jerry, "but we are talking about my family. It's been my experience the government often moves slowly in matters like this." 267. Looking at his schedule, Agent Glass asked, "How does 10 o'clock tomorrow sound?" "Your time is my time, with interest rates this high, I have no work." "Oh, I forgot to mention, please bring in your records of payment in case we need them," replied Agent Glass as Jerry was leaving. Riding home, Jerry thought, all we need to do is show them the records, and this entire matter should go away. Then, all I need to do is work something out with the bank. I am sure Walter can speak to the board and modify my home loan until this economy changes. After doing millions of dollars in solid business, I think they should cut me a little slack. Jerry didn't want to tell Vicky about the IRS, but with the request for records, he considered it the best thing to do since Vicky was the one who filed every paper for the corporation. "Oh, my God, Jerry, are they going to take our home away?" The night was as anxious as Vicky's fears, and her endless questions allowed them both little sleep. Arriving before 10 o'clock, they sat in the lobby area with no access to the agents who worked behind locked doors. Agent Glass passed by the door several times but never acknowledged Jerry. At 11:30, Jerry stopped the person calling out a name and put his foot out, stopping the door from closing, asking to speak with Agent Glass. Another man appeared, saying he was Agent Glass's supervisor and would be handling the matter. Please be seated, and I will call you soon. Entering a private office and not a cubicle, Jerry felt confident a higher authority would help resolve the matter quickly. As they sat down, a security officer entered the room and stood by the door. This is strange, Jerry thought. Without an introduction, the supervisor said, I want you both to stand up and empty your pockets and your purse. What? I said, empty your pockets and purse on my desk, and do it now. Enraged and clenching his jaw, Jerry took what money he had on him, turning all 4 pockets inside out, mocking the man as Vicky turned her purse upside down on the desk. Sit down, please. I am Special Agent Fred Diaz. Yesterday you were abusive and threatening with Agent Glass, so he forwarded your case to me. I reviewed your case and found no reason to re-examine your subcontractor status, so let's not waste your or my time. The United States government finds that the taxes owed are fair and just. You may appeal my decision and request a trial, however, the lien on your home will proceed, and I have instructed Agent Glass to freeze your bank accounts this morning. 268. All 105 pounds of Vicky began to tremble as she grabbed her hair, pulling it, crying as if one of their children had died. Jerry understood why the guard was there, and a second one entered the room. Jerry held both arms of the chair with a death grip in order to keep his hands from murder. His rage boiled to a volcanic level and finally spewed out of him. You motherfucker! You never even looked at the documents. You are the equivalent of Hitler's SS Gestapo. You murder and destroy lives without a cause. Who empowered you to take my family and kill them, ripping their hearts out in front of me? May you be cursed and your children die a horrible death in front of you, you goddamned Puerto Rican bastard. The guard demanded that he leave, and Diaz was clearly nervous as he pushed away from his desk. Jerry stood, collecting his money, wallet, and the contents of Vicky's purse from Diaz's desk. There was no need to do this. We are honest people, and you are a little prick with an authority problem. You should not be sitting in that chair. I hope I see you on the street one day, you little prick bastard. The guard grabbed Jerry's arm to escort him from the office. Jerry turned, pulling his arm from his grasp, and said, Touch me again, you black bastard, and I will break your fucking nose flatter than it already is. Nearly carrying Vicky to the parking lot, Jerry cried with her as people stared. Stopping by the bank on their way home, Walter explained to Jerry there was nothing he could do about the few $100s frozen by the IRS in his account. The tax lien will make the bank go slower on the foreclosure, maybe that is one consolation. However, Jerry, the board would never extend or modify your loan under these circumstances. I wish there was more I could do for you, but my hands are tied at this point. For 3 more months, Jerry and Vicky occupied the home. Each day was a test just to make it to the next. As walking dead people, they struggled to live a normal life in a decaying situation. The strained relationship, the stress, and feelings of powerlessness surprised even Jerry. He found himself wanting to run from the overwhelming burden of responsibility. They ate food as if they were migrant workers without money, stretching every penny. Occasionally, strangers left food on the doorstep overnight. Jerry lost weight as he ate less, leaving more for Vicky and the children. The man of great vision for helping people found himself incapable of delivering a vision or a direction to his own family. To Jerry, living in a mansion with lack was worse than living in a shanty without need or want. No matter how much he searched for work, Jerry could not make enough money to rent a small home to move his family. 269. Registered letters and threats arrived in the mail daily from banks, courts, debt collectors, and the IRS, and they all went into the trash can, unopened. About the only thing Jerry and Vicky agreed on was trashing the notices rather than reading the intimidating threats. This is your final notice, you are to appear, you must contact this office before. And the best one, failure to appear means you forfeit your rights. Solace comes easy when you exercise your options with something as meager as a trash can. Around midnight, a constant pounding began on the front door, waking everyone in the home. Walking toward the entry, high-beam headlights and a spotlight from the sheriff's car shined into the darkened home. "Jerry, how are you?" asked Patrolman Hartley. "I am sorry to be the one to deliver this to you, but when I saw your name, I figured why not buy a friend." He turned around his clipboard. "I am fine, Garrett. How's your family?" "The boys are a handful, and Lisa is fine, thanks for asking. These papers are an eviction notice, saying if you are not out of the house by noon on Friday, Jerry, the sheriff's department will bodily evict your family and place your possessions on the road. Please sign here and on the next page. Is there anything Lisa and I can do for you, Jerry?" "Garrett, thanks for your concern, and for taking the time to deliver the notice personally." Turning around as he closed the door, he saw Vicky weeping quietly in the darkness. Holding her without a word, Jerry hated his inability to protect his family from this mess. "One day I will settle the score with the United States government, and when I do, Fred Diaz, you will be first on my list." Thursday night, Jerry began loading the U-Haul. Vicky's aunt came through at the last moment with a rundown one-bedroom condominium. Vicky was in a rage all day. She wanted to hammer all of the walls with holes, throw water on the electric panel, destroy appliances, and clog all plumbing under the concrete slab. "They want my fucking house, they can have it." Jerry kept reminding her that she needed to stay focused on loading the truck. "What we do not load they will get." What surprised them both was that no one came to help them move. Although neither one acted like they cared, inside, it hurt. They felt alone, without family or friends. People had avoided them the last few weeks as if they had an intangible plague or a curse on their lives that just might be contagious. Loading the truck together was a task filled with life's regrets. 270. They probably would rather have walked away from the responsibility, and one another, than participate in loading a truck full of failure. Exhausted after months of stress and pressure, and nearing completion, they took a much-needed break. Sitting on the stoop together, yet estranged from one another, Jerry and Vicky stared in silence at the family names and date written in the concrete. Words were pointless, arguments were unnecessary. Finding fault or blame meant nothing to either one of them. Bereavement consumed their hearts in the death of every lost dream in life, as a fatalistic, unsure future lay ahead. Vicky drove away with the children as Jerry leaned on the U-Haul, looking at the home one last time. Standing on the curb in front of the house, the burden of loss seemed to lift off his back. "Sure, I lost everything," he thought, looking at the house, "but that shit is nothing but wood and stone. This is me," he thought, thumping his chest with a closed fist like Tarzan. In that instant, Jerry began taking his life back. "I am still able to do a lot in life. I am not worthless as a man, God, I am glad this is over." The condominium was more run down than Jerry ever imagined. The small place came with an infestation of roaches, mice, and palmetto bugs. Topping everything off, the air conditioner did not work. Now it was time for Jerry's anger. He wanted to destroy the place, the same way Vicky had wanted to destroy the home. "This is a gift from your aunt? Shame on her." Furniture and boxes were stacked on top of one another, against the walls, up to the ceiling. The hallway was only passable by one person at a time. The palmetto bugs were so large, they crunched under their feet, emitting a foul, rotten almond odor. The children had to sleep in the living room, in a fort Jerry built for them out of boxes. Mentally exhausted and physically drained from the day's events, Jerry and Vicky lay in bed, avoiding conversation. Neck sweating and eyes closed, Jerry needed a temporary escape from the numerous thoughts running through his mind. As he pleaded for sleep, a large palmetto bug crawled across his face. Swatting himself in the face with such force, Jerry bloodied his own nose. Sitting up in bed, holding a t-shirt on his bloody nose, he noticed a smile followed by laughter from Vicky. Smiling under the shirt, Jerry commented, "You're a tough audience to work." Several months went by as they continued the struggle to survive. Jerry worked odd jobs and kept exterminating the place daily in fear of another Palmetto attack. One morning, the phone rang. It was a former employee Jerry had trained a few years earlier in the remodeling business. "Hello, Jerry, this is Brad Parker. How the hell are you?" "I'm fine, Brad. How are you? Where are you calling from?" 271. "I'm in Michigan. We moved here about a year ago as things got tight. It was the right move for me. My reason for calling, Jerry, my business is busting at the seams with work, and I could use some extra help. I landed a government contract for fix UPS on foreclosed HUD and VA homes. I can't find anyone to run half of the state, so I would like to talk about splitting the contract with you, on a handshake, provided you give me a small percentage kicker on the back end of your jobs." "How much money are we talking about, Brad?" asked Jerry. "The harder you work, Jerry, the more you make, and the amount of work is endless. Realistically, with only one crew, you could knock out $150,000 a year take home in your pocket." "I want you to develop crews, Jerry, and make much more than that," Brad responded. "What about housing, Brad? In what area of Michigan would my family live?" "Jerry, you will have to leave your family there until you get up on your feet. I cannot front you the money to move your family 1,500 miles. All I can do for you when you get here is let you live free in one of the abandoned houses scheduled for remodel. Your area will include Detroit, which is a tough place, but, in time, you'll find some surrounding cities that would work for your family. Give me one night to talk it over, and I will call you in the morning," he said as he hung up the phone. Driving through the streets, he thought Detroit looked more like a war zone than a city. More than half of the homes in blighted neighborhoods had plywood screwed over the windows and doors. Graffiti on the abandoned homes spoke a gang language Jerry would never comprehend. The occupied homes looked like small prisons. Every opening was covered with bars and wire mesh steel doors. A few owners of the occupied small prisons had some pride of ownership, with neat, clean yards. It was obvious they ventured out only during the day. During the night, they were captive prisoners of fear. Late one Sunday evening, Jerry found the abandoned house he would call home. Taking his cordless screwdriver, he removed the plywood over the front door as the neighbors next door peered through the blinds and bars, watching him. Finding the door unlocked, he stepped inside and turned on a light. Brad had promised to have the utilities turned on, and that was a welcome sight. Looking around the main floor, Jerry could see the boarded windows had much of the glass busted out. The place was filthy, and spider webs were everywhere. Brad had better not be bullshitting me, he thought, pulling the truck into the garage. 272. Cutting a 2x4 in half, he screwed it across the front door into the frame. If my neighbors live in a steel prison, there must be some bad shit out there, somewhere, he assumed. Finding the basement door, he went down the stairs to check it out. He found an old metal bed frame, cleaned it, and set up his room. This sure beats sleeping on the floor, but it feels weird being here. On a small crate, he set up his coffee pot and alarm clock. Lying on the metal bed, the only thought that kept entering his mind as he tried to sleep was, "What are you doing here? I wonder how many other families the government destroyed by their failed economic policies. I should call Steve and see about filing a massive lawsuit with other people against the government for the intentional destruction of my family and business. Were it not for them, I would be in my home with my family, instead of in this prison." As he drifted off to sleep, he hoped the deadbolt on the basement door provided extra security. "Mo fuck and honky, get yo white ass up out of my neighborhood," someone yelled as several repeated attempts were made to kick the front door down. Get up outta here, Whitey, or I will burn yo fucking ass while you endure. Jerry heard several other unintelligible comments and voices laughing with one another as he looked at the clock. It was 3:30 in the morning. By the time he made it to the top of the stairs to check the basement door, they were gone. Unable to go back to sleep, he made some coffee and waited for the sun to rise. Brad was right. There was plenty of work, so Jerry worked 12 to 18 hours a day, sleeping on floors in empty homes in a sleeping bag. The payouts were on a monthly draw. For the first month, Jerry struggled, eating ramen noodles and eggs to make it to the first draw. Picking up his first draw, Brad gave him a check for $9,000 and asked Jerry to start putting on additional crews. That is your money, your crews will be your business, and I take 10% off the top for myself. Agreed. And they shook hands. I will give you a 1099 subcontractor form at the end of the year, just like you gave me when I worked for you. So your taxes are your business. Smiling at him, Jerry said, yes, boss. With each draw, Jerry kept just enough money to get by on, and sent the rest to Vicky and the kids to save until they could join him. He searched for a rental home, and after living in abandoned homes for over 4 months, Jerry located a home in Southfield. It was a Middle Eastern neighborhood, populated by a group of people known as Chaldean Christians. It was not the best he could do, but for a temporary step back up the ladder of life, Jerry thought it would work for them. 273. Surprised at himself, he actually found he missed Vicky. Or was it the human necessity for someone familiar in his present surroundings? Late Saturday night, he called Vicky, excited about the prospects of being together as a family again. She listened without interrupting until he was finished. What do you think? You should have enough money. I can come down and load everything up. This can be a great place to start over. The home is a quad with an open field out back for the kids to play. There was a pause in the conversation and Vicky answered, Jerry, I am not moving. We moved over a month ago into a nice home, near my aunt. I would like to separate for a while. I am not sure that I want to stay married. I am sorry. You will need to continue to send money for support. Otherwise, I will seek a legal separation or divorce. Is there another man? No, I think I still love you, I just cannot go through another upheaval and have no intention of ever moving to Michigan. Without another word, Jerry hung up the phone. The next day, he figured out the approximate costs for living in the home that he was going to rent. Calling Vicky, he left a message saying he would send that amount to her each month, and if it was not enough, she should pursue the matter in court. For nearly a year, Jerry worked around the clock, sleeping in homes he personally repaired. He hired 3 additional, independent crews that made him good money. Vicky called from time to time, leaving messages, but he never returned a single call. A year later, Jerry left Michigan with a pocket full of cash, turned his crews over to Brian, and they parted as friends. One thing was for sure, Jerry learned how to fuck the government out of a lot of money. Uncle Sam was definitely not Jerry's uncle. He kept more cash on hand than ever went into a bank. To avoid theft or fire, he buried his cash in the ground at various locations, wherever he was staying. Arriving in Dallas, Texas, the city radiated with a positive attitude, but then anything would have to be more positive than his Detroit experience. After living in abandoned houses for over 2 years, Jerry did not know how to act in his leased, fully furnished home in Rockwall, Texas. Standing at the sink, washing the dirt from his hands after burying his money, Jerry was ready for a cold beer, a thick steak, and a warm pussy. Home construction was still down, but there were many large projects under development in the Dallas/Fort Worth area. High-rise construction in Dallas was building as if there was no problems with the economy. With Jerry's background, he soon landed a job as a structural steel field engineer. 274. The regular paycheck gave him a regular life again, without the rat race of being self-employed. It would also throw the government off his cash tracks, making his buried cash secure. Christmas was approaching, and Jerry had not seen his family in over 2 years. Vicky often called, asking him to come home for a visit, but for the most part, Jerry ignored her calls. "Jerry, this will be my last call. I need, and your children need, to see you. If you will not come home for Christmas, I will file for divorce so that we can both go on with our lives." Listening to the message, he thought. Typical Vicky, the little barking chihuahua. The night air had a slight chill as Jerry told the cab driver to stop a block from where Vicky lived. He was still unsure about being there and had not responded to Vicky's last message. For some strange reason, he wanted to surprise them. Small, low-voltage lights lined the driveway and circled up to the front doors decorated with ornaments and a Christmas wreath. The place had a strange feeling. Nothing reminded him of home, wife, or children. His initial gut reaction was to turn and chase down the cab, followed by deep feelings of guilt and remorse. Frozen, afraid to walk down the driveway, his emotions kept erupting. "You are nothing but a stranger to them," he thought. "No more than a wandering, homeless visitor or an ex-convict returning after being gone a long time." As he stood there, searching for the courage to walk toward the front doors, he remembered why he came. "You must go through those doors. Come on, man, you are the tough guy that slept in abandoned houses for 2 years. Jerry, is that you?" A voice called, breaking every sequence of thought. Looking up the driveway, he was able to put a person with the voice for the first time in years. Unable to move or answer, Jerry stood in silence as Vicky's silhouette walked toward him. As she drew near, he was able to see the tears of regret in her eyes. Holding each other under the streetlight, they wept together in silence, stealing brief looks at one another and smiling. Unable to control their emotions, they repeated the cycle several times. 2 days before returning to Dallas, Vicky began to pressure Jerry for decisions about any possibility of their future. Rediscovering the love, or lust, they once had for one another proved to be a lot of fun over the past week. A fact they had validated often, all over the house, at every opportunity. Several mornings, Jerry rose early and drank his coffee alone, as he had done during the years he lived in abandoned homes. In reflection, during those mornings he discovered how he truly felt about everything that had transpired between him and Vicky. After a light breakfast together, Jerry thought, "I might as well get this over with." 275. A bit nervous, Jerry reached out and took her hands, holding them as he spoke. "Vicky, I am glad I came to visit and answered the question in my heart. Yes, I do love you. In the beginning, something bugged me about being here, and I could not put my finger on it until the last few days. Our family became a byproduct of what the government did to the economy, and the needless cruelty of the IRS. People have forgotten that when the government messes up the economy, how devastating it is for families. Honestly, I believe if the government had not messed up the economy, we would still be living in our home together. Also, if the IRS had not seized our accounts and placed an illegal lien on our home, I might have been able to work through our financial problems with the bank. We both know, and, unfortunately for us, we lived through one of the most horrible experiences life has to offer a family. Together, we suffered emotional damage and the destruction of our already strained marriage. Beyond the loss of worldly items, during this horrid journey, we also lost one another as we wounded each other, needlessly. I am sorry you had to experience such a tragedy in your life. If possible, I would have given my own life to spare you and our children the pain we suffered together as a family. I felt so powerless and inadequate as a man to protect my family from needless harm. In my heart, I will always hold the United States government responsible for the emotional damage we suffered individually, as well as for our failed marriage and business losses. The government expected little old you and me, just average people who had a vision to do something decent, to run a clean, honest business. We both know that we operated honestly, even with the business rules stacked against us. In the end, the United States government failed to run a clean, fiscally sound government. That irresponsibility spilled into our business, bringing total destruction. The Gestapo tactics of the IRS put a death nail in our relationship. Its Hitleristic actions, in and of themselves, destroyed our hopes, dreams, and marriage. I will always consider their acts murderous. Apart from that knowledge, I spent many long nights searching my soul about the two of us and our family, as I lived in one abandoned house after another. I think this is a fair assessment of where you and I have a problem. Too often, prior to any government actions, you threatened to leave me. I could never understand your reasons. I assumed there must be an underlying area in your heart where you were not happy. While I agree, the experiences that we lived through were so horrible that I would not wish them on my worst enemy. You made a mistake. When I listened to your reasoning, why you were unwilling to join me and that you had moved without my knowledge, we were finished. 276. Your selfish, self-preserving arrogance exposed your true heart to me in that one phone call. "I'm not moving, Jerry," were your words. What was I to do? Stop working, and come back? If I had, we could not have lived here, because the money would have run out, again. I worked and lived like a bum, sleeping on dirty floors in abandoned run-down houses, sending you money. Every day I woke up in those old, abandoned houses, and they were a constant reminder of how you abandoned me. Speaking facetiously from his hurt, Jerry mocked her. "Please, do not disturb little Vicky's life, after all, she has been through so much more than you, Jerry. You work, asshole, send me the money, because I am not moving to Michigan with you, Jerry. You want to know why, Jerry? Because I have had enough, I cannot take any more." Looking her in the eyes, Jerry shouted, "Do you want to know the real answer, Vicky? The real answer cut me extremely deep, Vicky. The real answer was, you did not love me." As he stood up, Vicky rose from her seat. Holding her frail hands, he pulled her tiny body up next to his. Looking her in the eyes, he said, "If you want a divorce, then start one. My hands will remain clean. I never raised my hand to destroy my family in the hard times, and I certainly will not be the one to do it now when times are green. You can have the same amount of money, the only thing I ask is to speak with my children when I call, and maybe a good fuck when we see each other." Lifting her up, Jerry lay her on the kitchen table, as they enjoyed the level of passion between them one more time. "I love you, Jerry, even though you do not believe me, I do." Vicky never filed for divorce and told Jerry she understood how she had hurt him. After he returned to Dallas, they spoke often and made any excuse to see one another. They traveled often between cities, and Vicky surprised Jerry with several special, private rendezvous designed with only one thing in mind. Jerry continued working in Dallas on high-rise projects until 1989, when the housing market was opening up all over the country. With a huge pile of cash buried in the yard, he contemplated returning home and starting some new housing projects. No more low-income bullshit. This time it will be high-dollar, strictly custom homes. It's time to make some big money. I will still need my own place. Vicky and I enjoy the booty calls, but I also like my freedom. In a few years, Jerry was building custom homes all over the state. The term living large was an understatement for him. Caesar's Palace in Vegas always had a plane, a penthouse suite, and all the girls he wanted anytime Jerry arrived. 277. On September 11, 2001, Jerry went to bed at 7 o'clock in the morning. After a long night of gambling, heavy drinking, sex in a public bathroom, elevator, and the bedroom, he dozed off to sleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was awakened by Rebecca and Jenny giggling together under the sheets, burying their heads in his crotch. They licked, kissed, and sucked him, like little girls enjoying a lollipop. Afterwards, They all relaxed in the jacuzzi, as room service delivered an assortment of food and 2 new bottles of champagne. Jerry grazed the table with the girls and took his coffee into the living room, where he turned on the television, placing it on mute. The girls began asking him to take them shopping and clubbing again. Jerry focused on Dan rather as they spoke. Dan was showing video of the Twin Towers in New York imploding, first one tower, and then the other. Both were perfect implosions. This has to be a spoof or a joke of some kind, he thought. Why would they tear them down? This would have been big news, tearing down the Twin Towers. Why in the hell didn't I hear about this? How did I miss this information? Telling the girls to be quiet, Jerry turned up the volume in time to hear Dan Rather say, as another building he called Building 7 imploded, amazing, incredible, pick your word. For the third time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, where a building was deliberately destroyed, by well-placed dynamite, to knock it down. Again, Jerry began asking himself, how in the hell didn't I hear about this, and why are they demolishing them? Dan Rather interrupted Jerry's thought when he said, in case you have just joined us, here is a recap of today's events. For over 3 hours, Jerry watched every channel, flipping from one to the other, absorbing all the information he could find. The girls had gone shopping since Jerry was preoccupied with the television. His engineering mind began to compare everything he heard against what he saw and originally thought. I've worked structural steel engineering in Dallas for 9 years, there is no way you are knocking those buildings down with a plane. Something is seriously wrong with the way this is being explained. Do people actually believe that a plane can hit the best-built steel structure in the world, and cause not one, but 3 perfect implosions? What in hell is going on? Building 7 was absolutely a detonation, a plane did not hit it? That was a perfectly timed, non-resistive, 47-story implosion if I've ever seen one. How can anyone believe that a building strong enough to stop a jet in its tracks is going to collapse? 278. If the buildings were weak, the plane would have passed through the building and come out the other side. Are they crazy? The building did not wobble, not even a huge airplane engine was able to roll out the other side of the building through a side wall. What they are saying is as silly as saying that every third baseman catching a line drive with a baseball glove would eventually fall over. Those buildings are stronger than any third baseman snagging a line drive. These talking head idiots are implying that jet fuel melted the steel. What a load of crap. Jet fuel cannot burn steel. I don't care if they filled the buildings and torched them, the steel would still be standing. In over 100 years, there has never been a steel building collapse because of fire. I wonder who is feeding them this garbage. These were timed implosions if I have ever seen one, on all 3 buildings. Are people honestly going to believe that jet fuel ran through the towers over to Building 7 and 5 hours later somehow caused a 47-story building to implode? Any fool that watches that building fall and says it was because of burning jet fuel has lost their mind. This may be an act of terrorism, but there is a deeper conspiracy behind the scenes than a few Arabs and jet planes. Money, money, money kept flowing to Jerry. People lined up to buy his homes, the housing market was red hot, fueled by wild speculation, and everyone got a loan. Jerry had never seen anything like it in his life. He was sure this was never going to end because there was no comparison to what happened in the late 70s and early 80s. In the 70s, high interest rates and inflation put him out of business. This market was the polar opposite. Homes he sold for $500,000 to $1 million were worth $1 to $2 million a year later, so Jerry decided to make one last big hit and retire. He began construction on 2 commercial high-end strip malls and his best subdivision, 50, 5-acre residential estates, ranging in price from $2 to $10 million each. The master plan was to build them, let them sit, prices go up, and make even more profit by starting sales, 6 months to 1 year later, on prime homes. Jerry self-invested in the projects, increasing the potential of tripling his return. For Jerry, the bubble began to pop early in 2006 as strange things started to happen in the market. First, the money for large projects began to dry up, and then expensive home buyers were no longer in abundance, placing his liquidity in a serious condition. I do not understand what is happening. Inflation is low and interest rates are good. Why are things slowing down? Concerned about stretching himself too thin, Jerry rode out on a Saturday to check on the startup lot clearing for a third strip mall. 279. As he pulled into the site, his excavating subcontractor was talking to two men in suits and pointing in his direction. Exiting his truck, Jerry began speaking, "Paul, I'm sorry, but I am going to put this one off for a while. I will pay you for your time and trouble today. Please, give me a bill on Monday." The two suits stood off to the side, waiting, as Paul said, "No problem, Jerry, these two ugly assholes were asking for you." "Jerry Duncan," the first man asked as he extended his hand. "I am Agent Bickford, and this is Agent Melcher. We are from the IRS. Do you have a moment?" Walking to within 1 inch of the man's face and refusing to shake his hand, Jerry sternly said, "You have 60 seconds to get off my property." Turning around, Jerry immediately climbed onto Paul's front-end loader. Starting the loader, he spun it around, lowering the bucket, and began driving straight at them as fast as the loader would go. Both agents ran to the street and crossed several lanes of traffic. Entering their government vehicle, they shouted threats about how they were going to fuck him over. "Not this time. You Gestapo motherfuckers, not this time," Jerry thought to himself. Early Monday morning, Jerry was standing on the bank steps when the doors opened. He withdrew as much cash as they could give him, and the rest he sent by wire to a paid bill account that would send the money offshore. Once offshore, that money automatically transferred through several banks, eventually depositing into a private foundation that no one could crack. His troubles did not end there. He had 3 other banks with accounts. Running from bank to bank, Jerry called ahead, demanding they prepare large sums of cash. What he could not get in cash, he took in a cashier's check, and any remaining funds he wired to other hidden accounts. This time he beat the IRS at their game, leaving only small amounts in each bank. Knowing the IRS would trace the wires, Jerry spent the next 2 days securing the funds overseas from expanded IRS tracking. With about $250,000 worth of cashier's checks, he used several check cashing places, taking a loss for the fees, but putting more cash in hand. This was survival money. Nothing in comparison to the self-investment money he had poured into the custom estate homes and the exclusive strip mall properties. For months, Jerry tried to sell the unfinished malls at huge discounts, hoping to pull his original investment out of the properties. He slashed prices on the exclusive homes, telling agents, "We need quick closures." 280. Something was wrong. No matter what he did, not much was moving. Jerry discovered big game players had been protecting their pockets for a few years, and even at a terrific price they were not willing to invest. To finance the malls would take a much longer process, and Jerry thought, by that time, the IRS will lien the property before I could get it done. What is going on? On September 24, 2008, Jerry got his answer as he sat waiting for President Bush to address the nation. Jerry considered Bush a worse excuse than Jimmy Carter. What a buffoon this guy has been, he sat thinking. No weapons of mass destruction, 2 needless wars, and he blew Hurricane Katrina, big time. FEMA was such a messed up branch of the federal government they couldn't even deliver water effectively. Waiting, as he stared at the empty podium, Jerry wondered why the American public had accepted the idiocy of FEMA as an investigative authority on September 11. Jerry was actively involved with an organization run by Richard Gage. The group had 1,375 architects and structural steel engineers with a combined total of over 8,000 years of training. Gage led the group of highly educated men and businessmen in the steel industry as they fought for another commission to investigate the destruction of all three buildings. They openly challenged FEMA's findings on September 11, proving them false with the use of negligent, bogus science. Jerry had written any number of letters to newspapers on the most overlooked, obvious question. Why did the United States government order such a fast cleanup? It was the largest crime scene in American history, so why did they contract cleanup in such a hurry? Something is seriously wrong with this country, he sat thinking as Bush walked toward the podium. Here we are in the month of September again, have we elected September as our bad news month? Good evening. This is an extraordinary period for America's economy. Over the past few weeks, many Americans have felt anxiety about their finances and their future. I understand their worry and their frustration. We've seen triple-digit swings in the stock market. Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, and some have failed. As uncertainty has grown, many banks have restricted lending, credit markets have frozen, and families and businesses have found it harder to borrow money. We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action. Financial assets related to home mortgages have lost value during the housing decline, and the banks holding these assets have restricted credit. As a result, our entire economy is in danger. 281. Jerry's mind began to wander off in a rage that he knew all too well. Again. They got me, again. The United States government destroyed my life as a young man, they destroyed my family, and now, heading into what should be the greatest part of my life, these assholes have done it to me again. You wrecked my life 2 fucking times, if it is the last thing I do, I am going to get even. Why do the American people tolerate the government's repeated destruction of the economy and their lives? An intentionally negligent federal government inflicts massive losses upon people at every level of society and never reimburses them. They hold people's feet to the fire. Why aren't the American people allowed to hold the government accountable for the damage they do to society and business? President Bush's speech interrupted his thoughts again. First, the plan is big enough to solve a serious problem. Under our proposal, the federal government would put up to $700 billion taxpayer dollars on the line to purchase troubled assets that are clogging the financial system. Jerry couldn't stand to listen anymore. This idiot president wrecked the economy with his wars and loose Republican money. Now he has the nerve to tell the American people the government is going to write themselves a loan by borrowing $700 billion of the taxpayers' money to fix his fucked up economic policies. Where was my loan when you destroyed my life? What if I don't want you to have my money? Who gave you the right to write a loan with the people's money as your Gestapo goons at the IRS? Rob me? Is it any wonder the banks are a piece of shit again? The sore within Jerry was an obvious infection that he personally hoped would develop into enough rage one day that would send him out in a blaze of glory. Maybe then, this life would have meaning. Several years went by, and Jerry, with tons of hidden cash, lowered his lifestyle to become less conspicuous. The IRS placed a lien on the exclusive homes development. They never placed a lien on the strip malls because they were not finished. Eventually, the city placed a fence around them and many others in the city. Jerry passed them often on his way to visit with Vicky, and referred to them as his personal memorial to Bush. The nation is full of fenced-off, unfinished empty monuments to the failed policies of George Bush. I wonder if the stupid sheep, as Roger calls them, even see them or the wasted billions. Applying his brakes, Jerry stopped dead in his tracks, turned around, and made his way back to the table. Waiting for the right moment to bite, Jerry watched Diaz like a trained guard dog, even snarling his teeth several times. As soon as Diaz finished speaking with Molly, he made his way out of the bar and onto a bus. 282. Jerry immediately jumped to his feet and ran to get his truck. The bus made its first stop in front of the most exclusive condominiums in the city, and off stepped Fred Diaz with 3 other people. You rotten bastard, I think it is time we settle the score, Fred. Parking his truck, he reached under the seat for his crowbar and stuck it in his pants, leaving his jacket to cover the hook. As he reached the front door, about 10 feet behind Fred, Jerry knew the security desk would stop him. Losing his nerve, he turned around and walked back toward his truck. Standing on the corner, he began to speak to himself. You need to think this through, Jerry. Now that's your problem, Jerry. You always think it through. Have you ever stopped to think that you think too much? Taking his cell out of his pocket, he pressed number 7 on the speed dial pad because he hoped one day to get lucky. Hello, Jerry. How are you? Molly said, answering her cell. I am great, Molly, thanks for asking. What a terrific night we had at the bar. I was so excited for you and wanted to be the first to give you 2 thumbs up. Gee, Jerry, what a bummer, she said, laughing. I was expecting more than 2 thumbs from you. Will you always only tease me, Molly? Wait. Don't answer that. I hope you never stop, Jerry said, laughing. I have a quick question for you. Do you remember speaking with a small Puerto Rican man just before everyone got on the bus? I think he may be someone I know from a long time ago. You mean Fred Diaz? I don't know how long you have known him, but that was a strange conversation. He questioned me about Roger's sources, where he lived, and how he could meet him. You know me, Jerry. I asked him point blank why he wanted to know. He said he was writing a book, but I could tell by his nervous answer that he was lying. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure, Jerry, but you never know. Do you think I should tell Roger about him? Not yet. Let me check him out, and I will let you know tomorrow. Great, I am getting ready to leave Sam's place, so I will let you go, Mr. 2 Thumbs Up, she said, laughing. One last question, do you remember what floor he was on, Molly? That's easy, penthouse 1A, the place is choice, Jerry, and there are only 2 units on the top floor. Thanks, Molly. Give my thanks to Sam for his hospitality, he said as he hung up the phone. 283. Leaning against his truck, Jerry looked up at 37 stories of building, and he started speaking to himself again. Okay, idiot, how do you get to the top floor? You walk, stupid, that's obvious. Next problem, how do you bypass the security guard? There are sure to be security cameras in the lobby and the building. Idiot, you built this shit, think about the vents. Forget the vents, you have a crowbar in your pants, think trash. Taking a hat from his truck and a pair of work gloves, Jerry took a slow walk around the perimeter, looking for where trash would be disposed of or incinerated. Finding the door he was looking for, to his surprise, the lock was an easy, cheap lock. One pop from the crowbar and the door opened, first try. Shutting the door, he searched the ground floor for the service elevator but opted for the stairs. For 37 flights, Jerry wrestled with turning around, but what kept him climbing the stairs was 30+ years of rage and anger. Standing in front of 1A, 1,000 new thoughts raced through his mind. What if Fred Diaz's family is inside? That's an important question. I should have asked Molly. Too late now, Jerry. Knock on the door and say it's security and you need to speak with him. Hell no, security would call him on the phone. Nervously holding the door handle in his hand, trying to decide what to do, the latch went down a bit. It's open. He never locked the damn door. With a touch softer than a mother caressing her newborn baby for the first time, Jerry pushed the latch all the way down. Thank God, the hinges did not squeak. Stepping inside, he closed the door behind him. Listening for any sound, television, or running water, Jerry waited until he heard a cabinet door shut and went in that direction. Looking around a corner, he saw light coming from a room down a wide hall. Stoop down, was the thought going through Jerry's mind as he approached the door. Sitting at a large desk, facing a glass wall overlooking the city, Fred Diaz appeared to be doing paperwork with his back toward Jerry. Stoop down had paid off, because Jerry's reflection would have appeared in the glass. Now, what? What are you going to do, Jerry? You wimp. You climbed all the way up here to sit in the hall and ask yourself now what? Stepping into the twilight zone, Jerry went into the room as his body and time were on slow motion, but his mind was running full speed ahead. Words and sentences seemed slurred and hung in the air, trapped by time. Holly Jesus Marai Mood Heather of Jayad, were Fred's first words. As he reached for a drawer, Jerry broke his forearm with the crowbar. Panicked, nervous, and in pain, Diaz asked, "Who are you?" 284. "What do you want?" "I have money in the safe, lots of money." "Please, just take the money, leave me tied up, and go," Diaz said, holding his arm. "Shut up." Jerry opened the desk drawer, saw the gun, and found a roll of tape. "You really don't recognize me, do you, Fred? You could live to be 1,000 years old, and I would spot you in a crowd of 1,000-year-old people, Fred." Confident that Fred was taped securely in the chair, Jerry asked him, "How's your family, Fred?" "I don't have a family. I lost them several years ago in a horrible automobile accident." "Well, I'll be damned. How did that feel, Fred?" "It was horrible." "Who are you?" "I am the motherfucker whose family you killed, Fred. Remember the day I cursed you and your family as my frail wife tried to pull her hair out?" With those words, Fred's brown skin turned greenish-white with fear. "What is the combination, Fred? Do you want to live? Tell me where you hide the good stuff, Fred. If you try to bullshit me, Fred, or make me mad, I am going to cut your little cock off, Fred, and stuff it in your mouth before I kill you. Why are you sweating so much, Fred? It is only stuff, you can get more stuff, and money. You of all people should know the government prints new money every day. Now, Freddy boy, I want you to tell me why you wanted to meet with my friend, Roger." A look of terror filled Fred's eyes as he nervously slipped and looked in a direction on the desk, causing Jerry to do the same. Looking at the papers on the desk, Jerry was amazed. He spent the rest of the night going through every file cabinet and every inch of Diaz's penthouse. He looked at every phone bill, his cell phones, bank records, took all of the security tapes, installed a blank tape, and undid a cable in the back. "Well, Fred, the sun will start to rise in about another 30 minutes, so I will have to leave now. Look how neat I left everything, I even vacuumed some of your rooms. It was damn hard walking around in your shoes, Fred. Look at it like this, Fred, at least I didn't cut your dick off." 285. "He who sat on it?" 20. "Had a pair of scales in his hand." The third horseman revealed. "A quart of wheat for a denarius and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius." Arriving at Vicky's just before sunrise, Jerry went directly into the spare room and showered. Afterwards, he snuck into bed with Vicky, hoping not to wake her. "Are you trying to sneak into my bed after being out all night, sniffing around like a hound dog? Come here, you," he said, pulling her to him. "You know this hound dog only sniffs right here," he added as he inserted a finger. "I thought you were coming over earlier," she said, grabbing his wrist and pulling his finger out. Holding 3 fingers together, she gently reinserted the tips. "We had a long meeting at the bar," Jerry said as he forced his fingers up to the knuckles. He loved watching her face wince. "You play with fire, little girl, you know you are going to get burned." One eye popped open. It was 3:18 in the afternoon, and Vicky was missing. Stumbling into the shower, he washed Vicky off his face as he thought back to the times he had taken cold showers in the old Detroit homes. After working late hours, to keep himself awake, Jerry loved to do what he called the reverse frog. Instead of slowly cooking like a frog in hot water, he turned the water a bit colder each time until it was ice cold, shocking his body back to life. Pouring a cup of coffee, he found a note from Vicky that gave him a chuckle. "If you care for dessert, Mr. Yum Yum, eat 'em up, I should be back around 5. As you know, I like my dessert straight up." Picking up his cell phone, he called Steve. "I have an urgent matter. We need a group meeting tonight, and you will need to include Sam and Molly." "I will handle it, Jerry. The most secure place we have is Larry's place." "Why Sam and Molly?" "I'd rather not say, just ask them to come." 286. "Got it," said Steve. "I will set it for 8, if there are any changes, I will call you back." "See you then," Jerry replied. Taking Vicky's note, he wrote, "Back by 6, let's eat dessert together." Entering the spare bedroom, he found everything where he had left it under the bed, in a plastic garbage bag. Putting on a pair of disposable kitchen gloves, Jerry drove across town to a blighted neighborhood. Locating an isolated clothing dumpster for the needy, Jerry methodically took the clothing from the bag, one piece at a time, and tossed them into the dumpster. Driving back to Vicky's neighborhood, he stopped for gas at his usual station and disposed of the bag and gloves in an island trash can. Entering through the garage, he could smell his favorite, Chinese food. Vicky smiled at him with the look of a satisfied, happy woman. "I know how much you like Chinese, so tonight, you will be served your own smorgasbord, Mr. Yum Yum." The sexual chemistry between them had always been good. "I had a great time with you this morning," she said, hugging him. "Me, too," Jerry said. They kissed like hot horny teenagers making out when their parents are gone. For an instant, Jerry wondered what life might have been, if, enjoying their food together, they talked, laughed, and ate as if they had never spent a day apart. Then the words entered the room, exploding like small bombs. Recapping our top story tonight. Police have identified the remains of a man, in what appears to be an apparent leap to his death, as Special Agent Fred Diaz. Mr. Diaz was a former special investigator for the state police and a special agent with the IRS. Police say Mr. Diaz left a note at the scene explaining his regrets. The case remains under investigation. Hearing those words, Vicky began to cry as old wounds rushed to the surface. Placing his arms around her, Jerry held her tightly. Years of buried grief surfaced from both of them. With her head still on Jerry's chest, Vicky said, "I thought I had forgotten the name of that evil little man. My heart is full of sorrow because of the unredeemable precious life he took from us, Jerry. You know that I have deep regrets over my personal immaturity when we were young. Somehow, I think our lives would have been okay if Diaz and the government had left us alone. What he did to us was unjustifiable. I hope the little bastard rots in hell." They sat in silence for a while longer, as Jerry was emotionally unable to speak. Vicky looked up and said in a low whisper, "I love you, Jerry." "Yes, I know you do, and I love you, as well." 287. "What he did helped to destroy our family, Vicky, but the real culprit was the United States government. I will never forgive them for the destruction of my family or my businesses. We were robbed of life, but we must stay positive and treasure the days we have left with our children and grandchildren." "I will, Jerry. Thanks. I needed to get that out of me, and I am so glad that you were here when I found out." Vicky warmed the food as they shared a few glasses of wine, talking about the kids and grandchildren, when Jerry, glancing at his watch, asked, "Are you okay now?" "Sure, I'm fine. It's not as if I am going to grieve over that prick," she said, laughing. "Especially when I am interested in this one," she added, squeezing his crotch. "I wanted to make sure because I have to go out for a while." The group had a meeting planned at Larry's place before Diaz showed up on the news. You have been meeting a lot lately. I hope you old hippies are not planning on getting into trouble, like you did in the 60s. Hey you, that's alleged trouble, we never got caught. You know what I mean. We are just exchanging ideas. You can be sure it will be nothing like the 60s, the little boys are all grown up now, he said with a smile. Can I have my straight-up dessert before you go, she said, unzipping his pants. You know how to get him up, and this is a self-serve Chinese buffet, eat all you want, my dear. In his best Chinese accent, Jerry added, you order number 1 stiffy, come in white up. Thanks for coming on such short notice. I would not have asked you to come if this was not a serious matter. Taking copies from his briefcase, Jerry handed a set of documents to everyone. For the most part, the room was silent for over 5 minutes as they read the documents. That is, with the exception of an occasional holy shit, what the fuck, or you have got to be kidding me. Roger spoke first. Let me deal with this, I will snuff it out to the end of the smoke. I think that has already been done, Roger, haven't you seen the news? Scott asked. You know I don't watch the news, Scott. If you are going to be chief of security, I think you better start. Tell me how you got these documents, Jerry, Sam said. I am not comfortable with Sam and Molly being here, Scott remarked. 288. Shut the fuck up, Scott. My name is in the document, Molly shouted. I don't watch the news, either. The guy who wrote these documents, is it the same Fred Diaz you called me about last night, Jerry? What happened to him? Hello. This is for the non-news watchers. He jumped from a 37-story building, naked, without a cape. So we can assume that he did not land like Superman, Scott retorted. Is this true? Do you know anything about this, Jerry? Sam asked. After a long pause, Jerry replied, I took care of the problem. You tossed the man, naked, off the top of the building. Scott asked. Do not answer that, Steve shouted at Jerry. Jerry, do not say another word. You can implicate yourself and everyone here if you speak. Listen to me. Shut the fuck up. You took care of the problem means you and Vicky were working out a personal problem? Correct. Shake your head yes, Jerry. Do you understand me? You actually tossed a guy off the roof. Roger asked. See what I mean, Jerry? Shut up, Steve said again. I think Steve is right, you need to keep quiet at this point. Tell everyone that you took care of a problem between you and Vicky, Larry said. Yes, Roger, I threw the bastard off his balcony to make it look like a suicide. Ah, geez, Jerry, Steve said. While I was in his penthouse, I found the documents. I do not know what each of you would have done, but I did what I felt I had to do. Had it not been for the documents, I might not have killed him. I honestly don't know. That prick was going to turn Roger, Sam, and Molly in as potential collaborators against the United States government. One day, in a raid, government agents would have snatched them up as we sat there with our dicks in our hands, wondering what the just happened. He's right, you know, said Roger. Now, all I intend to do is wait quietly until they call it a suicide and close the case. If anyone wants to turn me in, go ahead. I will not deny what I did. Somehow, I suspect that if you do turn me in, some or all of the people sitting here will settle the matter with you. Trust me on this, from 37 floors, they will not find even a fingerprint, Roger said. They will never find anything on the ground. The minute he hit the ground, it became a polluted crime scene. That is kind of what I thought, Jerry commented. May I ask you a personal question? Sam calmly asked. Sure, Sam. What do you want to know? 289. To me, You seem awfully calm for a man that just murdered someone less than 24 hours ago in a pretty horrific manner. I was wondering what your emotional state is, and quite frankly, if this is your first murder. Jerry, do not answer the second half of that question, Steve commented. Steve, let it be. I'm okay with the question and the implied questions. Jerry said, smiling. Looking at Sam, Jerry said, how about you, Sam? If you knew the man that shot you at Kent State had no remorse for trying to kill you, and he was about to turn everyone at this table into the government, what would you have done? Sam stared thoughtfully, as Jerry turned to Molly, how about you? What if it were Carl? I would have done Carl for less of a reason, Jerry, but I understand your meaning. In answer to your implied question, yes, I would do a traitor in who was going to destroy anyone sitting here, Molly replied. What if it were the county prosecutor, Steve? What would you do? I know what Roger and Larry would have done. What about you, Scott? Would you let the cigar club fuck you again by destroying your friends? The group pondered what they would have done if faced with the same situational ethics Jerry had faced. In answer to your question, Sam, yes, this was the first time I have ever taken a life. It was emotionally intense at the time, and given the circumstances, I have no regrets. This man wrecked my life and family many years ago. Being completely honest, I openly admit that killing him gave me a strange, personal satisfaction. I never expected that emotion to surface when I tossed him from his balcony. A weird, almost triumphant feeling hit me. A feeling as if I had finally struck a blow against the federal government for the destruction of my family's life. This degenerate bastard openly murdered my frail wife's heart in front of me. As a ruthless IRS agent, he put me out of business, and my family became homeless without any justification. His actions, and the actions of the United States government, stole my privileged right to share a full and complete life with my wife and children. He was an emotionless Nazi, loading a train car bound for the gas chambers the day he murdered my wife's heart in front of me. So, you ask me how I am emotionally, Sam. That is how it affected me. I want more justice, and intend to get it if I have to execute every motherfucker on their payroll, one at a time. The bastards that work for the IRS are traitors to the American people. For a few bucks, they violate their own conscience in service to Hitler. 290. IRS employees remind me of the Jews that worked for the Nazis loading train cars bound for the gas chambers. They counted heads and snitched on other Jews in order to save their own asses. The IRS employees, working for the Gestapo agency, know how fucked up the government is, and yet, like the Jew Nazi, they choose to shake down the pockets of the American people. As you can tell, I am extremely angry. Let me rephrase that. I am full of rage. You ask me why such rage? At some point, each and every day, I find myself trapped in a constant comparison of what my life might have been. It comes to me at any moment throughout the day. The what if appears after making love with Vicky, or my children's birthdays, a holiday, even a phone call from a grandchild. My stolen, putrid loss of life and my family's stolen lives are always present with me each day. As a man, I had a divine right to provide a future and security for my family. The United States government aborted my life and gave me a pus-filled life of wasted dreams and futile vanity. They stole my privileged right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness with my family. If a man fucks up his own life, that is one thing, but when the United States government fucks up your life, I want justice. Emotionally, Sam, I have finally grown up, and I am one pissed off son of a bitch. That's why I call it rage. This group represents the only hope I have at obtaining larger justice than I can obtain by myself. Except for Molly, we all know the sun is setting on our lives, so we need to get off our old asses and think about getting even in a big way, real soon. For me, I desperately need some kind of justifiable closure and redeeming purpose for my life. When I got out of bed yesterday, I didn't have the slightest idea that I was going to toss Diaz over his balcony to his death. From where I stand, it seems that circumstances beyond my comprehension or control have caused me to step into another dimension. When I entered Diaz's home, I never expected to find those papers. What I did find out about myself at the decisive moment of life or death for Fred Diaz was, for the first time in my life, that I am ready to die for a cause greater than the value of my own life. You are the people that I placed greater value on than my own life. Collectively, you offer me the opportunity to unleash all of the rage within my heart on the United States government. I refuse to sit down, watch the sun go down, and wait for the grave to take my life. I am getting up. I refuse to sit another moment, and the sons of bitches that stole my life are going to pay. If they execute me while I am trying to wake up the sleeping American sheep, I have done well. From what I hear out of your mouths, I believe you are each at the same point. 291. I see little difference in my life and yours, and think you are ready to settle the score for the robbed or wasted vanities found in your own lives. I would like to think each of you would have done the same thing that I did to protect this one chance for our lives to have some kind of a redeeming value. I accept Steve's facts. I agree Lincoln was the exact point in history where we the people lost the title deed to the country. Therefore, I recommend that we move forward in the development of a plan of action against the United States government. No more bullshit games, no more talking about what to do. It is time to develop a real plan of action and figure out what we are going to do against the biggest destroyer of human life in the world. While my words are anxious and frustrated, I assure each of you, this time I want our collective minds to develop the absolute best plan we can. We cannot jump blindly into a swimming pool filled with acid, like we did in Florida. I offer this group all of my life experiences, wisdom, and finances to accomplish any task we face. If it is acceptable with everyone, I would like to take a few minutes to offer some ideas and information for consideration for any plan of action we develop. Captivated by his sincerity and boldness, everyone nodded in agreement. Looking at Steve, Jerry continued, I appreciate your attempt to keep the scales of justice balanced for me legally, Steve, by telling me to shut up. I am sure that you have seen your own share of unbalanced scales during your career. For me, the United States government destroyed my life, using another set of scales. I call them the unbalanced economic scales. Excited about the term unbalanced economic scales, Molly elbowed Sam in the side. I got it, Molly. I'm not deaf, Sam whispered. On one scale, they demand accountability from the American people. You be good tax-paying citizens, pay no later than April 15th, vote, as if it counts, and manage your homes and businesses in a sound financial manner. While, on their side of the scales, they spend money on foolish projects, intimidate the American people, rob Social Security, print money when they need it, and sell our future by borrowing money from China. They intimidate the sheep every year by publicly crucifying at least one high-profile individual at tax time. Using strong-arm Gestapo tactics, the IRS and a bankrupt United States government seize news headlines by going after celebrities like Willie Stillsmokin' Pot Nelson, Wesley Snipes, or recently that old burned-out rocker, what's his name? Ozzy Osbourne. The rest of you little sheepish assholes better file on time, or we will do to you what we did to them. To avoid penalties or jail, be sure to postmark before the midnight deadline. I am sick and tired of the way they manipulate 300 million sheep and businesses. 292. Ask anyone who has ever gotten a letter from the IRS and dealt with them on any level, what they think of them. I would like to be a bit silly for a few minutes in the hopes of imparting some knowledge into a strategy we could adapt. Statistics and information like this, distributed in literature, radio, or television, might be an effective way to educate the American people. The IRS has about 25,000 field agents or one for every 12,000 sheep. If you count the janitor, phone receptionist, and guard, they have about one person to every 5,000 sheep. If the sheep stopped paying taxes, forcing everyone working for the Gestapo into the field, it would take one agent, working 7 days a week, almost 14 years to see everyone on his list. That is, unless they sent him to my home first, Jerry said to the laughter of the group. I would pop them, as well, said Roger, and Larry nodded in agreement. Now look what you have done, Roger. They have to send them out 2 at a time for protection, so that means they will need 28 years to see everyone on the list. Pop them both, Roger answered. I see you get my point, Roger. The sheep can stop them with the same tactics the IRS used on the sheep: fear, intimidation, murder, and the destruction of families and businesses. They are a paper tiger illusion, created only as a tool of fear against timid sheep. Smiling at Sam, Jerry continued. I see your mind, Sam, running through the list of options. You think electronic seizures of accounts are all it will take, right? That will wake up the sheep for damn sure. A mass Gestapo seizure action would take the fear out of the sheep, and IRS employees better not be living in my neighborhood. Very interesting indeed, Jerry, Sam said, smiling. Now, when are you going to get to the silly part? Questioned Sam as everyone laughed. Knowledge is power, Jerry, and when you are in a fight, we need all of the power we can obtain. Presented to the sheep, it might have some effect. We need to teach them that a bully can't catch all 5,000 of us if we hit him and run. Now, that is silly, smiled Jerry. The United States government is as bankrupt as a homeless vagrant living in a cardboard box under the freeway. It continues to borrow from everyone and steal the taxpayers' money to bail out itself, corporations, banks, and Wall Street. Americans need to ask, where is my 18% interest rate on my money that you borrowed and loaned without my permission? They borrowed nearly $1 trillion from China just to pay government debts. Whose debt? I never got any Chinese yuan or signed the loan papers. 293. Social Security is broke. When the United States government tells the American people that Social Security is okay, they are all liars. The federal government borrowed against all of the money in Social Security a long time ago. Listen to me, if China quits lending, there is no Social Security system because all of the money is long gone. The United States government is playing a carnival shell game with the American people as they borrow every way they can to cover the costs each month. Anytime China decides, they can turn off the funds, and the Social Security checks will stop. As most of you know, the government forced me to take everything in my life underground and offshore. During that process of survival, I learned how to beat the government at their own game. Over the years, I developed or figured out many useful principles. Now, I am quite confident that I can create a financial system capable of protecting the American people from government mistakes with a system of balanced fairness for everyone. As Larry put it, I know where the potholes are. The government put my head in a pothole and ran over me. Then backed up and ran over me again. I believe that what I painfully learned will help us as we develop a plan of action. My most disturbing discovery happened quite by accident. I think this will happen to the United States of America if we don't take action as a group. I was tracing the economic origins of the United States online, and came across a website where a person had predicted 9/11 for several years before it happened. Please bear with me. I am not crazy or religious, as you all know. I don't remember the name of the man or the website, but it seems for years this man delivered the same message each New Year's Day. It went something like this: calamity is coming to this country. One night you are going to go to bed. When you get up the next day, calamity will strike, and the world as you now know it will never be the same again. Reading about the man and his predictions took me back to 9/11 and the calamity that struck, changing the nation and the world forever. That day forever changed the economic scales against the citizens of the world. Molly elbowed Sam in the ribs again. It is obvious that the world has suffered financial calamity since 9/11. What people do not understand is how the world monetary system is becoming a government-owned entity all over the world. The new standard for placing value on money comes from the analysis of a nation's leading economic indicators. I hope you understood that. The government determines if your hard-earned money is worth anything, not you. The countries of the world have no standard of value backing paper money of any kind. Nearly all paper money is not worth the paper it's written on. The world operates on a floating currency without any real value attached. 294. The concept, for most people, is hard to get your head around. Homes have value, cars have value, and even used clothing has value. Paper money has no value backing it other than what the indicators of a nation's economy looks like in the crystal ball of the future. Let me give you a simple understanding of what the world countries are doing with money. They are playing a very serious game of marbles with your marble bag and your hard-earned paper money. We all played marbles as kids and understand that the shooter can keep shooting other players. Marbles out of the ring, as long as he stays stuck in the ring. The monetary marble game that the world is playing is for keeps and comes down to ownership of the most paper marbles from other players. The United States of America is almost out of the paper marble game. It seems that, with the idiots we put in power, coupled with the wrong system of government, our entire large bag of paper marbles has been nearly lost in the game. Financially, over 70% of all paper US dollars, our marbles, are now in the marble bags of other countries. This is not hypothetical or a number I plucked out of the heavens. Over 70 US dollars out of 100 resides in another country's marble bag. At this point, I don't believe there is a way to win the marble game, since at best, the sheep own less than 29% of the entire country built on worthless paper money. On one hand, I think we should slap the sheep from their slumber, and on the other, it may not be worth waking the sheep at all. I say the man on the web was right. After the calamity of 9/11, the financial scales tipped immediately. The world is about to experience a financial calamity and meltdown. It will be so devastating, that it will make the rubble of the Twin Tower implosions look like a paper napkin on a playground. One thing for sure, previous history has proven the world will fight over money and food. I expect the next new world wars will be to the death of the other nation. China is trying to kill this nation without firing a shot. They have a large bag of our paper marbles because the inept leaders in Washington keep playing games with the budget. In our plan of action, I feel we should invest money on television to educate people on how to take down and stop the United States government by withholding taxes. Change is not coming to America with sweet, meaningless speeches from Obama. Change is coming if we can wake up the sheep. Otherwise, change will not occur. Obama needs to grow a spine. Yes, I agree with Mabel Watson, he inherited a house nigger's mess from Bush, if you look at life through her eyes. What Mabel does not understand is that Obama did what every other politician before him did, and it has nothing to do with skin color. 295. The skin of a politician has only one color, chameleon. It might serve Mabel well to know a chameleon changes colors more for social reasons than to hide from danger. He said one thing and then compromised like a politician after he took office on important issues, from closing Gitmo and ending the wars to stopping the Patriot Act. Can you imagine the thinking that went into naming the theft of every constitutional right from the American people as a Patriot Act, and then selling that bullshit to the stupefied sheep? That act is the most unpatriotic act since Lincoln, and Obama signed it into law, again. To me, that officially makes the House chameleon a partaker of George Bush's legacy. I don't care how big the mess was on the floor when he got there. Sam raised his hand as if he were in a grade school classroom. Yes, Sam. Please excuse me for interrupting, Jerry, but am I to understand this is now a strategy meeting? It sounds to me as if you are already putting forth new ideas for consideration in the plot to overthrow the United States government. In my zeal to move the ball down the field, Sam, wait a minute. I like the sound of that phrase, the plot to overthrow. Since we are open to interruption, can we take a quick break? I need to take a leak, asked Scott. Looking at him, Jerry shouted, you know the rules, Scott, no pissing while I am talking. As laughter filled the room, Larry and Molly went into the kitchen for snacks. When everyone returned, Steve stood and said, as president, I put to the floor a proposal we call our new and last plan of action, the plot to overthrow. Standing, with drinks in hand, everyone clicked their glasses, saying in unison, the plot to overthrow it shall be. Sam sat in stunned amazement at how his slip of the tongue had ended in the group taking the same name he had conceived after the shooting at Kent State. Roger spoke up and said, now we are going somewhere. We will use the code word vote in a sentence to call for a meeting. I will supply each of you tomorrow with prepaid cell phones and untraceable SIM cards. Remember, be careful what you say, that doesn't mean Big Brother cannot hear you. It means he cannot trace your location very easily. The phones are not for chit-chat. Using the word vote, voting, or voted in any sentence will signify a need to call for a same-night meeting, here at 8 p.m. until we find a more secure location. All you need to say is, I need to vote, and nothing else is necessary. If it is extremely urgent, ask to vote at a specific hour. I need to vote, at 4 p.m. or whatever hour you need. 296. One call to me, and I take it from there. Molly leaned over and whispered to Sam, I told you from the start these guys were serious. Yes, you did, but it will take more than a televised tax revolt to overthrow the government, Molly. Wait a minute, Sam, isn't that the exact term you used, the plot? How did you know about this? I know what I know, and now I am wondering how he knew what I knew, or how much he knows about the real plot to overthrow the United States government. What? Asked Molly. As Jerry began speaking again, he said, I guess getting off course a bit was a good thing. We now have a name, thanks to Sam. Let's endeavor to build on that foundation a wise plot to overthrow. I have some additional thoughts, and perhaps a legal challenge we might entertain, as a group. I think we should explore the possibility of filing a test case with the thousands of people I know that had a thriving business one day, and the next day it was turn out the lights because Uncle Sam has fucked it up again. Where is the money they cost millions of hard-working, small businessmen who invested their entire lives and were forced to close their doors because of the United States government's negligent mismanagement? These are real lives of real people, and not just some statistic. The United States government has destroyed the homes and lives of more families than all natural disasters combined, and they did it intentionally with negligent acts of malice. It was not an act of God, and what they did not have to happen at all. Do you have any idea how many businesses were prosperous one day and broke the next because of Bush? Do not get me started on the unintentional necessity to foreclose on homes because of price gouging and illicit greedy mortgage lenders. The United States government used the people's money to bail out the banks and Wall Street and turned their backs on the people. Families were needlessly ripped apart. People found themselves having to learn a new occupation at 50 years old. Obama blew it. He could have helped people stay in their homes. A $700 billion bailout to help the people of this nation would have turned this country around faster. Telling an unemployed man to find a new place for his family to live causes major economic failure. For once, the government should have invested in the people. $700 billion buys a lot of stability in families, real estate markets, and the housing industry. 297. Had Obama helped the people with a mortgage supplement at a level or below $1,000 a month for a full year, over 60 million families could have remained in their homes. Foreclosures and the lunacy of empty homes served no one, not even the mortgage lending crooks. Do you understand that the first $700 billion business bailout could have helped over half of all the homes in the country for a year? That would have given everyone a lot of time to stabilize. The economy will not change until housing grows again. Every economist knows this, or I should say, at least those outside of Washington. No one can win the argument that we still have a free market enterprise. That left with the first bailout of the railroads in 1970. The United States government is in the business of bailing out everything business and governmental. They started with the railroads and continued with airlines, banks, automobiles, brokers, more banks, and then bailed out the failed New York City government in 1975. Many of the loans were never paid back, and it took NYC over a decade to pay back the loan. When has any citizen ever received that kind of help in life when they were in debt and overextended? Why do the sheep allow the United States government to get away with the misuse of their money? And why would the motherfuckers in Washington keep throwing the people of this nation under the bus? Two things control Washington: ignorance and cold-heartedness for we the people. If Congress is going to fight over a budget, the first fight needs to be over the security of the people who provide the budget. Why does all of the pain and suffering reside on the people's side, and never on the government's side for its negligent actions? I ask each of you, personally, what amount of money would you award to me for losing my privileged right to my family? What amount for the theft of my right to live my life how I wanted to live it? How much money will you award me for making my entire life nothing but 50 years of wasted vanity? After a long pause, Jerry looked at everyone individually. How much money do you want for that needless bullet through your gut, Sam? What other path in life would you have taken without it? How many lies did the United States government tell you, Roger, in order for you to commit murderous acts in needless wars? Who gave you those sleepless nights? It was not the victims, my friend. They were the victims, just like you. It was the lying government. What's that worth to you, Roger? How much money for coerced, backroom legal deals with false convictions, Steve? Come on, buddy, the judicial system so messed you up, that you were going to pop yourself. Give me a price, counselor. How much for the insane trauma that put the cold steel of a loaded gun barrel in your mouth? 298. How much for fixed votes and backroom deals in Congress, Scott? What are they worth? Fucking over the sheep for power, what was that worth? Forced retirement and dirty tricks. Is that the reason you went to Washington? How could the United States government ever compensate any of us with money? I am not the only one in this room with a putrid loss of life. Don't look at me like I am crazy. You each have your own pus-filled infections and wasted lives, just like me. Pain and suffering is a legal term, but some things in life are not about money, are they? I am out for justice. I am up to my ears with bullshit from this worthless, heartless, destructive government. I do not give a shit if the Muammar Gaddafi of the United States government drops bombs on me or turns a tank on me. I am going to take his ass down. All the way to the ground. One way or the other, since 9/11, this. Sam slammed the table with his fist. I am with you, Jerry, and it's time to reveal the real plot to Overthrow. Roger followed with both fists. You know where I stand. I have been ready for so long, you cannot imagine, Steve added, leaping to his feet and kicking his chair backwards. I know I have one purpose remaining in this life, and this is it, Larry said, looking at Scott. Count me in, said Scott, as everyone turned, looking at Molly. I had only one fantasy left in my life. It was to be the main mama for the Hells Angels. I guess you leftover hippies will have to do, she said, smiling as everyone laughed. Besides, if I am right, Sam, Jerry will be number 3, won't he? Shaking his head as he tried to whisper with every eye looking at him, Sam said, Molly, we are not here to discuss that. We are here to listen. Wait a minute, what are you two up to? Asked Steve. I am not sure I liked her motorcycle mama answer, either, said Scott, much less her following comment. Sam seized control of the conversation. Molly and I have a corresponding study we are doing that meshes exactly with what you fellows have been doing. If you recall, Larry, last night I was in the middle of inviting everyone to my home when Roger showed up at the bar. That's right, Larry responded. Do you still want to get together? Yes, I do. What is this number 3 crap? Scott asked. That's the number of times I am going to beat your ass if you keep it up, retorted Molly. Standing to his feet, Scott looked across the table at Molly. You are not ever going to beat my ass again, Molly. 299. You cured me of that perverted addiction. For the benefit of everyone here, someone sexually messed me up as a young man, and Molly recently brought me full circle. For that, I thank you. My wife and I are honestly trying to make something out of what little life we have left together. There, now that I have that off my chest, I think I can be more civil towards you in my questions. Please, forgive my previous hostilities, Molly. Nevertheless, I would still like to know what you meant by Jerry being number 3. Molly could not believe that she actually felt a tiny bit sorry for Scott. Sam quickly took control of the conversation again. Scott, I will be more than willing to answer that when we meet in my study. I have over 30 years of study that correlates perfectly to this group's discussion. After 30 years of study, I cannot possibly begin to answer that question in a few sentences. I will tell you that we are not concerned with the number 3 anymore, but more likely as a group it will be the number 4. Observing their puzzled faces, Sam continued. All I can do is ask you to trust me. Larry said immediately, I do. That's good enough for me, said Roger, as everyone, including Scott, concurred. Looking at Jerry, Sam asked, what were you about to say about 9/11? Before I interrupted you. First of all, speaking as a structural steel engineer and a builder, there is no way planes took those buildings down. For the first 3 years after the implosions, I was angry at the bullshit we were fed by the government about how the buildings collapsed. I wasted a lot of time and money trying to educate the public. I am part of the largest group of architects and engineers in the world who all agree that it was impossible to knock those buildings down with a plane. The group I am involved with has over 1,375 structural steel engineers with over 8,000 years of education. No matter what we tried, we could not wake up the American people to demand that the government look at the facts. Now I am trying another, simpler approach. I run advertisements in newspapers and on cable television asking the American people to stop and read George Bush's own account of what he saw, and when he saw it, on September 11th in the school. If anyone reads what Bush says he saw, the Texas Rangers need to arrest him on self-inflicted perjury and treason. Anyone can find all of Bush's lies publicly available all over the internet and newspapers. Roger spoke up, if you do not mind, Jerry, I would like to interject a few comments. Go ahead. I was hoping to have heard more from you last night, and if your documents had any insight about 9/11. 300. I am sure everyone understands there were many things I could have talked about last night. Trust me, I have a whole lot more that everyone needs to hear about concerning what's really behind terrorism. It was the wrong place last night, and General Breckinridge would have pulled my ear off. Those are pretty big ears, Jerry joked. I mean that literally, Jerry, the man will do it. Ouch, laughed Molly. Brad retired after me, so he would have the latest facts on how the government uses terrorism to its advantage. If I had told that news crowd what I really know last night, there would have been sheep shit all over the floor. When you know what I know about the war on terror, it will terrorize your thinking. Why don't we meet here in the morning? I would like to hear it, Steve said. If we are going after the United States government, we might as well understand how they think, and every bit of knowledge helps. Sam spoke up. I would love to hear it too, Roger. Would this General Breckinridge be willing to share his knowledge? Not a good idea. Do we trust this man? Scott asked. No one knows him except Roger. Roger looked sternly at Scott, and before he could speak, Scott quickly asked, "Do you trust him, Roger?" "With my life, Scott, and I have many times." "Good enough for me," Scott said. Now, let me finish what Jerry was saying about what Bush actually knew on September 11th. First, it is a documented fact, all over the world, that Bush said he saw the first plane hit the building that morning on a television in the hall, while he was waiting to go into the classroom. We know that was a lie because there was no footage of the first plane broadcast until very late that day, and most of the networks did not broadcast the first plane until the next day. The school has verified there has never been a television in any of the halls. That is common knowledge. I can tell you, according to the documents I read, they indicate the stooge evidently watched as the first plane hit the building from inside the limo before he went into the school. That means the United States government was monitoring the buildings, expecting an attack. From what I could understand, it seems Bush was played for the stooge he actually was. After reading the document, I'm not sure the Saturday Night Live joke about Cheney actually running the country is a joke. Cheney's account differs and changes as widely as his quail shooting abilities. Anyhow, Bush had limited understanding as the events unfolded in real time. 301. It appears he was left in the blind intentionally in order to make him appear believable and in as much shock as the American public. What happened was Bush blew his lines. The people who played him as a stooge did not count on the stooge messing up his lines at the school. A lot of this is public knowledge, as I said, even the school says there were no televisions in the hall. The question is not, is the president lying? It is, why did he lie? It gets worse. President Bush later recounted again, what his thoughts were as he watched the first plane hit the Twin Towers in the school hallway, and I quote, "Well, there's one terrible pilot." That statement speaks for itself. The visit to the elementary school was a staged event. Give me the name of any other president in history that would watch a plane hit the World Trade Center, say it was a bad pilot, and then enter a classroom to read a book to children. We all saw the dumbass expression on his face when Andy Card whispered in his ear, "Oh, we are under attack. You mean that was not a terrible pilot flying the other plane?" Even then, he just sat there. From what I understand, the government knew the attacks were coming and decided to let them happen. The attacks would give the United States government the mandate to enter into a part of the world where they desired a presence. We need to meet tomorrow and have a serious talk about terrorism at 0 to 800. The implosions were just that, Jerry, especially Building 7. In their determination to convince the public and stir public outrage, they overdid it. Building 7 was a mistake by the government. They did not need to implode that building, and that is where the real problem for government exposure lays. Anyone that watches that tape can see that was a timed implosion. The rapid cleanup by the government was to cover up the explosives used during the implosions. I think some of your people in Gage's organization recovered some proof of the explosives the government used. There's much more, I just felt it necessary to back up what Jerry was saying. I am glad you did, Roger, said Jerry. It helps me a lot to know that I am not crazy, and yes, we have proof of the type of explosives used to implode the towers and Building 7. What I do not understand is with all of the information that we have collected, we cannot seem to get to first base to open an investigation. Even with public knowledge of Bush's lies about what he saw that day, we cannot get a hearing or an audience in Washington. You will understand tomorrow. Once you find out how the government opted to use terrorism, Roger replied. It will not make you happy. One study your group needs to do, Jerry, is who or why so many people never showed up for work on September 11th. You would think the press would have investigated such a huge story. Where are the undisclosed sources? 302. That investigation needs to be coupled with the exorbitant payout to the Jew that owned Building 7. If they follow people that did not show up for work and the money trail, you will understand why Building 7 was imploded. And quite possibly who imploded the Twin Towers, as well. Trust me, I will be here at 8 sharp, Roger. Let me shut up, and let's go home. It has been a great night. In closing, here are some nighttime thoughts for those of you who will be counting sheep. We have had way too much talk about sheep tonight, Jerry said, smiling. The scales tipped on September 11th for the final time in this nation's history. Today we have a trade deficit of over $270 billion a year with China. Why would the United States government allow such a huge loss? There go your marbles. How did the United States government get into debt with China, borrowing almost $1 trillion every year to keep this propped-up puppet in business? China plays the United States government like a puppet. It recently forced the US to infuse the banks with another batch of freshly printed paper in the amount of another $700 billion. Do you understand they are shooting our bag of marbles out of the ring each time we do that? Since China holds the debt, they take the marbles out of the country. The real owners of America are the Arab OPEC nations and China. This is all happening, as the idiots in Washington and Wisconsin argue about cutting union benefits to help balance the budget. Why not deal with the serious problem of cutting off China first? China owns nearly $3 trillion in assets within the US, including Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac mortgages. What happened? Can someone make sense of this? What power in Washington allowed China such a strong hold on the United States of America? Interrupting, Sam calmly said, I know who, what, where, when, and why. I know what power controls Washington, and how it works in and through the United States government. I would like to discuss setting up a meeting with everyone when we meet here, with Roger. So, that was not a slip of the tongue when you said you had the real plot to overthrow the United States government, Sam, Larry said. Yes, it was a slip of the tongue, Larry. Where was that ear-ripping general when I needed him? Sam said, laughing. Tomorrow, after Roger, I would like to set a date to have everyone over to my place to explain the power behind Washington that drives the United States government. Roger, I look forward to hearing you and General Breckinridge on terrorism, Sam said. As they were walking through the parking lot, Sam commented to Molly. There is some merit to what they said tonight, but that is not going to overthrow the United States government in a million years. 303. 21. Atoll. Lying on a beach in Mexico. Sippin' a margarita. This must be what a military classroom is like, Sam thought. Roger and General Breckinridge, dressed in military uniforms, set up a marker board and passed out sheets of information. Sam leaned over, and asked Jerry where Scott was. He had an appointment with his psychologist that he couldn't break. So I'm going to fill him in later. He should have been here, added Molly. I have already cured him of his deviant sexual behavior. Why does he need a psychologist? Roger was busy adjusting some small boxes he called frequency scramblers that would stop the penetration of external listening devices, or internal bugs. Turning around, he said, We are good to go, General. Gentlemen, I thank each of you for coming today. I have spoken with Roger briefly about your endeavors and offer my assistance should you determine that you need it. Recently, I made a decision to retire because of a highly classified operation, codenamed Cemetery Network. Turning to the board, he wrote Cemetery Network, and underneath, the manipulation of terrorism. Underlining the words, he continued. That is the reason I retired. The atmosphere in the military is a very strange one, and I think their actions are unhealthy to the nation. The Cemetery Network was responsible for feeding the right ideas and information into known terrorist cells. When we are finished today, the darkest side of the United States government may become your new, scary bed partner tonight. As he took a seat, he said, Roger, would you explain Victor Bout to everyone? Viktor Bout is a resilient opponent. A Russian soldier, KGB agent, and a product of terrorism's market economy of supply and demand. I personally met Bout, also known as the Sanctions Buster, in the 90s on 2 occasions. Both times, he was smuggling arms to President Charles Taylor of Liberia. 304. Many countries used Bout's airlines to move undisclosed product into areas of interest. The French, the UN, heads of state, soldiers, and yes, even the United States government all used Bout's planes for private operations. My reason for meeting Bout was to offer assistance or money for his operations in Afghanistan. At that time, he was running guns and live bodies into Afghanistan, supporting the Taliban, who had taken over Kabul. The Taliban gave Bout the use of Afghan airlines, and he delivered around 800 new volunteers a day to fight with the Taliban and join Osama bin Laden. All the way up to 9/11, the United States government funded the Taliban and bin Laden with arms and cash. 9/11 was the actual ending of Charlie Wilson's war. In 2008, the United States government captured Bout during a sting operation in Bangkok, Thailand. In 2010, the United States successfully deported Bout, against vehement objections from the Russian government. Russia claimed the extradition was unlawful, and the United States government used unprecedented political pressure on the government of Thailand. From a legal point, I agree with Russia. However, I know why both countries wanted Viktor Bout. Here are several questions the American people are not asking. What was the United States government doing in Thailand, setting up a sting operation to catch a supposed Russian gun runner? What authority gave the United States government the right to enter a foreign country and arrest a private citizen from another country? How would this country react if China ran sting operations to catch Russians in Chicago? Looking around the table at everyone, Roger said, "There is so much about Big Brother you still do not understand, but that is another topic for another day." Viktor Bout was about to go public with verifiable proof the United States government had funded the Taliban and bin Laden all the way up to 9/11. The threat of information like that falling into the hands of WikiLeaks is worth a lot of money to a guy like Bout. The only reason the government didn't kill him was because Bout was a Russian KGB agent. Russia also has proof the United States government supplied guns in countries that house terrorists through Bout. The United States government creates 80% of the turmoil we see in governments today. We have successfully changed numerous governments by killing people, and without firing a shot. The plan: make it look as if we are fighting terrorism and use the war on terror to our benefit. The American people do not understand how much they have been spoofed by the phrase war on terror. 305. General Breckinridge stood up, and Roger sat down without saying another word. Let me clarify what Roger is saying. If a nation did not follow our cause, the United States government bloodied their soil and made terror personal to them. We have always known where bin Laden was. Do you really think we could not follow the same man delivering bin Laden tapes to Al Jazeera from the first day he started? We map every country in the entire world by satellite every 12 hours. If a mosquito moves, we know it. The cemetery network infiltrated terrorist cells all over the world with knowledge. The knowledge of an easy target. Our plans for civil unrest swept through the Arab nations so successfully that even I was surprised at how fast we accomplished it in so many countries. A snag in the operation was the shutting down of the internet by the leaders of a country. Arabs are not fighters. I rank them a close second just behind the French. If the Arab people cannot see or hear about the revolt, they do not have the guts to fight. Obama authorized and expedited the release of shadow military technology, cell phones, and high-tech laptops, allowing people to see their own revolt, even if the leaders shut down the internet. That one will come back to bite him in the ass because China will snatch that technology up in a hurry. In the information age, that's what moves people to keep fighting. The Arabs need to believe they have the possibility of winning. What they do not understand is they will win exactly what the United States government wants to give them. Since 9/11, the United States government began feeding terrorist cells the information they wanted them to have, and they fed the American media what they wanted them to know. Does anyone think it would be that hard to infiltrate a terror cell with a handful of occupants whose average IQ is 65? That would be about as difficult as feeding the American media through undisclosed sources, he said, laughing. The information we fed them, as one of them, led to everything from train bombings, airport threats, the bombing of the Russian airport, and threats all over Europe. One of our funniest was how much stuff we were able to stir up with the cartoon flap in a Danish newspaper. Before I retired last year, I was still amazed at how the rest of the world was so naive about the real activities and motives of the United States government. Think about it, terrorism was mainly a United States problem. The people in Europe should be asking themselves why they are under terrorist attacks and not the United States. What did the Europeans do to the cave-dwelling Arabs? The better question, if they would wake up and ask it, would be, why has America not had another attack in 10 years? 306. Do they think bin Laden was stirring up their part of the world from his country estate? The United States government spilled blood on European soil to accomplish our primary goal, to make the UN take action against Arab leaders. We fed the terrorist cells information on how to bloody soil all over Europe to move Europe into our sympathy corner. The benefit was UN sanctions and a no-fly zone as we try to kill Gaddafi the same way Bush killed Saddam Hussein. European leaders have to know we gave the rebels in Libya the guns and started the overthrow with CIA money. After decades of making the UN useless, the United States government decided to use them as a puppet. Once blood was spilled on European soil, it didn't take long to have the UN endorse sanctions and a no-fly zone. The stupid-ass French President Sarkozy bit it hook, line, and sinker. He wants to show the world they can fight when everyone knows why doctors like to operate on the French. After a long silent pause, Steve said, "I'll bite, General. It's because they have no guts, and their heads and asses are interchangeable." During the laughter, General Breckinridge sat down and Roger rose to his feet. "The reason I was able to survive numerous wars and attacks on my life was because of a specialized training called enemy assessment. I truly studied every opponent before entering a battlefield. In my assessment of terrorism, I can assure you, they are not a worthy opponent to be overly concerned about. They have low intelligence, no real network, and they are enormously limited in launching an attack. There isn't a logical reason for anyone to fear men who are hiding in caves," Roger said with a smile. "Let me put all of this BS about the war on terrorism into proper perspective. Do you realize the Mexican drug cartels are more of a terrorist threat than all the combined acts of terror for the last 50 years? There have been over 40,000 murders in Mexico, and that number is only what they will admit to. As we all know, you can't believe anything a Mexican tells you. I think the number is probably double that amount. Compare 40,000 murdered, in a 5-year war in Mexico, to just over 6,000 American soldiers killed in 10 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. I ask you, where is the real war zone, and why haven't we sealed the border? What do you think would happen if we started shooting Mexicans on the other side of the border? Why the puzzled faces? Israel shot across the border into Syria, killing unarmed civilians, and the United States government said Israel had a right to shoot them. Can you imagine that, Sam? Why are we not shooting Mexicans approaching the border? 307. The Mexicans have murdered the equivalent of 12 World Trade Centers. In less than 2 years, the number of murders in Mexico will surpass the number of American deaths in the Vietnam War. An American citizen is safer walking naked through Iraq than lying on a beach in Mexico, sipping a margarita. Roger said to the laughter of everyone. I am trying to impart to you the understanding of how the United States government uses the word terror and the war on terrorism to hype fear in this nation. Terror is such a strong word for an image in the mind. Almost everyone has experienced a version of terror or great fear at some point in his or her life. If you tell that image of terror in our minds that there is a war on terror, the sheep will run and hide in fear. It is at that moment the sheep will be willing to do anything for protection. The United States government is a master at word and image manipulation. The most recent manipulation by the United States government is easily understandable, if we observe the way the media has changed how they report war casualties and attacks. The world knows that the real boots on the ground in both wars are American soldiers, and that American generals are in command. So what's new? A subtle change has occurred in the way the news media reports on the wars. Instead of American soldiers killed today, they are changing the words to NATO forces suffered casualties. The United States government made the change as they began to use the phrase NATO forces every time they opened their mouths at a news conference. This way, the news sources must report the quoted statement as NATO forces suffered casualties or NATO forces attacked. In that manner, the government manipulates the media to limit reporting the actual reality of war and death. Do not say American soldiers killed today as an opening headline, say NATO forces suffered casualties or NATO forces attacked. This is how the United States government buries the reality that we are burying young boys in their hyped-up war on terror. Don't think for 1 minute, the United States government did not learn from Vietnam. Since Vietnam, they figured out they must keep the horror of death and war from the minds of the sheep. The think tank crowd told them after the Vietnam War. The failure in Vietnam was because of public opinion. That opinion was shaped by the way the news reported the vivid reality of death in Vietnam. If the news media reports the reality of war, showing pictures of soldiers killed and their families left behind, the sheep might wake up. The United States government learned from Vietnam. They make sure the news remains filled with the war on terror. They hype every roadside or car bomb for any reason. Put that on the news 24/7, and make the sheep hide in fear. Every bit of it is bullshit. 308. In the United States, 115 people a day are killed in car accidents. This means over 40,000 Americans die every year in car accidents. The combined car bombs in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iraq kill less than 2,000 people. So I ask you, where is the terror war zone? How big is it? Really? This thing is blown way out of proportion. Let's keep the war on terror in its proper perspective. With all of the news hype on the war on terror, how big is it really? Where are the terrorists? Think realistically with me about world terrorism. How does terrorism actually affect the American public? How much real impact does a car bomb in Pakistan, blowing up a mosque, have on the life of an American? Why would the American public be concerned or give a fuck if Islam wants to blow up Islam? What is a car bomb from the other side of the world even doing on American television? Every bombing is one tribe of Arabs attacking another sect because of a religious power struggle. The Arabs are making trouble in their own countries, not in the world. Over 95% of all news reports are about the troublemakers and infighting between Arab tribes. They are not acts of terror against the United States or the world. Why are they broadcast on the news? We get it. You convinced me. They are crazy, Roger said with a smile. Some sheep are not so damn dumb. The mainstream media outlets intentionally fail to report them for what they truly are. Mimicking a news reporter, Roger commented, "Tonight, we have breaking news. A disorganized group of Arab troublemakers came out from hiding in their cave in Pakistan today. This group of troublemakers drove their car into a mosque and blew themselves up, where their Muslim brothers and sisters were practicing Muhammad's religion of peace. The troublemakers' attack killed 12 people in their own city. Now that's what I call a real serious troublemaker, folks." The United States government raised the troublemaker threat level to the highest level in years. Code Rainbow. Because there's a lot of troublemaking Arab chatter on the internet. Homeland Security has issued a warning to be on the lookout for troublemakers in America. General Breckinridge was laughing so hard his eyes began to tear. Roger had them all trying to catch their breath from laughter. "We need to change your career to a news broadcaster," Larry shouted. "I never knew you did stand-up comedy. Saturday Night Live needs to start some funny skits about stuff like that," Sam commented. "While that is funny, there is nothing funny about my point," Roger replied. "The American people could give a shit about those people blowing each other up, but it is sold to them as terrorism hype on the nightly news." 309. If the United States government can sell NATO-suffered casualties to the sheep, why not report the Arabs as Atal? Watching everyone's faces, Roger smiled, and said, "Arab troublemakers on the loose." The laughter was explosive, so explosive, that several loud farts erupted spontaneously, adding to the laughter. That was until the smell showed up. After a short break and a round of shots, Roger recomposed himself and continued. To keep hysteria in the country at a very high level, the United States government uses terrorism and the war on terror at every opportunity. Those three words are the most overblown words in history. There is a 1 in a billion chance that a car bomb will strike an American while attending Sunday services at First Baptist Church. Do you want to know why? I was in one of their services years ago. That place is so dry and dead you could not wake up those people if you threw a lit gas can inside. After another round of laughter, Roger stated, "Okay, I will stop. The American people need to laugh again. If truth were told about this terror hype, they could have a much-needed laugh. Americans have a 1 in 6 billion chance of ever experiencing injury from a terrorist or seeing one outside of his cave. Just be careful when you drive your car and stay the hell out of Mexico. Other than that, life should be good." It's called enemy assessment. The United States government uses the war on terror to keep the sheep terrorized sheep. They sold the sheep an enemy that is way overblown and hyped out of proportion. They made the trip to the airport a constant reminder the terrorists are out to get them. Like sheep for the slaughterhouse, they scan your body parts, take off your shoes, pat down children, and take the diaper off a 95-year-old woman with cancer. While the dumb-ass sheep go, "Well, at least we are safe from those trouble-making cave-dwelling Arabs on the other side of the world. Next, we will be riding airplanes naked. That would be too smart. It would put the TSA dummies out of a job and speed up check-ins. On second thought, that's a bad idea. The thought of naked fat guy stuffed in his seat sitting next to me, is memory I don't want to take home," he said to the laughter of everyone. "But then, you never know, I could get the lucky draw and find Molly sitting next to me." "How did you know that I'm a Mile High Platinum Club member, Roger?" Molly said, toying with him. "What airline do you fly?" Roger asked with the look of the big bad wolf questioning Little Red Riding Hood. "The one in every man's mind," Molly replied, with a pout of her lips and a wink. 310. Break time. After the room regained composure, Roger continued. "Do you understand that they must keep the sheep afraid of another terror attack? As strategists, the United States government is milking the drama and fear for all it's worth. Anthrax was an intentional United States government plant, a hoax on the American sheep to raise the hysteria level in this nation during 9/11. Just as Building 7 was a timed implosion, Jerry, anthrax was a planned hoax. Make the sheep afraid and they will empower the shepherd with anything he needs. Scared sheep will give up their rights to have Big Brother protect them. Every dumb-ass sheep, all 300 million, were afraid to open their mail because the Arabs were mailing everyone anthrax. The United States government has used the word terrorism and the fear of terrorism to strip the American people of so many rights, they cannot begin to comprehend what rights they have lost. They turned world terrorism into a way to promote military agendas in countries that were previously never accessible. We are fucking Pakistan every day over Bin Laden. They know that we knew where Bin Laden was, but we blamed it on them to cover our own ass. In Pakistan, big money in the right hands buys a lot of government ass." Roger stopped and sat down. General Breckinridge stood up and took over. "I will be brief. The manipulation of terrorism by the United States government led to my retirement. The goal of the cemetery network was to use the United Nations as a puppet authority to attack any world dictator and remove them. We accomplished that with the first flights over Libya. The ultimate goal is to take out Iran and North Korea. I resigned because of the manipulation of terrorism and the selling of an overblown war on terror to the American people, or sheep, as you call them. I like the term. The sheep need to ask themselves an important question: who gave the United States government the right to remove any world leader they do not like? Then they need to get out a dictionary and look up the word dictator. We are on the horizon of a supreme superpower becoming the next world dictator. Thank you for your time. 311. Death, and Hades followed with him. 22. The fourth horseman revealed. To kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth. Alone. I forgot how enjoyable it feels to be alone with just you and a good bottle of scotch. Here's to you, old friend, Sam said as he raised his glass in toast to the four horsemen. What great times we had together. You were the perfect opponent at keeping your mysteries hidden from me. I hope you found me a challenging pursuer of your secrets. You do realize it still bums me out that I was unable to solve your mysteries. Knowing you as I do, I think you always intended to humble my high-mindedness by revealing your mysteries through the mouths of others. When I examine the lives of each man in the group you selected, it astonishes me how you have prepared each life with the exact ingredients for what lies ahead. I am confident our hearts can achieve the burdens that you have placed within each of us. In all of my historical studies, I have never seen a more depraved time in the history of mankind. The world is at such a dark place on every level of society. After several minutes of strained thought, Sam continued, saying, Yet, here we are at the darkest time in all of history, and you are on the threshold of changing the world one more time. Why do you always use only a handful of people? You stuck my nose in many a history book, but I never imagined that my name would appear in future history books. The seriousness of the hour compels me to move quickly, but prudence and providence temper my flesh with patience to avoid making foolish mistakes. My heart is alive, filled with fire again. This time, I am ready to fight to my own death. Thanks to you, I know, based on what you have shown me, we can stop this monster. The group will be here in another hour for our first real meeting. I am not sure all of them are ready to hear the serious nature of the plot to overthrow the United States government that you have given me. 312. Leaning back in his chair, surrounded by stacks of books, Sam thought. So this is what finding real purpose and destiny in life feels like. I was born for such a time as this. Reaching for the bottle, he poured another drink and sat peacefully basking in the power and wisdom of why he was born. For a few seconds, he briefly entertained the thought of tidying up a bit before the group arrived. Nah, why mess with perfection, he thought, smiling. Sam, Molly is here, Cheryl said on the intercom. I will be right out. Since the revelation by Jerry that the third horseman began on September 11th, Molly was running on pure adrenaline. So her early arrival was to be expected. Sam had hidden from her several times during the week in order to find some downtime. He needed to focus on each member's individual purpose. It was also essential that he present a clear understanding of the four horsemen to the group before he revealed the plot to overthrow. He knew this would be quite a leap for them to take. As a group, if they did not see the clear connection between Lincoln, war, 9/11, and the four horsemen, Sam did not intend to reveal the plot to overthrow. Walking from the study, he noticed Cheryl and Molly verbally sparring together at a rate of 90 words per minute. How do they do that? When Molly spotted him, she turned and said, I knew you were hiding in there. Mysterious men are all the same, Zorro, Batman, and you do their best thinking in their hideouts. I am so ready to watch the faces of the group as you explain the four horsemen to them. The four what? Asked Cheryl. It's just another history study I am doing, Cheryl, Sam quickly replied. He looked at Molly, shaking his head no. Sam turned and walked towards the living room, saying, "Before everyone arrives, let's sit in the living room. I would like to share some of my secret hideout thoughts with you." "I'm sorry for the slip, Sam," Molly apologized as they sat down. "Nothing to be sorry about, Molly. I think it's best we keep Cheryl out of the loop for her protection and ours." "I agree. It will not happen again." Molly was concerned because of her other slip of the tongue at the last meeting when she said Jerry was number 3. After a week of very little contact, Molly uncorked on Sam without taking a breath. "Tell me, Sam, who do you think is going to reveal the fourth horseman?" "I think it has to be Larry or Scott, unless someone else has 2 answers." "Have you figured out what they all mean together?" "I have thought about this one all week and do not have a clue." 313. How could anyone have proof that the fourth seal was opened at all? "I cannot find any. I searched current events all week and I can't find a single event to connect the fourth horseman." "Have you found anything, Mr. Hide and Seek from Molly all week?" she said, laughing. "I have the answer," Sam replied, amused by her enthusiasm. "Get out. Are you telling me this whole hiding caveman thing actually works? Tell me when it happened. Who is the fourth horseman, Bush or Obama? I thought it was one of them but could not find an event that connects to them." "Molly, I think it best, for security reasons, that we discuss this in the study with everyone," Sam answered. "I have a few questions for you." "Fire away, Mr. I think alone and figure out everything myself," she said with an exasperated look, causing Sam to laugh heartily at her enthusiasm. Regaining his composure, Sam asked, "What did you do to Scott? Do you want the long or short version?" "Please, spare me the details." "The short version, I beat his ass to a near-death experience 3 times, and then I fucked him. I left him naked on the floor of an old, abandoned warehouse." "Why did you do it?" "I don't like the prick. He paid me 10 grand to do it. I also took all of the cash he had on him and maxed out his credit cards." Noticing the puzzled look on Sam's face, Molly said, "Wake up, Sam. That's how I paid for my news night at the bar, Mr. Big Spender of 1 grand. Please, don't make me laugh. You have to spend money to make money in the bar business, Sam." Sam wondered if Molly really understood the impact her childhood had on her life. Hearing several cars pull into the driveway, Sam asked, "Can you stay after the meeting tonight? I have something private I would like to discuss with you. Do you want to take me on as your business partner? Because if you do, I have the contract ready. My contract hinges on you and me performing the last 2 numbers in your logo Woodstock 69 to full completion. If you can't get me off, Sam, no deal," she said with a wink. "What about me?" Sam asked. "I'll get you off. That is, if I can fit the damn thing in my mouth." Laughing, Sam replied, "The way you talk, that should not be a problem." 314. As they walked to the entryway to greet everyone, Molly squeezed his ass and whispered in his ear, "Oh my, now I understand why you are such a tight ass with money. You need to loosen up, Batman." After several drinks and a few snacks, Sam invited everyone to the study. As he thumbprinted the entry pad, the group was impressed at the overall level of security. Roger started explaining how he could improve the system for better security. Mid-sentence, as Sam opened the door, Roger stopped speaking. Fixated, he stared into the room. Larry smiled like a cat that ate the canary and his eyes became glassy, almost to the point of tears. Steve's face flushed rosy red as beads of sweat appeared and ran down his face in small rivers. The power had Jerry, the son of a mortician, laid out frozen stiff on the floor. Scott began trembling nervously and twitching down the left side of his body. Molly was giggling and all smiles as she watched their expressions. "Gentlemen," Sam said, gesturing towards the room. Wait a minute, Sam. I do not believe in cyborgs, space fighters, or the Terminator, but there is a serious force in that room, Roger said without taking his eyes off the room. There is no way I am going into that room without a weapon. That is the strongest presence of God I have ever felt in my life. What is it doing in that room? Larry questioned. I'm with Roger, Steve commented as sweat continued to roll down his face. There is no way I am going in there. Laughing, Larry said, it looks as if you need to do some fast repenting with that red face, Steve. What happened? Has the fear of hell hit you? Do you think the devil is in there, waiting for you? Very funny, Larry. Has the fear of being hit by me hit you yet? Steve answered as he took several steps backwards. Jerry lay flat on the floor, frozen like a popsicle. Scott's left eye blinked rapidly. His cheek twitched uncontrollably while his left arm and leg trembled. What are you going to do, Sam? Molly asked. I don't know. Let's go set up some chairs. Maybe by that time, Roger and Steve will grow a pair of balls. What did you say? Roger asked. You heard me, Sam replied as he tried to entice Roger to enter the room. Larry stepped in front of Roger like he was cutting in line at the movies and said, Man up, brother. As he walked into the room, his legs turned to jello, so he took the nearest seat. 315. Glancing around the room, Larry began to question Sam. I don't get it. What is the strong presence of God doing in here? You don't acknowledge God or recognize Him as a source of knowledge. You are a man who studies books and relies on what you can figure out with your sharp mind. Why is this place filled with the strongest presence of God that I have ever felt in my life? I am surprised at you, Larry. Never have you or anyone heard me deny the existence of God. What you have heard me say is that I despise man's version of religion that we see in the world today that acts as if God endorsed them. Why would you of all people find it strange that God would pick a scholar to use? What was Paul the Apostle before his encounter with God? Wasn't he a top scholar of his day? I listened to your view on God's sovereignty, and I think your view included God's right to use anyone he chooses. My use may not be anything like the appointment of Paul or George Washington, but that doesn't mean God would not use a different kind of vessel for another purpose. Looking at Larry, Sam could see he had closed his eyes and was silently praying. Waving his hand in front of Larry's face he asked, You never heard a word I said, did you? Sam asked, with no response. Molly, would you walk Jerry and Scott into the room? I will if I can get the popsicle to stand up. Never met a popsicle I could not stand up, she said, leaving the room. In a few moments, she returned. Holding their hands, she walked them into the room. Smiling, Sam said, You look like a mother leading two little boys into a classroom on their first day of school. If you knew how I woke up the popsicle, you would know he's not my son. Sam turned, looking at Roger, and said, Front and center, Colonel. Clapping his hands loudly, he stopped Larry from praying and motioned towards Steve. The last one is yours, Larry. Lose him, Larry shouted. Steve immediately walked in and sat down. For the next 15 minutes, the group remained in disarray, acting like a classroom full of first graders when the teacher was missing. What in the hell is that a picture of, Sam? Asked Jerry. For the first time, the group noticed the Four Horsemen poster behind Sam. Well, it is good to see that you are back from the dead, Jerry, Sam said, smiling. That is the biggest mystery in the Bible, Larry interrupted. Biblical scholars believe it marks the beginning of the end of man and the world. I am convinced without divine, spiritual enlightenment, the mystery will remain a mystery until God decides it's time to reveal the mystery. 316. Is that what you have been studying, Sam? Yes, it is, Larry. You can tell by the shape that the poster is in. We have wrestled many times. If you look at me, you can also see the poster obviously won every match, Sam said, bringing a round of laughter from everyone. Molly, will you secure the door, please? Before I speak to you about the four horsemen of the apocalypse and what they signify, I would like to address you as a group and individually. In my wildest imagination, I never would have believed that my being shot at Kent State would have been an act of divine intervention in my life. But it was. One bullet took the fire from my heart and sent me into a tailspin of depression for many years. Every day for several years, I repeatedly scrutinized that day. I asked myself if I was too loud. Were my gestures threatening, or was my body language wrong? I wanted to find fault with myself and not the government. It was my daily ritual to question myself. What did I do that caused the United States government to shoot me? If my actions had caused that act, then convict me. Please, do not kill my vision and dream of America in my heart. I searched for any possible rational explanation to validate that what they had done to me was in the best interest of every American's freedom. In the end of that long, arduous search, my conscience finally delivered the verdict. The United States government was guilty of attempted murder and multiple murders all over the nation. Once I was fully convinced that Muammar Gaddafi was shooting unarmed American citizens, I was determined to expose and get even with the bastard by murdering him, since he had tried to murder me. Worse than the hole the United States government shot through my body, their actions murdered my dream of America. Divine intervention, you ask? Yes, it was. And, I stand before a group of people who have had their lives individually shaped by the same divine intervention. You each have a magnificent purpose in the history of the world. Jerry, I listened carefully to your comments last week about what value we should individually place on our lives for pain and suffering. If I remember correctly, you vividly described our individual lives as being a putrid loss of wasted lives, filled with the infected pus of shattered dreams. While I cannot argue nor disagree with your description, I ask for a few moments to add the possibility of another perspective to your comments. As a master builder, Jerry, you had the power to change a floor plan in a home for any purpose you desired. An eraser changed a 2-bedroom to a 4-bedroom. Each time you finished a floor plan, you built a home for an intended purpose. That purpose also served the family who purchased the home. 317. Here are my questions and my points. What if something wiser than all of us wanted to prepare our individual lives for an unknown, intended purpose? One we did not see. While our lives may have been a mystery, even a puzzle to us at times, is it possible that everything we each experienced was actually by planned design? What if the pain and putrid loss of life, as you called it, Jerry, was intentional? What if everything we experienced was meant to open our eyes to see more than we would have seen any other way? Please bear with me. My conceptual thoughts go a bit further. In the same manner that you had the power to change a floor plan, Jerry, I believe wisdom exercised that same right over each of our lives, individually. Never in your building career has a house asked you, why did you make me this way? A potter has power over the clay, and while it is still wet, he can form it into a pot, bowl, or a cup. When the potter is finished and the clay is dry, they serve their intended purpose. Will the pot, bowl, or cup ask the potter, why did you make me this way? Yes, I agree with you, Jerry, we all sit here with our individual stories of wasted dreams and shattered lives. Unless, we have finally reached the point in our lives where we can comprehend the purpose of why the potter made us this way. I believe, many years ago, wisdom picked each of you for a purpose and destiny at this time in history. The lives you have lived were to shape you for the perfection of our destiny that is ahead of us. Watching their faces, Sam was pleased to see that someone other than himself was experiencing a personal silent moment. After a long, silent pause, Sam looked at Larry, and said, "You know, Larry, wisdom used you to open my eyes to understanding beyond my human mind. It happened the night at the bar when you told me it was all about being able to see the potholes. While I originally thought it was a silly way to view something, the concept kept expanding in my mind and then into my heart. Through that understanding, I began to see how destiny molded my life. Our lives became potholes, if you will, in order to see the potholes. The potter perfectly molded each of our lives to repair a very specific pothole in the original foundation of this nation. Collectively, we are going to be the best, most specialized, pothole repairmen in the history of the world, Sam said excitedly. As everyone laughed, Molly said, I hate to ask, but since you are using the word pothole, I need a potty break. Sure, Molly. I understand what you are saying, Sam, and I believe you are right, said Jerry. I can see my value in building a new economic structure. However, it does not take away the pain. 318. Let me rephrase that. Maybe I should say it does not take away the regret for the loss of my life with my family. The raging desire within me wants to get even, and it will not go away. You are not expected to lose either one, Jerry. They are the fire that will push you to accomplish what we need to do. As far as the rage goes, I assure you, we are going to get even. If you recall, I have a belly full of rage and a scar to prove it, Sam replied. Molly came back and said, Sam, can I ask you a private question? Sure, Molly. With a small voice, she whispered in his ear, do you know what my potholes are? Giving her a hug, Sam whispered, we will talk about them later. Walking to the front of his desk, Sam said, where was I? At the same time that I began searching for a way to kill Muammar Gaddafi in the United States government, I was also researching a doctrine in Christianity that says the world is going to end. We are living in the last days. Everyone knows that I love exposing false religious doctrines. There were so many foolish teachings in the end times doctrines that I did not know where to start. So I studied them all. I watched hundreds of hours on Looney Tune Christian television. That will mess up your mind. Looking over at Roger, Sam said with a smile, it's called enemy assessment, Roger. I had to understand what they were saying before I could kill the doctrines. Here are just a few: the mark of the beast, the Antichrist, 666, rapture of the church and the battle of Armageddon. My enemy assessment concluded that all of the end times doctrines in Christianity were pure bullshit then. And they are still bullshit to this day. Sounds more like diarrhea than bullshit, Sam. Maybe you need some enemy assessment training, Roger said, laughing. Did you hear about the last outbreak of diarrhea from that old man named Harold Camping? He falsely predicted the end of the world and the rapture of all hypocrisy from the earth. Yes, I did, Sam said, smiling. In a way, I wish the old demented date changer had been right about the rapture. It would be nice to see the world with the hypocrites removed. Everyone cracked up with laughter, and Larry shouted, I'm not sure that even God has a big enough dirt devil vacuum cleaner in heaven to suck up that much hypocrisy. The laughter continued for a few minutes. Catching his breath, Sam said, sometimes, you just need a good laugh. Anyhow, after years of research, I decided to prove them wrong. 319. I concluded that if I solved the mystery of the four horsemen, I would destroy every false teaching by giving the four horsemen a swift kick in their asses. Little did I realize the same divine power that allowed a bullet to pass through my body was setting me up for another purpose, a purpose that was infinitely beyond my human comprehension. Caught like a fish with a hook in his jaw, wisdom reeled me into solving the mystery of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The power that you feel in this room showed up one day and doggedly compelled me to study the mystery. For the same number of years that I studied the four horsemen, I also searched for any number of ways that I thought would possibly bring some form of real, effective change to the United States government. Several years passed before I was able to develop new methods in my thinking. What changed for me was my personal discovery that I was trapped with a 60s mentality. One day I realized that protests, Filing court tests for people's rights, or even attempted amendments to the Constitution would be too slow and methodical. If I took that approach, I knew that death would catch me before I witnessed any real change. Besides, the government today is too big and smart for that little boy shit we pulled in the 60s. After I broke that mentality, I was able to think in terms of new tactics and strategies. Roger and Jerry's comments about the sleeping sheep amused me because, during my own questioning searches, I realized the American people appeared to be in some kind of defeated stupor. Observing the way they responded to losing their rights after September 11, I knew they did not have enough heart to entertain a sustainable, long-term fight. How could I change the United States government when the American people were apathetically detached? It was hard to get my head around the size, scope, or what kind of action that it would take to bring about real change in the United States government without a massive people movement. I wrestled with that one for a long time. Then, about 10 years ago, a new perspective took hold of my heart as I started to comprehend the enormity of what I was trying to accomplish. One day, while watching a documentary on the development of the atom bomb, I realized that I was looking for an enormous game changer. My problem at that time actually became more complex after I watched the documentary. How do you change the government without harming we the people? It was apparent that we the people were obviously lethargic. So how was I going to find a game changer without the help from the sleeping sheep? After all, I don't own an atom bomb, he said with a smile. The change I was hoping for would never happen, unless I could accomplish one thing. 320. The one thing, whatever it was, needed to be large enough to have an immediate instant distress on the entire United States government. Just like the atom bomb. The one thing had to be something so immense in power and scope that it would deliver a deadly head wound to the entire government. It could not be a wound or one that would only make the government comatose for a while. It had to be a total and complete death blow, directly to the entire United States government. Once I could figure out how to deliver that one thing, I knew that it would bring sudden, real change to the American people, as well. Watching their faces, Sam detected a small amount of confusion in the eyes of the group. What I am saying to you is this: the event had to be so overpowering and dramatic that it would take the United States government away from itself, dismantle it, and strip it of its power. Acts so powerful they would render the entire, not partial, I said, entire, United States government powerless and simultaneously transfer the deed of ownership back to we the people. Sounds impossible? It did to me for a long time. When your group coined the same phrase, we the people, that I had used for over 10 years, and Molly told me about it, I stayed awake all night, wondering how you had done that. We now know it was not you, nor I, that came up with that phrase. I submit to you that the phrase never originated from the Founding Fathers, either. After I understood the magnitude of what kind of action it would take, finding that action became the foremost question on my mind from that day forward. Sam became overly excited in his speech as he boldly announced. The good news. I have completed the plot to overthrow the United States government. It is not a scam or unattainable. I assure you that we can change America in one single day. I said, we can do it in one day. Not a week. A year. Or a long-term fight? I said in one day, we can hand the title deed back to the rightful owners, we the people. Raising his voice again almost to a shout, he said, it is stunning, exacting, immediate, and will overpower the entire United States government, instantly dismantling it, stripping it of all power, and restoring power to the rightful owners. Truth hit the room, charging the atmosphere with belief. Everyone believed that Sam had indeed figured out how to overthrow the United States government. Larry was the first to leap to his feet and shout, "Hallelujah!" Jerry got up and began to run around the room, jumping like an excited boy at recess, shouting, "Yes, yes, yes!" Roger leapt from his seat, walking back and forth in front of the poster like a sentry on guard duty, repeating the phrase, "I knew it, I knew it, I knew he was the one with the plot. 321. Steve wailed excitedly, "It is about time. I have waited so fucking long, bring it on." Scott sat in his chair, still shaking, and began crying, "Oh, my gosh, this is for real, the damn guy has absolutely figured it out." Molly sat smiling, crying, and laughing at them all. As her heart flooded with admiration for Sam, she shouted, "You dumb man, Sam. I knew you would do it." Sam was quite euphoric and surprised at the explosive reaction from the group. Shouting over everyone, he tried to draw order back to the meeting. "Listen, please listen. It is actually a three-stage plan of action consisting of the plot, the plan, and the implementation. I promise you, the plot to overthrow is so overwhelming in magnitude that nothing can stop it. Even if we fail miserably, others will pick it up and can easily do it. The United States government cannot hide any longer. This plot to overthrow will become the government's perpetual non-stop 9/11 nightmare. The plot to overthrow will live in the hearts of we the people forever. The people will continue attacking until the existing government fully implodes by the hands of the American citizens." "Earlier tonight, I was in the study, talking to these wonderful friends of mine," Sam said, pointing to the poster. Turning his back on the group, his eyes glowed with the fascination of a child opening a present at Christmas. As he lovingly touched each horseman, he spoke to the poster, "My entire adult life, I searched for the answer to their mysteries. In the end, it was you. You were the ones who opened the mysteries for me." Turning back around, he pointed at each one individually and repeated the words. "It was you, and you, and you. You cannot imagine my bewilderment. Because of you, both answers came together at the same time. The plot to overthrow and the four horsemen simultaneously were revealed to me. From your first meeting in the bar, I found it was odd that a group of leftover hippies would seriously be considering the very same problem that I had been researching for years. I had already determined that the government needed to be overthrown and was working on how to do it. Then you fellows showed up at the bar and quickly put a proper identity tag on it. Here I was, a history professor, and you came up with the brilliant idea to search history in order to determine when or how we the people had lost their power. It was simple and brilliant. I felt so damn stupid. When Molly told me about the nature of your first discussions, I thought perhaps your studies might shed light on my plot to overthrow the United States government. You did the exact opposite." 322. You began solving the mystery of the four horsemen, and at the same time I began comprehending the magnitude of what it would take to overthrow the United States government. Regarding each man slowly before speaking, Sam continued, "When your group solved the first horseman, I knew that each of you was chosen many years ago. Our lives were chosen for an event so climatic and world-changing, the world is going to talk about what we do for thousands of years. Please, do not consider me arrogant or insane. We are about to do something so stunning, governmentally, that it will make the original founding fathers look like governmental novices, historically. Unbeknownst to me, I made a critical error in my own studies. I had mistakenly fallen into the same perspective that end times preachers were teaching." Laughing, Sam said, "You have no idea how many of my college students would love the opportunity to throw eggs at me over this mistake. I warned my students not to accept what another man says as truth. Search the matter out for yourselves. Because if you don't, you will believe a lie as a truth until it's revealed to you that it was a lie. I am ashamed to admit that I foolishly followed the echo of the end times preachers. They preached to the world that the four horsemen represented judgments from God with the opening of each seal. Am I right, Larry?" "Yes, Sam. All end times doctrines teach the four horsemen mark the beginning of the end of the world and are the first judgments of God upon mankind." Smiling at everyone, Sam said, "You gave me 3 pieces to the mystery of the four horsemen. In a bit, I am going to solve the mystery of the fourth horseman because he is the reason we are together. Before we proceed, it is so important that we validate these seals are not judgments. I am also going to explain how each horseman gained access and grew in power, working in and through the United States government. Roger, eyeing the picture of the four horsemen, said, "Am I to understand, sir, that you expect me to believe that this voodoo bullshit is what is driving the United States government?" Curious, Sam asked Roger, "Why did you call me sir?" "I recognize authority when I see it, Sam. In this matter, you have the authority to lead. I also believe that you have a legitimate plot to overthrow the United States government. What I do not understand is how those demons on the horses have anything to do with your plot to overthrow." "Thanks for your acknowledged respect, Roger. I prefer to be called Sam. In answer to your comments, the demons have nothing to do with the actual plot to overthrow. They are the reason for the plot." 323. Were it not for the understanding each of you revealed about them, I would never have been able to complete the plot to overthrow. Once I recognized when each horseman appeared in history, I began to comprehend what we are dealing with. Let me explain each horseman and how your studies revealed them to me, and I hope you will understand when I am finished. For over an hour, Sam explained the first three horsemen. He compared Steve's teaching on Lincoln to the spiritual conquering first horseman. They discussed the second horseman, the Red Horse of War, in light of Roger's revelations. The third horseman had arrived in events surrounding 9/11. After open discussion on the verses, the group agreed there wasn't any mention of direct judgment from God upon the world. Nor was there any indication that God had released the beginning of judgment on the earth. "That was my lifetime mistake," Sam said, laughing at himself. "I thought the four horsemen were judgments. Just like the end times preachers were preaching. They are not judgments at all," he said, pointing to the four horsemen. "I also thought this was a mystery, or several of them. Listen, if the seals or riders were meant to be an unknown mystery, the writer would never have been so descriptive about the opening of the seals in the book. He certainly would not have told us what was going to happen after the seals were opened, if this was a big secret. The writer did the opposite. He made sure the reader would be able to identify each rider by his actions. Where, may I ask, is the mystery in that? The contents of a wrapped birthday present is a bigger mystery than the four horsemen. The obvious question that no one was asking is this: why did the writer show us the seals being opened and exactly what to look for, if this was supposed to be a mystery? In a loud voice, Sam said, "No one in the world was looking for a spiritual meaning behind events in world history. Everyone in the world, including me, focused on one thing: doomsday. To every religious scholar and one professor, these four riders were the beginning of the end of time, baby. That was, until you fellows showed up. This is what happened to me. After listening to Steve expose Lincoln, learning about Roger's Red Warhorse, and Jerry's economic scales, I began to realize the verses are not judgments from God. They are revelations to the people of the world on where we are in time." Turning around, he pointed to the four horsemen and said, "These four horsemen expose who, what, when, and where in history that an event happened. Or, as you will soon find out, when one is about to happen. The entire book of Revelation is not a book full of judgments from God at the end of the world, Larry. The book is a huge Rubik's Cube full of divine wisdom." 324. The book reveals far more on the preservation of mankind than the destruction of the world. Yes, it speaks of an end of the world. I found out there never has to be an end of the world, ever. The spiritual demonic beast in Washington is clicking the cube by opening one seal at a time. His plan is for the destruction of the people of the world. Wisdom has prepared each of you for a specific purpose and handed us the understanding of the four horsemen. As a group, we are going to enact the plot to overthrow. We will deliver the most powerful strategic removal of an entire government the world has ever witnessed. When we do that, we are going to click the cube of wisdom one move in the other direction, for the benefit of all mankind. That click will be the introduction of a new form of government. For the first time in the history of mankind, we the people will have the full control of the governments of the world. We are about to introduce that new government structure that will actually empower people to self-govern the world. Do you have any idea how amazing that is? I knew it, said Larry. I don't mean to interrupt, Sam. But, your understandings are mind-blowing coming from a man that did not know what a pothole was until just a few weeks ago. Me, too, said Steve. I need some time to digest what you are saying, Sam. What did you mean when you said, I knew it, Larry? Sam asked. The document I am working on has changed since you saw it? I heard that. You should read it now, Sam, Steve quipped. What I am trying to say is that, within the last few months, I moved outside the scope of only a new government structure for America. I started to incorporate new concepts and principles. After we met at my place, Sam, I stayed in my building, praying all night, asking the boss if I was leaving anything out of the document. I found out that I was guilty of doing what you had done. In the same manner that you focused on end times preachers, Sam, I had focused only on the structure of the United States government. During my time alone with the boss, my eyes opened to a much bigger level of understanding for world governments. Gimme that old-time religion, alone with the boss, Scott said, smiling. Roger reached over Molly and grabbed Scott with both hands. Jerking him from his seat, Roger bodily slammed Scott's back against the poster. Holding him 2 feet off the floor, he said, "This is your second warning, Scott. Be careful what you say about my best friend, Larry. You do not want to find out what happens the third time." As Roger released him, Scott said, "It was a fucking joke, Roger." 325. Spinning back around, Roger said, "Does the subject matter in this room sound like a joke to you, Scott?" "It sounds extremely serious to me." "Okay, I suppose you are right. I'm sorry." "Bad joke, timing, that's all it was," Scott said. "No, that was number 2, Roger said as he sat down. "My apologies, Larry." "Please finish," Scott requested. "Roger, I am quite capable of handling Scott myself. If I recall correctly, I used to whip your ass when we were little," Larry said with a smile. "That was when we were very little. If you haven't noticed, I am all grown up now," Roger said, smiling back. "Can you schoolyard boys settle this later?" "I want to hear what happened when Larry was alone with the boss," Molly said. "Besides, if this is a cock-size issue between you two, I have a ruler in my purse." Everyone burst out laughing again, except for Scott, who commented, "Sure, when she makes a joke, it's okay." After a pause in the laughter, Larry continued, saying, "My understanding broadened when I realized all world problems stemmed from the person that held the deed to a government. You ask me what is so significant about that understanding? Stop and think about world history. If we the people had controlled the governments of the world from the beginning of time, our history books would not contain a single dictator. Where in history would the brutal dictators be? There would be no blood royalty kings, Hitlers, or Lincolns. Do you see the pothole? Just as each of us has a particular pothole to fix in the original foundation of this country, I think we are working towards a new government structure for the entire world. This click on the Rubik's Cube of wisdom, as Sam calls it, will not only be a game changer for America. It will be a game changer for all mankind. The document I am working on will change every government in the world. And we are going to implement the first copy right here," he said, full of excitement. "The majority of the people in the world desire to live in a world of peace with plenty of food, shelter, and friendship. We must be successful. For the first time in the history of mankind, the people of the world will have full control. I believe that, given a chance to sit down at a table of peace, Together the citizens and sojourners in the world will toss every nuclear weapon like sticks on a bonfire. I do not know what, when, or how yet, Sam, but one thing I do know. We must not fail. Thank you, Larry, I am always amazed at your perceptions. I would like to explain the serious reasons why we cannot fail. Turning, Sam slapped the image of the fourth horseman with his open palm and said, "We are here to stop this horseman." 326. The present evil spiritual power of the first three horsemen are entrenched in Washington. That wicked power has the people of this nation, and the world, by the throat, and they do not know it. If we fail to act swiftly and decisively, I assure you that this evil beast has no intention of stopping. Not until the very last breath of human life has ended. Every politician in Washington is a puppet under the influence of this wicked power. That is the reason we witness such divisive evil fractured power. They are drunk on the intoxicating desire for the mystique of power. And so far out of touch with reality that none of them realizes the walls of Washington are on fire, just like Rome. There is an evil spiritual firestorm determined to burn Washington and the world to the ground. Mark my words. I believe with all of my heart, this nation is about to collapse worse than any other nation in history. If we do not act decisively, we will not stop the collapse. That impending collapse will set the stage for this abominable fourth horseman of death to appear on the world stage. The first three horsemen are working around the clock to create that collapse scenario. That scenario, if we allow it to happen, will set the stage for when the fourth seal is opened and the horsemen will appear in the world. If we allow that, it is the end of all things for mankind. The reason America will collapse is because of inept leadership, apathetic Americans, and a government surviving on propped-up loans from China. Very soon, all of those practices are going to put this nation in an exceedingly desperate position. For the first time in its history, America will stagger and then collapse. Let me rephrase what I said. I do not want you to misunderstand the grave hour we are in and the seriousness of the timetable before us. That scenario is already here. Sam shouted. America is already staggering. The only thing the three horsemen are doing is maturing the desperation of the impending collapse. When they reach that point, the events surrounding the collapse of America will open the seal and release the devastating power of the fourth horseman. We all understand that a desperate man is a dangerous man. Let me ask you, how dangerous is a desperate nation, armed with nuclear weapons, under the influence of one huge, timeless demon? Tonight, I am going to reveal the purpose of the fourth horseman. While the first three horsemen are already active on the earth, the fourth horseman resides in our very near future. We have a small amount of time to stop it from appearing. The plot to overthrow is the only click on the Rubik's Cube we can make. I must warn you. It will not be an easy click. But it is the only click that we can make. There will be bloodshed and necessary death. We are here to stop the fourth horseman from becoming a worldwide reality. 327. Please, read this passage with me, Sam said, as he pointed to the scriptures on the wall. When he opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, "Come and see." So I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them over a fourth of the earth, to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth. Our purpose as a group is to stop that fourth horseman. If we fail, all of the evil devastation written in the book of Revelation will appear on the earth. It will make the evil days we now live in look like sunshine in comparison to the evil darkness that is coming. There is only one way to stop the coming event that will release the catastrophic fourth horseman. We must deliver a death blow to the United States government, where the damn demon resides. The first three horsemen are responsible for the present scenario in America. Their home for creating a world scenario to release the fourth horseman resides in Washington. Inept leadership, lethargic, self-indulgent sheep, and a government surviving on propped-up loans from China are the foundation. The collapse has one purpose. It will lead this country into a nuclear war so devastating the United States government will destroy a quarter of the world. I am convinced, China and the United States are headed towards a showdown. Roger jumped to his feet shouting, "You are right, Sam. How did you know?" "I'm sorry, but everyone needs to hear this. The largest plan in the war room calls for the immediate annihilation of China by a full-scale nuclear attack. The United States government has no intention of fighting a ground war or even an air fight with 1.5 billion Chinese. There are no plans for a ground or air fight with China or Russia. They burned those plans, right after the Cuban Missile Crisis. An attack of any kind from either China or Russia, and the United States is prepared to erase one or both countries. I was on presidential duty in 1983. When President Reagan made his evil empire speech to a bunch of evangelical Christians in Orlando, Florida. At that time, the plans were vague about an absolute nuclear strike. In 1987, Reagan had the plans updated, outlining a full nuclear attack as the only option. The plans now indicate that because of the close proximity to China, Russia is not expected to lethargically watch the nuclear annihilation of China. The war plans expect Russia to respond immediately. However, for them, it will be too late. The United States government plans to be in a strategic position to erase Russia at the slightest movement. 328. The plans are clear. Much of Europe will be devastated because of the high levels of nuclear fallout. Major loss of life in India is expected because of the spillover from cataclysmic nuclear explosions. Human casualty estimates will be around another 1 billion plus people in India alone. Will China or Russia lose? I can assure you, they will. No one in the world understands the power we have developed, or how many weapons we keep hidden from them. It would take only 10 missiles to wipe out China. You know what freaks me out sitting here, listening to you explain the fourth horseman, Sam? It is the timing of everything. This entire matter seems to be on the fast track since our first meeting. Listen to this. Defense Secretary Gates, before his retirement, said the Pentagon is taking the necessary steps to widen the United States government's military presence all across Asia. He also said that America's budget woes wouldn't interfere with the expansion. The United States government is throwing money around to purchase more rights to place military bases. I am sure this fits into the nuclear strategy to take out China. Listen to what Gates said. America is, as the expression goes, putting our money where our mouth is with respect to this part of the world, and will continue to do so. After a brief pause, Roger continued. Admittedly, this demon stuff gives me the creeps, Sam. I thought a one-world leader, the Antichrist, mark of the beast, and 666 was all a bunch of voodoo bullshit. With a serious look on his face, Roger quietly said, but the nuclear destruction of China would instantly make this country a one-world power dominating the world. Realistically, how much time do you think we have, Sam? The question hung in the air as the group sat in silence for several minutes. Calmly, Sam said, I think we are closer than we realize. The one thing that disturbed me the most about the passage of the fourth horseman was the last sentence, read it again with me. Looking at the poster, Sam read aloud, and power was given to them over a fourth of the earth, to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth. When we read the passage of the fourth horseman, we read that power was given to them, he said, underlining the word them. Thumping the first three horsemen again, Sam said, power was given to him, and him, and him. They are all from one evil source of power, and each time the damn thing completes an event in the world, it releases the next horseman and gains more power. If the other three create the world circumstances we are talking about, they will release the fourth horseman. The world will witness the total embodiment of evil. Fully empowered by hell itself, he will eventually destroy all of the people in the world. 329. I think we are dealing with many manifestations and the growth of just one big fucking demon. He or it is obtaining power as he plays a deadly spiritual chess game with the people of the world. This demon is not stupid, he has played this game through every dictator in the history of mankind. He is responsible for every war because of the governments he has controlled. This is his master stroke, full control of the world. Then he can destroy at will. In this passage, we find them working together with the fourth horseman, destroying a quarter of the world. If they pull this off and release the fourth horseman, it signifies the end of the spiritual chess match this wicked demon is playing with God and man. Checkmate! Sam shouted, causing everyone to jump. It is game over for mankind. This demon is alive and as real as we are. How devastating will this be? Look one more time at the phrase where it says, "and by the beasts of the earth." For days, I wondered what in the world that meant. Who uses beasts to kill people? God help us, gentlemen, we are looking at such a horrendous nuclear world event that starving, ravenous beasts will eat starving, infected, helpless people alive. We must overthrow the United States government, in order to kill the beast. God, have mercy, Larry shouted. You are right, Larry. We are going to need a lot of mercy for a battle like this, Roger quietly said. Please, do not be mistaken, we are not here only to stop the fourth horseman. We are here to rebuild this nation with stricter sanctions on power and control, so that we the people will always have the ability to govern their own lives. The staggering decisions made by the original founding fathers must have been overwhelming at times. Our responsibility and purpose in this present history will give the world a new government so profound it will surpass anything our forefathers ever contemplated. Why? Because we are going to destroy the first United States government in one day. There will never be another United States government in the world again. Somehow, I think our forefathers will be watching us with excitement because this present United States government is not what they intended. Our actions in a single day will be so shocking, the entire nation will drop to its knees in reverent silence. Every country in the world on every horizon will remember you. Everyone sought to absorb the serious gravity of what Sam had said to them. Sam noticed the grim reality of their fate, life's purpose, and real destiny as it appeared on each face. 330. How hard it is for the human heart to grasp that God was actually going to intervene in the world again. Much less, intervene through them. We need to secure this place to the maximum. Roger, can you do that? Yes, I can, Sam. I can make this room so secure we will know if a gnat tries to sneak a peek. Great. Can you stay after a bit with Molly and me to go over a few additional items? As long as you need me, Sam, I can stay. Everyone, while Roger secures this place for our revelation of the plot to overthrow, I am going to ask each of you to do the following. Roger, I want an outline of a new military structure under the control of the people. Larry, provide an outline of your new government structure for America and the world. Jerry, you have to know it's all business and taxes. Scott, you are to give us insight on Washington. You worked where the beast lives. Your insight will be critical and can save lives. Steve, your new judicial system fits in with Larry's government structure. Provide us with a detailed outline how citizens of the world can find equal blind justice. Molly, you are to outline a new election process that the people can trust and control. Tell us how to do away with the big money television media candidates. Interrupting Sam, Molly responded to his request. Sam, that's not fair. Political science was my secondary subject in college. Staring at her sternly, Sam replied, then why are you here? The search is over, Molly. We figured out the four horsemen. Tension filled the room, and everyone became unsure of Sam's implication. Sam calmly said, all I ask you to do is try. If you will not try, we will have to kill you, Molly. At first, everyone thought Sam had made a bad joke. There was nothing funny about his remarks. The more they looked at him, it became apparent he was not joking. In that instant, Molly lost all of her charm. Her face was puzzled and angry as she queried her own heart about her purpose. Breaking the silence, Sam continued, "That goes for everyone in this room. You wanted no games, Steve. Well, here we are. It's time to do something, Jerry. This is it. We are way over the line, aren't we, Roger? I am not here to play games with anyone in this room. After we secure this place, I intend to deliver the full details of the plot to overthrow. There will be no breaches of security, and that starts with each of you. You will each deliver your information exactly as I have requested." 331. We must be able to determine that you are a real player. You must be spilling over with new ideas for a new government. Otherwise, you are a potential liability. If divinity picked you for this hour in history, everyone in this room will recognize that divinity in your answers. After we hear from everyone, we will begin discussions on perfecting the new constitution, along with every area of the new governments. At the same time, we will immediately take the necessary steps to implement the plot to overthrow the United States government. Let me warn you. There were massive amounts of bloodshed at the inception of the first United States. Do not expect this plot to overthrow to be bloodless. I question your validity because my predecessors failed to spot Benedict Arnold. Why would we dismiss the possibility that there would be a Judah sitting here? If there is one thing I learned from my history studies, there are always traitors in the background. I will not make that mistake and allow the potential of betrayal in this group. I ask each of you to be diligent about any suspicions, even if he is your best friend, Roger. Do not let human loyalty mess this up. Speak to no one. Not your wife or your children. I mean no one. Do not call one another or discuss anything on the telephone. This is time to prepare yourself for your contribution to the people of the world and history. Oh, I almost forgot, there is always one last thing to discuss, and that is money. Be prepared to lay a figure on the table that you can deliver and deliver it if you can. We need to know how much hard cash we have on hand that we can access. Like all intelligent plans, there is always a backup plan B. A plan of what to do if plan A fails. I do have a plan B. It has nothing to do with plan A. We will enact plan B while we prepare the plot to overthrow. Our plan A must not fail. There are too many lives depending on us. Molly and Roger, please, remain with me in the room. 332. The plot to overthrow revealed. Chapter 23. 333. DCCLXXXV. A solemn assembly precedes every serious action. All throughout history soldiers, crusaders, reformers, and the founding fathers, gathered together with like-minded others before embarking on their actionable causes. If it is a genuine solemn assembly, the possibility of death is a reality to everyone in attendance. Sam had demanded and received silence between everyone. Meeting with each member privately, he reminded them to avoid Woodstock 69 and all contact between one another like a plague. Molly posed a personal problem, so Sam temporarily ended her waitressing career. For a month, communication between everyone was at a standstill. Roger was the only member allowed at Sam's home. He worked to secure Sam's office for their first official meeting and the revelation of the plot to overthrow. Emotions at the gathering of a solemn assembly are serious, morose, brooding, dismal, grave, and distressing. An agitated, nervous atmosphere replaced the normally friendly group atmosphere as each member entered Sam's home. The burden of individual decision time rested upon everyone with the weight of a lead robe. Sam was reserved, stoic, and edgy, saying very little. He seemed preoccupied with who would arrive next, rather than with those that had already arrived. Everyone milled around like strangers at a neighborhood party with nothing in common. Even cheerful Molly kept to herself, offering only cordial greetings. Alcohol quickly disappeared in large quantities, as each member attempted to medicate their individual detached feelings, seeking some degree of normalcy. 334. Observing them, Sam began to doubt in his own mind, I am not sure they have it in them. He knew it was one thing to talk, bitch, and moan about the United States government, it was yet another, to become a willing participant in the overthrow of that government. The serious, life-changing gravity of each member's individual decision and the fear of the unknown rested in the room like death at a funeral home. Roger and Scott were the last to arrive in Roger's car and parked inside of the garage. Scott went straight for the booze as Roger went over to Sam and whispered in his ear, greeting no one. After another 15 minutes of food, drinks, and morbidity, Sam broke the silence of the solemn assembly. I think it is time we begin. Without a word to one another, everyone turned in unison and robotically walked to the entry of Sam's study. The majority of the group stood away from the entry not knowing what to expect when the doors opened. Sam thumbprinted the door, and nothing happened. Roger walked to a small glass ball on the opposite wall, and stared into the glass as a light beam scanned his eye. Turning around, he handed Scott a small card along with an electronic device and sent him to a small slit in the wall. Inserting the card, Scott typed numbers into a keypad attached to the handheld digital device. There was a loud click, indicating the door was unlocked. Very impressive, Larry said, looking at Roger. You set this up? You bet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Molly opened the outer door, revealing a new steel vault-type door. She stuck both thumbs into a scanner, and the 4-inch thick steel door opened automatically. Speaking to the group, Roger explained, we did this demonstration to show you the 4 levels of entry security. After tonight, it will take a combination of 2 separate identities to gain entry. In higher security times, it will take all 4 combinations. After tonight, not even Sam can enter this room without another team member. I will assign each of you a full entry spectrum for every level of entry before you leave tonight. This will be the only room where anyone can discuss the plot to overthrow. There will never be any discussion of the plot to overthrow outside of this room. Where's the stuff? Steve asked nervously. What stuff? Roger replied. You know, the stuff that was here last time we were here. That strange power. Smiling for the first time, Roger said, not my department, man. Everyone broke into a small amount of nervous laughter. 335. Entering the room, each wall had electronic boxes in front of them displaying digital sound waves on a monitoring screen. Each box in front of a wall had a dozen wires attached to the wall by suction cups, giving the appearance of a huge EKG on every wall. That does it. I am about to have cardiac arrest over the strange power, and you walk me into a room where even the walls are having heart attacks. Steve quipped with a smile. What in the hell is this stuff? Think of those boxes as vacuum cleaners that suck up sound. Everything you say in this room is sucked up and then beat together with a million different frequencies that will distort every word. Running through the walls and ceiling are modulated frequencies emitted through those suction cups, making this room unintelligible. A listening device in or out of this room cannot decipher a single vowel. Even a listening device planted in this room could not transmit our conversations through these walls. It is the same as trying to listen to a conversation at the other end of the Super Bowl with 80,000 people shouting on 4th and goal. There is no way your normal ear can hear the conversation. Anyone trying to hear what we say in this room has to go through a million frequencies, and 100 million scrambled words, busted into little pieces like shattered glass. It just ain't gonna happen. This is the best stuff available. It was developed by some very twisted paranoid individuals. Holy shit. This is real 007 stuff, said Jerry. Does this actually work? Smiling again, Roger said, you can bet your life on it. Cute, very cute, Jerry replied. Sam wasn't sure if it was the alcohol, or their commitment becoming a reality, but he welcomed the small change in everyone's emotions. Sam closed the steel door with the push of a button. The eerie sound of a bank vault door closing filled the room, producing the same emotion in everyone. Trapped, with no way out. Roger took out another handheld device. After pointing it around the room, he said, "Room secure." Walking up to the front of the room, Sam stood behind a small table in front of the poster of the Four Horsemen. "Tonight, we begin our journey together, and I am prepared to reveal the plot to overthrow. I did not intend to let a month go by before our meeting, but as you can see, the security installed by Roger required additional time. As I mentioned in our last meeting, everyone has a plan B in case plan A fails. I do have a plan B that has no direct correlation to plan A. Plan A must not fail. Tomorrow morning, we will implement plan B. Since that plan hinges largely on your financial contributions, I will have Molly take your commitments publicly." 336. Steve has prepared several documents you will need to sign, as well. Sam took a seat and Molly walked to the front. Another side of Molly emerged that no one had seen before. Speaking with serious inflection, she began. "I am here to take an accounting of your financial capabilities over the next year. Sam mentioned in our last meeting that we expect you to deliver a number tonight, followed by an immediate check or cash in my hand within 24 hours. We will deposit that money into a corporation in Panama. Access to those deposits will require valid signatures of 2 team members and the corresponding numbers from these security tokens. Secondly, we are expecting you to give an estimated total amount of your personal net worth by the end of this week. This will include every asset you own and every dollar you can borrow. In a year, we fully intend to destroy your good credit score, and every loan you secure against assets will never be repaid. You will need to cash your life insurance policies, sell every expensive car, home, or borrow the full equity against the property. In other words, a year from now you should be broke, in debt up to your eyeballs, and own nothing but the clothes on your back. We expect you to maintain your present lifestyle with your spouse, but you will max out everything. Over the last month, I was given information about Plan B. I feel it is worth every penny that we can scrape together. I am excited about the possibilities of what we can accomplish. I will also be the head administrator for all activities and funding involving Plan B. The best private investigator that money can buy has provided me with your estimated net worth. Let me warn you up front, do not try to bullshit me about how much you are worth, or I will kill you. That is if Sam does not kill me first," she said, smiling at Sam. Just like that, Molly flipped the switch to the Molly everyone knew and loved. "I hope you understand, when Sam dumped the job of being the administrator of Plan B into my lap, I objected with the snarl of a trapped cat. Much to my disappointment, Sam did not buy my argument, and I'm so glad he didn't. I don't understand why men always pick a woman to be in charge of finances. It seems to me, you guys would finally wake up and realize that we are the last species that should be in charge of money." Laughing, she said, "You all know how much women like to shop. Steve has prepared our last will and testament, corporate papers for Panama and power of attorney over our personal assets, in the event you suffer a sudden death." When Molly finished speaking, Steve got up and took his briefcase to the front of the room. 337. Opening it, he said, "You will find these documents are postdated and notarized a few years back. They will end up in a postdated, sealed file at the courthouse. In the event of my death, the record numbers are stored in a secure offshore server. I will give each of you the particulars later. Again, it will take 2 of you to access the internet server for the file numbers to locate the hard copies at the courthouse." Removing several sets of documents from his briefcase, Steve placed them on the table. Molly looked at the first name in the stack, and asked Jerry to declare his number to the group. Standing to his feet, Jerry began laughing. "Wait until you hear this. I dug up every kin I could find, and some were buried over 10 years ago. With the numbers of holes that I have in my backyard, the neighbors think I have prairie dog infestation. I thought you kept a pirate's map, Jerry. Roger said with a smile. I did, but I am pretty sure I buried some cans when I was drunk or high, so my number could change. I ordered the best metal detector money could buy to give the property a full scan. Setting a small suitcase on the table, he declared, I have hard cash, $7,547. Every dollar is tax-free stolen money from the United States government. Damn, that feels good just to say it. There is something sweet about using untaxed money to destroy the bastard. I have a big surprise for everyone, he said excitedly. As you know, I recently acquired the assets from my father's funeral business and his estate that I can easily liquidate. Steve interrupted, Jerry, there is no hurry. You have a year to liquidate those assets. I know that Steve-o. Bosworth, as many of you know, was an interesting man. Many years ago he was in the newspaper about jewelry missing from a body. I remember that, said Scott. For over 50 years, Bosworth stripped the ornaments from the dead trees, as he called them. Jerry became very exuberant and excitedly proclaimed to the room. Recently, I found his stash of ornaments. What are you talking about? Scott asked. I am talking about 4 jumbo jet caskets, Scott. Supersized caskets for fat people, in the back of a rental storage unit, filled to the brim with extremely expensive jewelry. Scott sat with a stunned look of disbelief on his face, staring intently at Jerry. 338. The rental people called me last week about the overdue storage bill. You can imagine my surprise, when I walked to the back of that unit and started opening the lids. My eyes nearly popped out of my head when I opened the first lid. I felt like a little boy that had found a room full of a pirate's hidden treasures. Every chest was full of gold, diamonds, and silver. Do you mean to tell me your father stripped my father, mother, and every member of Samantha's family that we buried through your father's place? Scott asked. Yep, I am pretty sure that is what happened. I knew he did this his entire life, Scott. I never thought he could have accumulated that much stash, Jerry replied. Goddamn, it Jerry. Robbing dead bodies, now that is fucking sick. Scott shouted. What does it really matter at this point, Scott? Jerry questioned. Reaching in his pocket, he took out a small piece of paper. Clearing his throat, he read. If you are reading this, son, it is because I am gone and you have found my hidden treasure. Use these ornaments for a worthy cause. I will see you when you get here, love Dad. I think of it like this, Scott. As a group, we just hit the jackpot. Do you have any idea how much money 4 jumbo caskets full of expensive jewelry are worth? You know, in a strange sort of way, I think that Bosworth was an unknown part of our purpose. Had I known then what I know now, I would have stripped each body that went through that business and especially your entire family, Scott. We need money for what we are about to do. Without another word, Jerry stepped up to the table and signed every document without reading them. Steve picked up Jerry's papers and placed Scott's papers on the table as Molly called his name. With a huge smile, Scott stood to his feet, looked around the room at everyone, and then back at Molly, and said, I am proud to say that I can deliver $2,700,000, and I have the check with me. Walking to the front, he picked up the documents and began reading them. Included in Scott's documents was the assignment of his expected $500+ million inheritance in the event of Samantha's death. While he was scanning the documents, Sam interrupted him. Come now, Scott. We know you have more money in offshore accounts than what you put on the table tonight. Still examining the documents, Scott quickly replied to Sam's comment in an angry tone. First, I want to know how you knew about all of this. Secondly, this is what I can bring to the table now. You asked us to bring what we could put our hands on, Sam. I did that. 339. Now I find that you decided to change the game since our last meeting. Without any notice, you are asking each of us to strip ourselves financially of everything in life. You expect us to sign over our estates, inheritances, and to borrow every penny we can, so you can send it to a corporation in Panama. Let me ask you a question. Does the word stupid appear to be written across my forehead? He asked, gesturing with his hand on his forehead. Irate, Scott continued, everyone in this room knows that it takes time to get those kinds of funds out of offshore accounts. If I had yanked them out as you are suggesting, I would have drawn too much attention to myself. In my opinion, you should have been more specific at the last meeting, Sam. I did exactly what you asked. What are you going to do? Kill me because I did not understand that you would change your fucking mind before this meeting. Scott's hostility towards Sam's knowledge of his financial worth was obvious. When Sam did not respond right away, Scott continued. If I remember correctly, the last time we met you were going to kill Molly. Did you mean that? Or, have you changed your mind again, Sam? I see she is still here. Yes, I did say that. And I meant every word, Sam finally retorted. Scott, you must realize there is a damn good chance that every person in this room is going to die. I ask you, what better reason would you have for the damn money than to support the very purpose we are undertaking? You entered this room with the understanding that we were plotting the full and complete destruction of the United States government. What did you expect us to do? Sit on our ass and plan for another 10 years or debate the issues again? This is not Washington. We are behind secure, locked doors for a reason, Scott. Tonight, we have stopped talking and have started taking action. I have the plot to overthrow, and I know it will work, Scott, Sam said. That does not give you the right to change your mind every time we walk in this room, Scott snapped. Yes, it does, Scott, Roger shouted. We are in a fluid condition. That means the situation or circumstances can change at every moment. The moment we locked those doors, we each sealed our own fate. We individually made a personal choice that the serious possibility of death was in our immediate future. I know that I made that conscious decision. I am willing to die in order that we the people take back the deed to their government. You can expect things will change quite often as we move forward. You need to be ready for that to happen. 340. Looking at him with eyes of ice, Roger asked, do you want in or out, Scott? What decision did you make when we locked those doors? After a long, back and forth stare down with Roger, Scott picked up the pen and signed every document without answering Roger. Steve picked up Scott's papers as Molly called for Larry. I'm embarrassed. All I have to my name is $16,000, and that came from the sale of my car and all of my household furnishings. I'm sorry, I smoked, snorted, and pissed most of my life away. After my encounter with God in 1983, I gave away more than I kept. The good news is I may be moving in with an old girlfriend of mine. I can support myself with my own hands, so I will be able to contribute more if I am living with her. After much thought and prayer, I intend to close my building, so that I can dedicate all of my time to this purpose. I think that is a sound decision, Sam responded. I was going to ask you to do that. We must keep ourselves below the radar. No unnecessary attention, not even a speeding ticket, please. Looking at Steve, Sam noticed there were no documents on the table for Larry to sign. Well then, it seems to me, Larry, that you have already put in more than anyone. There is nothing past all that we have, is there? Sam said. You are already where everyone in this room will be in a year. Roger spoke up and said, I will be 16,000 short. That will drop me to 822,000, Molly. The 16,000 goes back to my best friend, Larry, for his new living expenses. Looking at Larry with a smile, he said, I understand you and Kat will be taking a honeymoon. Who knew, after all these years the rock star would finally get married? It's about time. Congratulations. Now, please tell me you got rid of the big screen television. Yes, I did, but it was hard to part with. It is a classic nowadays, but Kat put her foot down and said no, Larry answered with a smile. I really messed it up with her a long time ago. I suppose if you wait long enough, love comes one day when you least expect it. Thanks, Roger. Once again, they hugged like long-lost brothers. After the embrace, Roger stepped up to the table, and signed the papers without reading them. I have a total of 17 million, Sam said. I borrowed against everything I own, including Woodstock 69. If we work that business together, I am sure we can generate some additional usable income over the next year. I paid the mortgage up for 1 year on this place, and for all of the security improvements Roger installed. I sold my annual salary from the university to a broker at a discount for the next year. The money was wired last week for immediate use. 341. Steve tried to make short work of the procedure. I have 22 million from civil cases I collected during my career. Cheers for the ambulance chasers, Larry laughed. Keep it up, Larry, and you will need an ambulance after I chase you down, Steve said, smiling back at Larry. You know I love you, and everything your life represents. I know, but lawyers still don't go to heaven, Steve. No matter how many times I have asked the boss for you, he will not change his mind. We will find out in the end, my friend. This amount includes 3 cases I settled last week at ridiculous prices, so that we would have the funds for the immediate start of Plan B. Like Molly, I understand what Plan B is about and felt that I needed to gather every dollar I could get my hands on. Spreading his documents on the table, Steve added, here are my signed documents for everyone to examine, along with a list of assets, insurances, and possible inheritances. That leaves me, Molly said, smiling. In my life, many men, and recently one woman have given me some incredibly nice gifts. Some willingly, and some, not so willingly. I placed my money with brokers that invested it wisely. They earned large sums of money for me in the stock market. Several exceedingly wealthy men and one extremely wealthy woman placed huge sums of money into my overseas accounts. They did this in order to avoid public humiliation. Looking at their puzzled faces, Molly smiled. I see you want to know what I mean by in order to avoid public humiliation. Well, let's say for instance that a 10 grand ass whipping caught on video could end up being worth 5 million. In many instances, the men were wealthy with a huge reputation to protect, so they paid instantly. Since I am the only mother in this room with a school-aged child, I am keeping $500,000 for my son. I am not signing over one of my insurance policies where my son is the sole beneficiary. If anyone has a problem with that, let's settle the issue. Molly paused, waiting for a reaction. When no one said a word, she continued. Everything else I presently own or can obtain as we move forward, I contribute to this purpose. The good news is, I have accumulated 37 million, and have it spread all over the world in various accounts. Mouths were wide open, and jaws were on the floor as Molly kept speaking. The first wires from my accounts began arriving in Panama, last week. They will continue until the transfer of all my funds is completed. Every mouth remained open because of the sheer dollar amount. Oh, stop it, Molly said. It was not that much until a recent talk with an enormously wealthy ex-congressman's country club lesbian wife. 342. I convinced her that a video of a woman fucking her should not be for sale on the internet. That is unless she wanted to become famous like Paris Hilton. Winking at Scott, she signed her papers. What time do you have, Roger? Sam asked. It's time. Roger walked over and opened the main door. General Breckinridge was waiting on the other side. "Everyone, I hope you remember meeting General Bradley Breckinridge. Please, just call me Brad," he said, as they all shook hands. General Breckinridge was largely responsible for the fast procurement of the security systems you see in place tonight. He is the man that opened my eyes to the secret documents revealing truths about my own military career. Sam and I believe that he will be an asset to our long-term efforts. Although at this time, no one other than Sam fully knows what those efforts will be. General Breckinridge, as an invited guest, has come to listen to the plot to overthrow and offer insights on the viability of the plot. "Wait just a minute," said Scott. "I am concerned that you and Sam, without consultation, think you can bring people into our group. I think matters like this should be a group decision. Why would you let anyone just up and walk into our inner circle?" "Do you know me, Scott?" Roger asked, with a piercing stare. "You know I do, so why are you trying to pose the obvious facetious question to me, that I should trust him because I know you? If I opened the door and brought someone in here you would have a shit fit, wouldn't you, Roger?" "Yes I would," Roger replied with the growl of a dog about to bite. "Would you like to know why?" "It's because I know you, Scott. Do not throw that threatening garbage at me, Roger. I should have the right, and everyone here should have the same right to decide if we want to bring in someone new." "I agree, Scott. By a show of hands, how many of you accept the General's presence at this meeting?" questioned Roger. After a unanimous show of hands, Scott smiled and politely said, "Welcome, General. I meant nothing personal." He stood and shook the General's hand for the second time. Sam stood to speak, took a deep breath, and then began. "Plan B is what I would like to discuss before I reveal the plot to overthrow. Plan B arrived after I understood how to overthrow the government. I woke one morning, troubled in my heart. To my surprise, I discovered that my heart was still alive with memories of America past. As I lay in bed, my emotions were flooded with a compassion for the American people in its towns and cities. 343. In spite of my personal rancor against the United States government, I loved my life in this country and the romance of its history. Examining my youth, I remembered how much opportunity one had as a young man. It was that love for America which led me to develop Plan B. Before we enact the plot to overthrow, there is a slim possibility that we can wake up the American people to take back their country. Just as divinity gave me the way to remove the United States government, I have to believe the same compassionate God desires that we the people take a shot at doing it themselves. We are about to learn just how asleep the sheep are. Please, do not misunderstand what I am saying. I do not intend to sit idly by doing nothing while we implement Plan B. We will not wait a year to see if Plan B works. 1,000 times, no. We cannot wait. It will take us almost a year of serious planning and expert training before we enact the full devastation of the plot to overthrow on the United States government. We are going to be especially busy as a group, writing a new constitution outlining the power structure in a new government. I am convinced this new structure will have the ability to change every government on the earth. Our mission, under Plan B, has only one purpose: to wake up the sheep. If we can wake them up, we have a slight chance they will overthrow the United States government themselves. In order to convince the sleeping sheep they can do that, we are going to slap the sheep shit out of them. How do you wake up sheep? We are going to advertise all over the nation. If we can wake them from their slumber, we are going to compel them to do two things. The first thing we are going to ask them to do, is elect a new person each and every time they vote. If the American people will elect every senator and congressman to only one term in office, the power brokers, deal makers, and lobbyists in Washington will be broken forever. They must throw out the career politicians. If we have figured out nothing else, it's that experienced politicians do not work. Look at what they have done. Say goodbye to old hacks like John McCain and Nancy Pelosi. Do not elect Hillary Clinton, Sarah Palin, or a John Boehner. Elect a new person each and every election. No matter how well they do their job, vote them out of office each and every time. That will protect we the people's power. I assure you, in time the people who go to Washington will know they are there for one term only. Who knows, we may get some down-to-earth common people with a love for their country in office for a change. I am confident that after a few election cycles the newly elected servants will say, to hell with the Republican or Democratic Party. I'm an American, and I am here for the good of America. 344. This will stop pork barrel spending, lobbyists, and power infighting between political parties. It will end stalemates and bottlenecks in legislation caused by party line voting. Eventually, with every newly elected one-term-only servant, it will be all about what is the best thing to do for the good of the country and we the people. Washington politics will have an attitude of workable compromise, not the stagnation we have today from experienced political grandstanding. Molly has undertaken the task of writing the commercials for broadcast across the nation, and I think it will be money well spent. The second thing we will do is just as important as the first. We must convince the American people to stop buying anything from China, or India. The American economy, in its crippled condition, is still 30 times larger than China's. China intends to take America down without firing a shot. We must convince the American sheep that they can stop China without firing a shot. The politicians have sold America to China. Jerry made that very clear to us with his excellent understanding of the bag of marbles and freshly printed paper money. The American people must stop the government from taking and repaying the loans to China. Why? Because the American people never authorized the damn loans in the first place. This is why they must elect new people, and give the new servants a mandate to redefine the loans on the people's terms. What can China do? Sam said, laughing. Repossess the country? If we convince the sheep to stop buying anything that says made in China, instead of a shot being heard around the world, it will be the thud in China that will be heard all over the world. One ad Molly created said, "My Nike shoes made in China fell apart just like the bad dog food, baby milk, and lead painted toys. I want to buy Nike. Made in America." The American consumer can force companies back to America to employ Americans. You will make it here, or we will not buy it. Sam shouted. We do not need Washington to bring jobs back to Americans, or spend the taxpayers' money to create jobs. We need the sheep to stand up and give the corporations, who operate overseas, a real ass-whipping at the checkout counter. Make it here or you have no American market. Yes, I will pay more for my shoes, but I forced a corporation to give an American their job back. My extra shoe money put another American to work. Americans do not need a handout from a half-assed unemployment benefits check. They need a job, and the sheep can use their power along with their rightful ownership of this country to accomplish what they want, if we can wake up the sheep. The American cash register drives the entire world economy. 345. That is where we the people need to dictate to corporations and the world what happens in America. They do not need a law to make a company do what they want. They have the power to say, "I'm not buying your overseas shit." Jerry was so stoked he jumped up. Instead of saying anything, he walked up and hugged Sam. Turning around, he shouted, "Take it to the politicians and corporations. Let's give them both an ass whipping." I love it. Amused at him, Sam said. We are gonna need all of the jewelry in those fat caskets, Jerry. Don't worry, Sam. In the morning, I will be trading with every pirate out there. Including Captain Jack Sparrow if need be, he said with a smile. We must wake up the sheep, Sam continued. Doing those two things is the sum total of Plan B. We intend to spend every penny we can raise over the next year trying to slap the sheep shit out of them. We will shout it at them by every means possible. Wake up. Take back control of your government. You are the rightful owners of the deed to this country. Elect the school janitor as president. Do not buy anything from China. Elect people with a heart for service. End career politicians. Throw the cheap China products into the harbor. Dictate to corporations at the cash register, make it here or get out of my country. Now that's a real tea party. China can build the fastest bullet train in the world, but there is no way I am riding on the damn cheap thing, Sam said, laughing. Mark my words, it will wreck. What is the name of that website you picked out, Molly? Sam asked. It is appropriately called wakeupthesheep.com, and it will be up and running by tomorrow afternoon. The website will educate people on how to put China in a timeout chair. People can log on and pledge to vote for new congressmen and senators. They can also cast a vote with others in America to say no to the cheap crap made in China or India. It's time to have clothes and appliances last longer than 6 months. When Jerry explained the marble game, I was surprised, Molly continued. Over 70% of our marbles are gone. How do we get them back? I think this plan is how the sheep can take them back. This country is large enough to sustain itself. We do not need to import a damn thing from anyone. Every country in the world better get their shit together on fair trade. One store we will be exposing on the website is the Chinese factory outlet mall, Walmart. Americans need to buckle up their belts, and play hardball with that throat-slitting chain. It's time to open an Americamart with better products. Everything in life is not about a cheap price. Any woman who wants to shut down a store, even if it is China Mart, is my kind of woman, Sam said. 346. Remember, our top priority during Plan B is to work on Plan A. In 365 days or less, after the first ad airs under Plan B, at any point in time we must be ready to implement the plot to overthrow under Plan A. We will be able to gauge by the way the American people vote in the upcoming election if our ads are having an impact. It would also be great to hear on the news that Walmart sales have dropped dramatically this holiday season. We have a lot of work to do. Steve and Larry, I asked you for a brief outline on how you would structure power for a new government in the world. Tell me briefly, how you would structure that power to ensure the people remained in full ownership. Standing to his feet, Larry handed Sam a thick booklet. A new government cannot have the same power structure we see in this country. That document I have prepared has an answer for everything from abortion, freedom of speech, religious freedoms, the rights of privacy, and same-sex marriage. It also solves the war on drugs and prisoner rehabilitation. It has the answer to every issue. It does not offer another view but solves the issues in a solid, respectful, peaceful manner. Steve stood up and handed Sam a binder equivalent to the size of a law book. I developed a justice system eliminating excessive government authorities. The new justice system is not blind. It will be a system, where justice is eyes wide open and fair for everyone. Based on Larry's document and the way he structures power, I cannot find a reason why there should be a federal court system. Molly, how about you? Sam asked. Sure Sam, I am ready, she said, handing him what appeared to be a document the size of small phone book. Sam looked at the book and rolled his eyes at the size. Molly, we are trying to decrease the size of government, not increase it with paperwork at its inception. There you go again, mister. You never looked inside. There's a copy in there for everyone. What is it with you? Do you really like eating that much humble pie all the time? She said with a kidding scowl. I thank you, Sam, for pushing me to validate my reason for being here. I found myself astonished at how simple the premise was to allow people full control of their elections and over candidates after they are elected. Excuse me, Molly. Are you saying you figured out a way for the people to control the elected officials? Steve asked. You bet. What good is it to elect someone and have them vote contrary to the will of the people that elected them? If the people cannot control their vote, it would be the same mess we see today. 347. A new government would have a broken power structure from the start if it did not represent the actual will of the people. I developed a voting system the American people can trust. And that includes the ability to control the elected servant, after the election. Can we take a small break? Molly asked. Sure we can, Sam replied. After a 5-minute break, as everyone found their seats, Sam seemed solemn and reserved in his personality. Looking at Molly, Sam said, I have a personal present for you. Reaching under the table, he took out a box and handed it to her. If I am correct, you will recognize them. Opening the box, Molly looked disturbed and fatalistic at the contents. With a bit of research, I discovered the company still manufactures them. I thought a new pair might help you erase a few old memories. Or bring them alive again, Sam, Molly said, looking into the box. Everyone seemed confused by the strange gift, but no one spoke. Looking at Molly, Sam's face appeared sallow. He said, I'm sorry, it's decision time, Molly. What do you want to do? Wear them or leave them in the box? The choice is yours. Molly eventually looked at Sam and said, I want to put them on, Sam. I'm ready. The ankle-high men's work shoes were still a bit too large for her small feet. After lacing the boots tightly, Molly stood and struck a sideways pose, her hands out with the toe of one shoe pointed on the carpet like a ballerina. No one seemed amused by her pose or the strange gift. Taking her seat, she stared downward at the shoes and said, They do not have holes, Sam, but they are still awfully damn ugly. She sat visibly disturbed by the unusual gift. Molly, if you take them off, I will understand, Sam said with the color missing from his face. There was no response. Turning towards Scott, Sam continued. I have wanted to hear from you all night. More than anyone in this room, you had the privilege of working where the beast resides. Roger reminded us earlier, as you know, the situation is still very fluid. Your information actually has the power to change plan. A or B, Scott. Scott stood and handed Sam a few pages stapled together. I'm not sure that will answer your questions about this thing you call a beast, Sam. But it has some insights on how Washington politicians broker deals. I hope your information will help us navigate through some delicate government areas. Let me open the floor for you to address everyone. I'm not asking you to be brief. Take all of the time you need. Every small detail could save a life. Oh, I almost forgot. 348. While we are at it, I would like to hear your insights on how you would keep corruption out of a new government system. Since you witnessed the corruption firsthand, I am sure you have thoughts and recommendations on how to prevent it in a new government. Sam, I am not sure that I can answer your question on how to keep corruption out of a new government. Much less, how to stop an elected official from becoming corrupted. Sure you can. How would you have stopped the corruption you saw while you were in Washington? You did see corruption, didn't you? We all know that Washington is corrupt on every level. There is not a person in this room that does not see or understand that, Sam. I know, Scott, but you were an insider, we are outsiders. You should have a better understanding than anyone here. Having been there, I cannot see a way that anyone could stop that much corruption. Wait a minute, Sam interrupted. I don't understand. If you say Washington is corrupt on every level, then you must have some kind of insight on how to fight against that corruption. Irritated, Scott quipped, Sam, what part of there was 10,000 corrupt things wrong in Washington don't you understand? If you were there, where would you have started with 10,000 corruptions? Oh, I don't know, Scott. How about number 1? Sam said. We need understanding from your inside perspective. Look around the room, Scott. Roger has insight based on seeing corruption in the military. Jerry has it on taxes and business. Steve has insight on the justice system. Even Larry understands the need for separation of church and state. Did you spend any time at all laying out a power structure on how things flowed behind the corrupt doors of Washington? I am not asking for details about the crooked inner workings of the cigar club. We need real information about how decisions were made behind closed doors. For instance, what kind of secret meeting would they have had when they decided to bomb Libya? Or, who made the decision to place new bases throughout the Asian nations? How the hell would I know? I don't work there anymore. What corruption in your 30 years of service, Congressman, did you stop? You do not understand, Sam. There is no way you are stopping that much corruption. You are wrong, Scott. I do understand, and so does every person in this room. That is why we are all here. 349. I never worked in Washington, but I have figured out a way to end the corruption that you embrace so matter-of-factly as a servant of the American people. Do you remember the day I stopped by your office, and you made several comments to me about the men in this room? I came to you trying to understand just how serious they were about really doing something to change this country. I will never forget what you said to me. You asked me if I really believed that a protesting preacher, a broke builder, a burned-out lawyer, and a war hero with an imaginary friend were really capable of developing a plan of action against the United States government. Scott's face became red with embarrassment at the open exposure of the comments. Sam kept pushing Scott. Do you remember my reply, Scott? I told you the only problem I saw with your assessment was that you had left out a crooked politician with a poor voting record who had a low opinion of his lifelong friends. Do you remember what you said after that, Scott? You told me the men in this room would never do anything in a million years. You told me all they will ever do is sit, talk, and drink about what they think should be done. Your exact words to me were, "Trust me. I know them better than you do." It gives me great satisfaction to tell you that you were wrong, Scott. I know them better than you do. Take a look around the room at the eyes of your friends, Scott. They are all staring at you. Scott sat silently and did not look up or move his head. He sat quietly staring at the floor. I intentionally set you up, Scott. Several things went wrong for you tonight, Congressman. A man who has committed himself to the honorable cause of death for the freedom of others has no interest in money. He will not argue about the petty shit in life, because he sees the bigger picture. He comprehends the vision of a better life for those who will inherit the benefits of his righteous death. When Sam said righteous death, Molly stood up. She briefly stared at her boots and then started walking. Sam continued speaking, while Scott stared at the floor. The only one who reads the documents, Scott, is a Judas. He always looked for money. Taking several steps backwards, Sam said, there has always been a Judas among those who sought to change the world for good. Molly never missed her stride. She filled the open spot left by Sam. Spinning sideways, she delivered a solid sidekick to Scott's throat. He never saw it coming. 350. The blunt end of the boot instantly collapsed Scott's esophagus as Roger and General Breckinridge held his arms to the chair. His body lurched violently to get out of the chair in a desperate attempt to obtain air, but Roger and General Breckinridge held him down. Scott's eyes bulged in desperation from the first blow. Molly instantly coiled her leg and struck Scott with the speed of a snake. The hard heel of the boot landed directly in his mouth and nose, snapping his head backwards. Molly's kick was so strong, the nose and mouth collapsed into Scott's face. The sounds of breaking jawbones, and crushing of facial flesh filled the room. Without hesitation, as blood gushed from Scott's collapsed face, Molly stepped behind him. Grabbing his head with both arms, she twisted it violently as the audible sounds of snapping vertebrae echoed like a scream in the ears as every closed eye flinched. Compunction raced through the minds of everyone. They sat second-guessing the decision they had made, for over 30 minutes, in silent reflection. No one moved. Scott's body with his head hanging backwards over the chair was a menacing reminder of their decision. With abject clarity, Larry finally broke the silence. If we were all in prison because Scott had fumbled the ball, I know that each of you would regret doing anything other than what was done tonight. He failed every test. I have no doubt that in a pressured situation he would have given everyone in this room up to save himself. Think about it, Sam said. Over 30 years in Washington, and he had no divine answers on how to fix the problem. I know he was your friend, but I must say this, Scott was the problem. Men like him are the very reason we are sitting here. I agree with Larry. He would have become a liability and not an asset. Scott was always about Scott, Steve commented. His world revolved around Scott can do. The rest of us just happened to be on his planet. He did exactly what you said he would do, Sam. When he started to read the documents, everyone in the room recognized who he was. Why did he have to complain about the jewelry? Jerry asked. I was sure he would have passed that part. You were right again, Sam. Molly was still sitting in silence, and Sam turned his attention to her asking. How do you feel, Molly? I'm okay, Sam. You gave me many options. You told me I could back out when you gave me a gift. I never expected the gift you gave me, Molly replied. You could have passed at any time. We could have done this a different way. 351. Sam, it is not as if this is the first man I have ever killed. In my mind, I have killed Carl over 1,000,000 times. The damn boots really kept me focused. For the first time, I feel like Carl is finally out of my life. Looking seriously at the group, Sam asked, does everyone understand why I wanted to do this as a group? I think it helps solidify the reality of our purpose together. We could have done this many different ways, but I think this way was necessary. Looking back at Molly, Sam asked, do you think Samantha parked his car at the warehouse, and will she pay up? The car should have been there right after Roger picked him up at home. She agreed to donate $100 million to the overseas charity of my choice, and that is the new one we established in Panama. How do you know she will not back out? Sam asked. Not with the video I have of her, Sam. Besides, the lady was married to the deal maker. I would be surprised if she was a deal breaker. I am pretty sure she will pay. Look how much money she keeps with Scott out of her inheritance. Trust me. She will be one happy lesbian. She's a lesbian? Roger asked. Hardcore, Molly replied. Why do you ask? I don't know, it was just the way she looked at me when I picked up Scott. Molly excused herself to go clean up, and when she returned all of the men gathered around her exchanging hugs. They each thanked her for doing what they did not want to do. Kill a friend they grew up with, even if that friend was Scott. Sam explained, Roger is going to dispose of the body in the warehouse where Molly gave him 3 near-death experiences, and leave the video of that event in the room. It will look like the life of another perverted politician finally came to a climatic end. There will be a lot of press, and for us, mum is the word. The scars on his body will tell a lifelong story, so we can expect a less than energetic police investigation, but a lot of press. Stay out of the news. We are shocked and saddened by the loss of a dear friend, will be our only comment. How long will it take you to deliver him to the warehouse? We will strip him here and bag him for transport. No clothing, no DNA, no problems. It will take about an hour to deliver, and smear his body fluids over the floor, said Roger. Call us on your way back, and we will reassemble, Sam said. The door opened as Roger and Bradley entered the study where the group was waiting for them. Everything is taken care of. His car was there as Samantha promised. 352. His GPS will place him at that location the entire time we were here, celebrating the general's retirement. The one useful thing about my old car is no GPS, Roger said. Do you mind if I fix myself a drink before you continue, Sam? No sir, take all the time you need. How's General Washington? He left right after I gave you the medals, Sam. For the first time in 40 years, I slept all night without court. I was waiting to make sure nothing reappeared before I told anyone. The general did say before he left that he would see me later in life. Here's to you, General, and to General Washington wherever you are, Roger said. He held the bottle up in a toast, then chugged several large gulps and passed it to General Breckinridge. Jerry, it's tax time, Sam said. Passing out another large folder, Jerry said, smiling, Sam, this is as brief as I can be. Have you ever thought about how big the questions are that you ask? Smiling at him, Sam asked, is it possible to get an encapsulated nutshell of what's in here? We the people determine taxes. Not even a 1-penny tax on anything without we the people approving the tax themselves. A real free market supply and demand drives the economy, not regulations. I even have a plan to cross-cut the forestry into 1,000-acre parcels to isolate forest fires and supply timber. I have a list of 50 additional things we will need to merge with the new constitution, elections, and the structured power of the government. One damn thing for sure, there will be no Gestapo IRS. Thank you, Jerry. I like the nutshell version and will read everything. Sam said, looking at Roger. I will be brief, Sam, even though my issue is more complex than all the others, Roger said, taking another drink. The military will have to remain a federal government agency. It has one main purpose, and that is to protect and defend we the people in all 50 states. It should serve as a disaster strike force. We don't need to sit with our thumb up our ass like we did with Katrina. It will be the best earthquake, forest fire, and natural disaster-equipped military in the world. In my documents, General Breckinridge and I have spelled out how to split the power and control of the military in order to keep we the people in full control. My folder is the largest, because I have included how we intend to control the United States military and protect America during the overthrow of the government. The one thing everyone in the room will be surprised at will be my recommendations on how our military should respond during an attack. I have an incredibly strong argument in that document that is against all rational thinking. 353. Other than that, I am ready. I almost forgot, we will secure the borders so tight Taco Bell will have to shut down. Looking at General Breckinridge, Sam said, should we enact the plot to overthrow upon the failure of Plan B, General, I'm sure the group will soon appreciate your wisdom and value. Sam walked the room shaking hands and hugging each person. When he stepped behind the table, he asked the question, how many American people are you willing to kill in order to overthrow the United States government? General Breckinridge was the first to stand, with Roger attached as if he were his shadow. Molly and the other three, all stood simultaneously. The group looked at the general waiting for his response. As many as it takes, Sam. Everyone sat down. Thank you, General, for the only answer. Many more people than Scott will have to die. There will be deaths all over this nation. During the American Revolution there were between 25 and 50,000 deaths that purchased this nation's freedom. To put those numbers into a comparable perspective to our current population, it means that over 1 million people would die fighting for the freedom of America today. With every birth, there is blood. With every act of divinity in history, there was always bloodshed. Obstinate dictators will never forfeit power or liberty to the people without bloodshed. Since the beginning of time, there are only two attributable causes for the evils of war on the earth. One is man-made religion. The other would be the present structure of world governments. I believe that God is preparing the hearts of all peoples of the world for his introduction of a new government. Stopping, he picked up the documents, held them to his chest, and said, in these brief documents you each provided tonight, are the beginnings of the new labor pains and the eventual birth of that new government. As Sam spoke, the room began to fill with the strong presence of wisdom, captivating everyone's attention directly on Sam. Laying the documents in a stack on the table, Sam's face appeared excited and serious as he began. What we are about to do is so breathtaking that I often find myself unable to comprehend the total magnitude of our actions. In one day, our actions will usher in a new era for all mankind, affecting the future of the entire world until the end of time. Our combined actions as a group will strike the earth with the largest lightning thunderbolt of change the world has ever seen, or will ever see again. 354. The strike will be so enormous that people all over the world will see the flash on every horizon in their mind's eye. A brief time after the comprehension of the huge flash, people will hear the trumpet of thunder and feel the same battle cry enter their own hearts, that is in yours. Following the clarion call from the trumpet of thunder, the heavens will release a rushing mighty wind that will flow without restraint all over the world. It will blow across the world like a mighty cleansing river, destroying oppressive governments, and breaking the chains of oppressive bondage from the people of the world. This breath of heavenly fresh air, filled with new life, will not relent until it has ushered in a new era for all peoples of the world. A new form of government will truly empower the people of the world. World history books for the remainder of time will never record the name of another dictator. Somber silence rested on everyone as they tried to comprehend the enormous gravity of Sam's words and the task that lay in their near future. Make no mistake. Evil forces will fight to prevent us from keeping our appointed destinies. The founding fathers of this nation sat where you are sitting. They had their solemn assembly, this is yours. More than likely, every one of us will die and others who join us will die, as well. I am convinced in my own heart that we will not fail. The people of the world need to see a living demonstration of leadership, not another proclamation from the mouth of a hypocrite. We shall prevail for the good of the people of the world. At the first drop of blood when we begin to implement this new government in America, the people of the world will see the flash on their horizon. Your lives are going to become a living demonstration on how to overthrow their government. We are going to demonstrate how to do it and hand the world a blueprint for a new government owned by the people of the world. I am convinced that once they see the demonstration of this new government in action, the clear call from the trumpet of thunder will enter their hearts. Then the rest of the world will experience massive government overthrows. Old governments will be destroyed by we the people of the world as the rushing mighty wind sweeps around the world. That alone excites me more than the plot to overthrow. In order to completely dismantle the United States government, strip it of all power, and restore power to the rightful owners. Sam stopped speaking mid-sentence. Turning around, he picked up a fat black marker and angrily drew a big circle repeatedly around the fourth horseman. 355. Next, he picked up a red marker and wrote the number 785 inside the circle. Turning back towards the group, the puzzled expressions on each face did not surprise him. Between midnight and midnight, the largest lightning bolt to ever strike the world, since the beginning of time will occur. In one day, we must kill that many people. When we do, that number will decapitate the corrupt head of the United States government and strip it of all power and authority. We will deliver a mortal blow to the head of all government authority in United States government, at every level. Between midnight and midnight, we will take them by complete surprise. We shall assassinate every congressman, senator, and cabinet-level politician that holds any power in the chain of command. We will strike several levels deep into each department, cutting the throat of all governmental authority. We will completely execute and sever the head of the beast. Included in that number are the assassinations of every Supreme Court judge and 57 of the top military brass. That number also includes the removal of the heads of the CIA, NSA, and FBI several levels deep into their chains of command. No one within the federal government chain of command will escape elimination. We will strip the monster of all authority, killing anyone with the slightest possibility of resurrecting the demon. This powerful, cunning, evil spirit needs a government body and people vested with its corrupt authority. Without that authority or government body, he cannot create the scenario for the release of the fourth horseman. Comprehension of a new thought, concept, or idea, never conceived or heard before penetrates and numbs the human mind like Novocaine. Every conceptual inventor in history witnessed the same looks that Sam stood observing. The first man the Wright brothers told they were going to fly must have had the same look on his face. One day man will travel fast on something other than a horse. Those that grew up without electricity marveled at sight of the first light bulb. The previous generation gathered around the nightly radio broadcast. Eventually, they heard for the first time. One day you will not only hear them talking, but you will be able to see them in that box. Perception and understanding of the new thought, concept, or idea, slowly penetrates the numbed human psyche, as the Novocaine begins to wear off. After first hearing a new thought or concept, the mind begins to believe. It says yes. I believe man can walk on the moon. In the midst of the solemn assembly, the understanding of how to decapitate the United States government slowly penetrated every numbed, speechless mind in the room. 356. The puzzled expressions on each face began slowly thawing like a melting snow on a sunny morning. As the Novocaine subsided, the reality entered the mind that with the assassination of 785 people they could change the entire world forever. Roger was the first to free himself from the mind-numbing effects of the Novocaine. He struck the table with the palm of his hand, creating his own thunder, and he leapt to his feet. Son of a bitch. You did it, Sam. I just knew you had it figured out. Looking at Bradley, who was still staring at the number on the fourth horseman, Roger asked, General, do you see it? You damn right I do, and it's brilliant. I'm still digesting the concept. The small number actually shocked me. I thought we had a full-blown covert bloodbath on our hands. In all of my military planning and training, this has to be the best government headshot ever conceived. How did you figure this out, Sam? Bradley asked. Just a minute, said Larry. There is no way we can do that in a day. We are only 7. Besides, where would you find that many people to do it? How could you keep something that big, quiet? Looking enthusiastically at Larry, Roger said, if you think there are less than 785 people that hate what the United States government has done to them, who cannot keep their mouths shut, then we are finished before we start. I will bet you, there are over 1,000 people, no, let's make that 100,000 people, for every person in that number who would sign up to nail just one of them. I believe the majority of people in this country are just as frustrated as we are. We cannot be the only ones fed up with what the Washington idiots have done. The death of honorable men and women built the foundation of America, and their blood cries out for justice against these dishonorable men and women. I know that, Roger, Larry replied. Where are you going to find the people to do it? Do you have any idea how many thousands of ex-military men that I know personally, who would love a shot at this? Men that know how to keep their mouths shut. The number of Vietnam veterans alone is large enough to kill the beast that needlessly killed them several times over. Clenching his teeth with a disturbed glare in his eyes, Roger stared at the fourth horseman and the red number 785. This one is for you, Squirrel, and General Washington's army of the needless dead. Payback is gonna be a bitch. Waiting to make sure that Roger was finished speaking, Sam said, in answer to your question, Bradley, my journey to figure this out began the day after they shot me. Let me introduce a bit more of the size and scope of the plot to overthrow. 357. There will be a lot of havoc across the nation and the world as the decapitated beast screams for life. Once we strike, if any low-level person above that number is stupid enough to stand up and attempt to claim power, we will enact Phase 2 eliminations. Let's hope number 786 remains seated. We must have a hardline zero-tolerance policy for anyone who tries to resurrect the beast. In Phase 2 eliminations, we will destroy every tentacle of the old United States government. Reaching into his jacket pocket, Sam took several small computer jump drives and passed them out to everyone. On those drives are detailed personal files on all 785 people. Every detail about them, every relative, every home they own, down to the places they like to eat. In Phase 2, should we have to implement it, we will work deeper down a larger list of names. I have that information on another jump drive containing over 15,000 names. If it comes down to implementing Phase 2, General, that is where your bloodbath will be. If any puppet sticks his head up, we will kill them instantly. If the fourth horseman has any hopes of rising from the ashes, it will be through a lower-level government official. I am prepared to eliminate every governor in Phase 2 that opens his mouth, as well. The number 785 takes it down to the authority level, where I fully expect the leftover remnants of any old government officials to be in hiding. While they are staggering around looking for a puppet to try and resurrect the beast, we shall implement the new government. From the first execution at 1 minute after midnight, I have an exacting plan that will quickly stabilize the nation, and introduce the new government structure to the people of America. Raising his hand, Sam acknowledged Steve's request to speak. I'll say one thing, Sam, you certainly broke away from the 60s mentality. I'm with the General. I sit here quite stunned, wondering if you realize the full scope of what you have done. Looking back at the years we spent protesting in the 60s, none of that produced the results we had hoped for. In fact, I think the United States government got wiser from the experience. The people of the world need to stop picketing, throwing firebombs, and rocks in protest. There isn't any reason for being shot down in the streets, or having tanks turned on them by a government that does not intend to step down. They need to wise up, make their own list, and change their country in a day. Sam, this is so smart, and you know how much I like smart. If you knew how many times I tried to guess what your plot was, it would scare you, Steve said with a smile. 358. You like smart? You should have been in my chair when I listened to your Lincoln, Sam said, smiling back at Steve. Yes, I know and fully expect the knowledge of the plot to overthrow to spread all over the world. That's why I said we are going to give the world a demonstration on how to do it, and hand them the blueprints to a new government structure. I sincerely hope that we all live long enough to see the fruits of our labors. Roger interjected, for me and the General, and I'm not speaking for you, sir, but think you will agree. No one in this room has any idea how deeply personal this opportunity is for the two of us. Having fought in so many needless wars as a trained assassin for the United States government, it feels damn good to know that we have the opportunity to take out the assassinator, with a headshot. Yes, it does, Roger. The think tank boys and girls never saw this one, did they? Sam, there must be an entire think tank inside of you. Because you came up with the only answer to the problem. Bradley said, with a huge grin. You single-handedly figured out to overthrow and replace an entirely corrupt government. And you did it to the world's biggest superpower. With a mind like that, they would have made you head of the CIA in a heartbeat. I hope everyone realizes that Roger and I know enough men still in uniform who will cut down the military brass, NSA, CIA, and FBI. Hell, I personally know brave men over 100 times that number with one leg or one arm that are damn good shots. They know how to keep their mouths shut and would love a chance to blow the head off of the assholes that cost them their legs, arms, and families, Roger said. When you think about it, we are cutting out the cancer. America has terminal cancer, and it is a contagious infection to the rest of the world. That's how I see it, and we are going to cut it out. To kill that many people is a bit disturbing unless they are all IRS people, Jerry said with a smile. Bradley asked Sam for permission to add something to the poster. It's your party as well, Bradley. Go ahead. The General picked up Sam's red marker, drew a line under 785, and wrote 2355 below the line. Here is what I recommend. First, We should immediately initiate planning in the morning. Secondly, I recommend the use of 3-man teams working 8-hour shifts shadowing the corrupt bastards. Once we have the teams in place, on any given day between midnight and midnight, we can strike like stealth lightning. They will never see the strike coming. There will always be a man following each person on the list around the clock. What's great about not acting so quickly, Sam, is we have the time to gather important information that is not on that jump drive. 359. Within a month, we will know when they have a regular bowel movement and where they shack up. Humans are creatures of habit. Roger and I both know it only takes a few days to figure out the patterns of a target before you can eliminate that target. We will have so much data, that over time, we will even be able to predict where they will try to run or hide. Most of them, in this kind of operation, will die in bed somewhere at exactly 12:01 on the day of the strike. We must have 1 day's notice before the strike. Throughout the day of the strike, all 3 men will be involved together. This will triple the of guarantee a death. Do you like the code name? Stealth Lightning 785, Roger. Perfect. 3-man teams are perfect, General. We both know finding 2,355 men will be easy. You were right, Sam, even if we fail. Once the understanding of how to overthrow the United States government arrives in the world, it will become their perpetual 9/11 nightmare. I can understand how people will keep trying. When I look at the small size of that number, I cannot help but wonder why the people of the world allowed their lives to be so overruled by only a small handful of people. People need to grow up and think this through. Looking at Sam, Bradley said, when Roger told me he trusted his gut about you, that said a lot to me. In our world, Sam, it means you can trust the man with your life. We have survived many difficult times trusting our gut. Walking up to Sam, Bradley said, "Forgive me, Sam, but I want to do something that is not very general-like. I want to thank you with a hug." After long hugs by everyone, Sam graciously looked at the group and said, "I thank each of you for your kind comments. The entire matter was really a group effort. We must not lose sight that our purpose is to stop the 3 horsemen from creating the scenario that will release the 4th rider onto the earth. As sure as I am standing here, I know if that happens, a nuclear holocaust will occur. Plan B starts early in the morning. Molly, please make your first media buys tomorrow. Roger, I am sure you and Bradley will move forward with Stealth Lightning 785. I think we have the best military planners for this type of action." Everyone agreed. Larry, Steve, and Jerry, I know you want in on the action, but you are far too valuable at this stage. We need you to fulfill your purpose together. We must continue to develop the full structure of the new Constitution and be absolutely sure that it will empower people all over the world with the ability to control their government. I suggest that Monday and Thursday become our group strategy days. On those days, we will meet together and examine how each area is advancing. 360. Of course, we can call a meeting at any time if necessary. Roger has some great new technology we will be using. In our first meeting, we will all go back to school to learn how to use this technology to communicate. It is imperative that we keep ourselves below the radar until we strike. By the way, General, I like the code name Stealth Lightning 785. Because, I am still having bad dreams over the code name Cemetery Network from your terrorism class, Sam said, smiling. Larry spoke up, asking, if it's okay with everyone, I would like to say a prayer asking the boss for favor in our attempt to wake up the sheep from their slumber under Plan B. Knowing God as I do, we definitely need to remain diligent in our preparations of Plan A. One thing is for sure. We are going to find out just how stupefied and sleeping the sheep are. After Larry's prayer, everyone remained for quite some time. What began as a solemn assembly didn't end that way. The possibility of death was no longer a concern. The value of their impending actions in light of the benefits to mankind made the prospect of death an honorable threat in their lives. It had been a real solemn assembly after all. Each member stayed, enjoying one another's company, afraid to go home, in the fear that they might wake up and find this had all been only a dream. Sam finally informed everyone that he needed to retire for the night, and each member slowly made their way out the front door. Whispering to Sam, Molly asked if she could stay the night. "Molly, that room is always open for you." "No, Sam. Tonight, I want to stay in your bed." A life becomes fruitful and fulfilled when the perfect vessel made by the potter finds its purpose and destiny. Everything is by design in this natural realm. The future in this realm remains hidden from view to everyone for a reason. If the group knew what lay ahead of them, perhaps they would stop. Since the beginning of time, in the heavenly realm, God and the devil have played an eternal chess match. The chessboard where the game is played out is here on earth, in this natural realm. Every move they make involves all human life on earth. As the group retired for the night, God moved a pawn, stared across the table at Satan, and said, "Check." 361. Professor Sam's essays are an undisputed fact. The account of Judaism is a true, authentic, and verifiable historical fact. The account of Islam is a true, authentic, and verifiable historical fact. All references to George the Idiot Bush and his account of 9/11 are a fact. The interview with Oprah is fictional. The characters were embellished for the reader's enjoyment, but they are real people. The account of Molly as a young girl is a sad tragedy that occurs all over the world each day, sad fact. The CIA military operations, worldwide war plan rooms depicted by the character Roger are a fact. The numbers of military bases and facilities around the world are a fact. The numbers of war deaths referenced are a fact. The number of suicides by Vietnam soldiers are a fact. The number of years this country has been involved in war is a fact. The United States government has think tanks fact. The number of years this country has been in war, a sad fact. The character Steve's accounting of the justice system is a fact. The character Jerry lived through the IRS accounts depicted in the book fact. Fred Diaz is a fictional character. The events in the IRS office are a fact. The accounts of Victor Bout is a fact. The overblown war on terror is a fact. The events in Mexico and the factual numbers prove where the real war on terror is located fact. The character Larry and his spiritual experience is a true event fact. Larry's building was a real place fact. Yes, Larry really did the dirty dog to a microphone on the Dick Clark Caravan of Stars fact. Architects and engineers for 9/11 truth, Richard Gage, seeking investigation into 9/11 fact. The character Scott is still alive. He can be viewed daily in every politician in Washington, on the campaign trail, budget fights, and on the news with a sexual perversion fact. The barrels of oil for blood was an accurate estimate. Regretfully, that number has increased fact. G-spot sex. Now THA's a fact. The four horsemen of the apocalypse fiction or fact. You decide. 362. Pre-order. The plan. Stealth Lightning 785. Today and receive free shipping. If you enjoyed the plot to Overthrow, let me warn you, the plan is a very scary reality that will knock you out with suspense. Follow the secret training of Stealth Lightning 785 to complete the plot to Overthrow by Roger and General Breckinridge. How do they do it? What new military structure will they create? Will the sheep enact Plan B? What will be the breaking news story one morning? Find out what happens with Sam and Molly. Read the new government constitution and judge for yourself. Is it really a workable government structure that will empower we the people of the world? You be the judge. Can Larry really solve all of the issues that he claims he can? How does Molly develop a new voting system that controls the elected? How does Steve structure a new judicial system with eyes wide open? What business and tax structure does Jerry have that will transform business? Will they enact Plan A?